Props to your boy Strategy member. He's in here twice. Number one Twitch, number one on YouTube. Big props. Big props. Thank you so much, Strategy member. We're going to get started in about 2-3 minutes. Fucking started. Let's do this. Welcome to the fucking show, everybody. How you doing? We were watching Linux versus Bill Gates. I have no idea. Well, actually, this has credits. A lot of credits, actually. Directed, produced, animators. Looks like it was Benjamin and Ruben. Thank you, Benjamin and Ruben. Alright. Yeah, we get it, guys. We did the whole thing. We get it. LLC, copyright 2004. Big props to HP Shorty here. We're going to be bumping that HP Shorty while we give ourselves nightmares, basically. Props to Strategy member and German Cow. Thank you for being in the chat early. I appreciate it. Folks, this is the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism. This is the realest motherfucking show on Twitch. Easily, bar none. Just so happens to be at the bottom of the barrel. Whoops. I didn't mean to put it there, but there it is. Just like to start off the stream here with a reminder of why we're here. It's a 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves. That's what we're going to do today. Step 2, we sign up and show up. And step 3, we put in the work. How do we sign up? How do we show up? Well, it's actually easy. There's plenty of organizers sticking their neck out. Plenty of people willing to fight and die for this country. Putting in the work. They just need your help. They need some elbow grease. They need some of your time, some of your money. This is how the fascists are winning. I need to remind you. Steve Bannon, he doesn't go a whole show without telling people, get your ass out there. You know, fight for what you believe in, what you think you believe in, what you've been told to believe in. Here on the left, we try to, you know, encourage people to actually fight for the things that they actually believe in. You can do that using resources like mobilize.us. Clutch Cargo always likes to remind us that nonviolent direct political action is the only thing that's ever worked for creating progressive change. So if you actually want to make change, you actually want to see things get better, waiting around for it isn't enough. I know it sucks. We're all really good at that, waiting around for stuff. It's not going to do it. And hey, if you don't want to get political, there's lots of opportunities for you to do other things, right? Sign up to plant a tree. You want to fucking plant a tree? You know, you want to, you know, drive people to the voting booth, Georgia voting ride, an appointment manager needed. Right? You don't have to help gay people or black people or Democrats. Right? Plant some fucking trees. You could also do that. Lots of opportunities, folks. And once again, I just need to remind you, this is how the fascists are winning. You know, it's not magic. It's not that they're, you know, their ideas are better. It's the activism. It's the fact that they show up, they donate, and of course they vote. But they do much more than vote. And this is why the fascists are winning. So yeah, we're going to be dipping into U.S. news at the beginning here. I got some Gaza-Israel news. And then we're going to get into some fun right-wingers making fools of themselves near the end of the stream here. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Just gonna hit, sorry, got an important text there, I had to read it. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have anything about the bond crisis. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it could happen any day. It'll probably be related to the AI bubble. You know, it could be Elon Musk's not little, but massive IPO, $1 trillion IPO that Elon Musk is going to do with SpaceX, bundling all his other failed projects into SpaceX. And it's interesting, right? Because he's going to crown himself to be the world's first trillionaire. Probably not the world's first trillionaire when you really think about all the kings and queens throughout history that have hoarded wealth in their day. But the first modern trillionaire, and he's going to be the harbinger of a massive financial crisis. Of course, you got your buddy Jeff Bezos talking about how taxing him and taxing his rich buddies isn't going to help anybody. Hogwash. We know it is. Of course, it's not just raising taxes on the rich, but it's properly redistributing the insane amount of money that they've hoarded. You know, what are you going to do with it? How are you going to spend it? As we've seen with a lot of the failed neoliberal Democrats in California, having a lot of money and spending it in various places doesn't always, you know, result in progressive solutions. To fix that, what we need is real progressives, which is what I'm going to start off here today. The smear campaign against your boy Graham Plattner, full force. Oh, they found it. They dug and dug and dug. They found a little sex scandal. Uh-oh, you're done. Americans, they hate sex scandals, right? They only voted for a creepy sexual assaulting pedophile to be their president. But Graham Plattner sent some saucy texts to some women early in his marriage. Something that his wife has forgiven him for. You know, this is, you know, sometimes it happens, you know. Hard to get the dog out of you. I'm not saying I did that. But I'm just saying, you know, you go from a single guy girlfriends, marriage. It's hard to kick that habit. I'm not making excuses for it. What I am saying, though, is that it doesn't sound like he actually physically cheated on anybody. I think they call it emotional cheating. He apologized to his wife, and his wife accepted that apology. And it's interesting that the reason why this information about Graham Plattner has been released is because he told his campaign about it when they were doing the vetting. He was like, yeah, you know, he told people in his campaign who were in charge of vetting, oh yeah, there was some, you know, I was a dickhead, I was an idiot early in my marriage, sent some saucy text to some whoas, to some floozies, and got busted. Had to apologize to the wife. She's forgiven me. This was years ago. And of course, someone from the campaign who was given a lot of money and was bribed, of course, and you know, they leaked that information. Graham Plattner's wife came out with a statement. She said she's ashamed of the people who released the information, that information was given to the people in her campaign under confidence. Doesn't matter though, right? It's politics. He's handling it really well, but of course we're supposed to buy that, you know, oh no, so terrible. It's disqualifying, right? And let me cover that here in a second. Oh, it's disqualifying. Bullshit. Wait, did I get my shit mixed up here? Where's my... Okay, there it is. Yeah, so let me just run down this list here of the smear campaign against Graham Plattner by Joe Rote on Twitter. He's giving Elon Musk $5 a month. Maybe don't do that, Joe. Maybe don't do that. Yeah, strategy, exactly. Great use of our taxpayer dollars. But no, here's a recap here from Joe, who gives Elon Musk $5 a month. Dem and Rep operatives spend the week setting the narrative that Graham Plattner is a predator, and I'm going to show you proof of that. Pro-Israel NYT runs a story on Graham Plattner, and they are pro-Israel, the New York Times, big time. Done by a pro-Israel reporter. Of course, the piece in the NYT was a pro-Israel reporter. Let's see if I can turn this down just a touch. There we go. No sexual assault allegation, right? He didn't, you know, like I said, it was emotional cheating. He got that dog in him. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying, you know, there's levels to this. And I'd like to remind you that the sitting president is a pedophile. They talked to 6 exes. 3 say he was fine. 2 of the remainder say he drank and womanized. You know, you talk to all my exes, they're not gonna, yeah, they're not gonna, not all of them are gonna say nice things about me, especially when I was younger. Same thing for a lot of guys. The last is a conservative activist who protected Brett Kavanaugh, right? Brett Kavanaugh, guilty of all kinds of sexual impropriety. Well, it's okay if they do it, but it's cancelable, right? You should be, you should just quit. You should just, you know, drop out immediately. No forgiveness whatsoever if you're a Democrat, especially if you're a lefty espousing progressive views. You got to get out of here immediately. The only people that are allowed to be pedophiles are Republicans. Or not even pedophiles, we should say. Just, you know, anyone who's allowed to make mistakes in the world of sexual relations, right? She claims Plattner trapped her in a room. No proof. It's literally just making up bullshit. NYT reads her diaries, texts, Google chats, and Facebook messages. Nothing corroborates her story. So she's making these accusations. She's got this whole text history with him. And there's literally nothing in there. And this is even the NYT having to report this. You know, because if they could, you know, they wanted to, if there was anything that they could find, they would report on it. But I guess you had to give them credit that they didn't just leave this out of the story. Must have been tempting. I'm sure they had a debate about it internally. But I guess the NYT report said that, you know, hey, we went through all of her messages during the time that she claimed she dated Plattner, and there's literally nothing in there of her saying, oh my God, he just trapped me in a room. Oh my God, oh my God. NYT finds a text from an accuser saying she would personally campaign for Susan Collins. Right. So one of these so-called accusers is a big, loud, and proud campaign supporter of Susan Collins, who's, you know, she's been in office, I think, 30 years. She's still blaming Democrats for, you know, for the problems that are there. And we've seen what happens when, you know, like a Bernie or a Zoran Mamdani gets in there, right? They can get things done for their constituents. Susan Collins is still, you know, she's pretending like she's pushing back against Trump. Meanwhile, she votes, I think, 95% in favor of Trump. Joe here adding, this is the most obvious Zionist smear campaign in history. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious what's going on here. Joe has one more tweet. Once again, just need to mention that he gives Elon Musk $5 a month. I don't know why you would do that. But Joe here reports, the two reporters on the New York Times Plattner story, Katie Glueck and Lisa Lear, are the same reporters who described Zoran Mamdani's July 2025 win as a spiritual crystal knocked. Spiritual crystal knocked. Zoran Mamdani winning mayor of New York is spiritually just like Kristallnacht. And if you don't know what that is, look it up. That's when the Nazis went into the Jewish ghettos and started smashing up Jewish-owned businesses. They called it Kristallnacht because of all the glass that was broken. Same thing. Spiritually, I mean, it's basically the same thing. So that's what we're dealing with here. That's what we're dealing with in terms of journalistic honesty when it comes to Graham Plattner, right? And once again, Donald Trump, guilty of sexual assault, adjudicated as a rapist. Epstein files point to him having sexual relations with a 13-year-old girl, or trying to. And many more, by the way. That's just literally one story. There's several that of the documents that we know of. And, you know, so I wanted to show you this, you know, speaking of Epstein documents, I wanted to show you how the smear works. Because here we have Madeleine Dean engaging in, you know, taking money from AIPAC, taking money from Israel, engaging in the massive smears on Graham Plattner, right? Here's her on CNN. It's so distressing, all the stories that are coming out. And there are more and more, it seems by the hour. She's saying he has disqualified himself from the main Senate race. Here she is. Madeleine Dean, thank you to my friends from AIPAC who came to visit my office this week. Look at all these fucking shills for Israel. It was great to talk to so many of you. I look forward to our future conversations. We share a common belief that a safe and secure Israel is vital to the stability of the Middle East. Ironically, what she considers safe and secure, i.e. giving Israel weapons and support and money, is what's causing the instability in the Middle East, right? She was one of the 117 Democrats that joined Republicans to vote against the Lebanon War Powers Act that just squeaked through, just barely. Will probably get killed in the Senate if it hasn't already. So, more war in the Middle East. Talking about stability of the Middle East while voting against, you know, voting against stopping war in the Middle East, of course. And then here's AIPAC over here retweeting this. Big positive. Love it. They love it. But at the same time, here she is grandstanding to the head of the DOJ, acting head of the DOJ, who's soon to be actual head of the DOJ, because the Republicans are going to confirm him. Even John Fetterman says he doesn't want to vote for him, but they'll do it. They'll do it because the pedophile in chief told them to. Personal lawyer of Donald Trump. But here she is grandstanding. And I just want to show you that, like, this is how the game is played. The reason why she's doing this is right here for this 1 minute clip. She can clip it, tweet it. She can pretend, look, I care. Look, I care. She knows the Epstein files aren't going to get released. She's not going to do anything. They're breaking the law by not releasing these documents. She's not going to actually do anything about that. You know, she's not going to arrest anybody for lying under oath, right? Supposedly these testimonies are made under oath, and supposedly she has the power to subpoena. Now, this is pod racing. Student debt, you're kind of... you're showing us your millennial bona fides with that pod race. Such a good game, Star Wars Pod Racer. Such a good game. I mean, it's just so slick, so smooth, so fast. Such a good game. But anyway, this is how the game is played. She takes money from Israel. She acts as a gatekeeper to prevent anti-war progressive voices from getting into power. Meanwhile, if you were to talk to your average normie, yeah, I saw that they're making a new one. Looks cool. We'll see. We'll have to see how it feels, because that's the thing that the pod racing game is like. It felt good. It felt right. The repair mechanic, right, was kind of emulating what happened in the movie there with Annie fixing the pod racer right in the middle of the race. It felt right. I don't know, from the gameplay that I saw, it's like it almost seemed too fast. Or it's like I can't even tell what the fuck's going on. It's like those fighting games where it's like, what the fuck is even happening? Anyway, people below 24 think that the Disney sequel trilogy is the best one. I'm going to have to check your source on that one. I know there are contrarians that say that, but I'm going to have to check your source on that one. Where's your data? Okay. But no, back to this here real quick. I just wanted to show you how the game is played. Because if you're just a normie, you're not really paying attention to politics, maybe she's your rep in your state, your area. You're like, well, wait a minute. Look, she's fighting. She's a fighter for progressive issues. No, she's actually not. The reason why she's doing this little performance here, and it is a very good performance, is that she knows, one, nothing's going to come of it, so she doesn't really have to do anything. Two, she can pretend like she doesn't actually have to hold anybody accountable. Well, what could I do? I'm not in power. Vote blue no matter who, and then maybe I'll do something about it. And then I won't. Vote for me, so I can look at me, I'm a fighter, but you're not. Because there's one country above all. There's one country above all that wants none of these Epstein files released. And that's Israel, of course. Because Epstein, he either worked with Mossad or was a direct Mossad agent. There's a discussion that could be had there if he, was turned himself into a useful honeypot that Israel worked with, or that, Israel made him what he was. Right. So there's a debate to be had there. But there's one country above all that she supports wholeheartedly with her full body and throat. To all my friends from AIPAC who came to my office this week, and just look at all these fucking shills. There's one country above all that does not want to see these Epstein files released. And yet, this performance. Let's watch.
When will you comply with the law and release all of the files?
As I said to you when we spoke before, we have complied with the law.
Remember, this is a performance. She doesn't want to see the files released. She has no intention whatsoever of holding any of these characters accountable. She acts as a, as a blockade against progressives who would actually hold Israel accountable and release the files. So I want you to look at how good the performance is, because it's really, really good.
We have
There are 3 million more documents, and you know what you said to me? They're all duplicative, and they include another guy named Epstein.
No, I didn't
Nobody's
say that.
buying. That's
I did
what you
not
said.
say that.
That's what you said.
So, look.
Reclaiming my
Can I
time.
answer? Can I answer the question?
You may not. I just gave you the answer you gave me.
Telling.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman. What rules are we operating under? Because he's under a little bit of heat for not prosecuting anyone in these monstrous crimes? I've been in the room. I have been there.
Wow, it seems like she really cares, right? Seems like she really cares. A person who would really care would, she'd get in front of the camera. I'm not saying she has to defend Graham Plattner's sexy texts, and his, marital issues, which never went beyond text, it seems. I'm not saying she has to defend that, but she doesn't have to come out here and say, has disqualified himself. All the stories that are coming out, and there are more and more, it seems, by the hour. And we know we just went over how pro-Israel, pro-Zionist plants inside the NYT, pro-Susan Collins people fabricating these stories that they're cranking out by the hour. Doesn't mention that. Goes right along with that smear campaign. But here we're supposed to believe, oh, she cares so much about Epstein.
This is what I had to do to transcribe, to show what is true.
Wow.
What is true is that the president has lied.
She'll never hold these people accountable. If she had all the power, if there was a supermajority, and there was, no threat, no worry of, of fascists getting in the way, she wouldn't arrest a single person for breaking the law, for not releasing the documents.
About being on Epstein's plane, and the unredacted files prove that. There's a lot in here. I'm shocked at this.
Wow, she's shocked.
I was 22 when I suffered.
She's shocked, guys. I just wanted to give you a little taste of how the game is played, right? Very convincing, right? If I didn't give you all this context, if you're just, like I said, you're just a normie living their life, doing their thing. By the way, welcome back, Low Key and Quantum Traveler. You're just low-key doing your own thing. Welcome back, You're Tubing. Good to see you. Right? But here she is. Right? This is how the game is played. Voting against stopping the war in Lebanon. Let alone, of course she's going to go right along with the fear-mongering about the West Bank. And, of course, but Hamas, anything that has to do with Gaza, those people are fucked. Bibi Netanyahu announcing that he's going to take 70%, not a fucking peep out of her. Guarantee it. Guarantee it's crickets from her. No mention of the West Bank. And she acts as a gate, a blockade against a war powers resolution to prevent more expansionist Middle Eastern conflict in Lebanon. Right, and here she is saying, oh, she cares. Here she is in her little tweet here, stability of the Middle East, like she cares about that. Meanwhile, getting in front of preventing. Well, Quantum Traveler, there's a difference between normies who stick their head in the sand, want to keep their head in the sand, right? Because here's the problem, is that if you were to confront a normie who maybe supports Madeleine Dean, right? Because you get this phenomenon of people who are like, yeah, go vote the bums out. I'm so sick of them. Except my rep. Except my rep. I like my rep, right? So you get people who live in Madeleine Dean's district or state, whatever, she's a governor, whatever the hell she is, representative. Oh, she's okay. Look at this clip. Look at this clip I shared on my Facebook. Look at this clip I shared on my social media. Look, she's fighting. She's trying to release the Epstein files. Look, she got indignant to the Republicans who were defending this obviously corrupt DOJ. Look at this. She's a fighter. It's a performance. It's a performance. And the reason, so it's like I always said, neoliberals' number one job, their number one priority is to prevent real progressive change. Real anti-war, real, anti-theocracy, real anti-corruption, anti-oligarchy. That's their number one priority, is to get in the way and prevent actual leftists from getting into positions of power. I'm talking about the Democrats here. Number two priority, raise money for the Democratic Party. And then if they have time in between those two activities, which takes up most of their time, then maybe fight against number three, the Republicans. So number one, make sure that you're preventing progressives from getting in positions of power. So go along with the obviously Zionist generated smear campaign against Graham Plattner. Number one priority. Number two, raise money for the Democrats. And then number three, if you have time, do something substantive against the fascistic right. You know, there's a hedge fund or something that literally advertises itself as we literally just copy what Nancy Pelosi does. Give us your money and we will trade right along Nancy Pelosi. I tell you, I'm tempted. I don't even know the name of it. Someone want to look it up. But there's some kind of investment firm, hedge fund or something, where literally the only thing that they do is follow what Nancy Pelosi does. Because, her stock picks, amazingly, surprisingly, I don't know how she does it. She's literally a stock genius. They're literally better than any firm on Wall Street. She's like a million Warren Buffetts. She just knows how to pick the winners somehow, some way. So look that up. You want, that's solid investment advice right there. She just can't lose, Nancy Pelosi. But you know who else can't lose? Of course, Donald Trump. Anybody close to Donald Trump. They seem to always pick the winners too, somehow. Yeah, as much as, Bernie has, he's wrong on Israel. He's not taking a strong enough stance on Israel. I'd pick Bernie over 95% of the so-called Democrats still, Welcome back, Markov. Good to see you. I just want to make it clear, Nancy Pelosi and a lot of Democrats doing a lot of insider trading, but it pales in comparison. Even all the money that they've made collectively, if you squish them all together into one big corrupt politician, they still haven't gone as hard in the paint on the insider trading as this one man, as this one pedophile. All right, so moving on to the next story here. California gubernatorial elections happening. They're disappointing, right? We will be doing a Polymarket story about George Santos. Thank you, strategy member, for that link. But not specifically about Trump. But yeah, he does do that as well, right? And it's interesting how the Republicans, they're like, oh, it's not him. What, do you think he's sitting there on his phone on Robinhood? He's got his buddy. He's got somebody acting on his behalf. They don't deny that he's acting on Trump's behalf. But they're like, he's not actually doing it himself. He's got some lackeys to do it for him. Like, that's somehow supposed to make it better. Yeah, low key. No, somebody's doing it, right? And they've, early on in the Trump administration, I think term 2, they made all of this totally legal, insider trading. It's interesting how they're like going after certain people for blatant insider trading when it's like, what are you talking about? It's totally legal. It's totally legal. It's like this, it's go nuts. Throw a dildo in that NBA game. You know, bet $1 million on the dildo, then throw that bitch in there. It's legal. It's legal. No, it's not. Not for peasants. Not for peons. Only for the big dogs. Only the big dogs get to do it, like Baron Trump. Who's definitely not doing anything for his daddy and for himself. Or no, they don't. That's the funny thing. They don't even deny that it's like, oh no, Trump's actually totally doing it, but he's just got a lackey doing it for him. So, chill out. So anyway, back to the elections here in California. Disappointing, of course. The neoliberal won. Spencer Pratt thankfully lost. Got way too much of the vote. Joe Rogan likes Spencer Pratt, of course, because he's a fucking idiot. But it looks like Becerra is going to be the winner here. You know, I'm no fan of billionaires. You know that. But at least Tom Steyer was lying to us. You know? At least he was like, you know, pretending. Becerra is like, AIPAC, Israel, that's great, let's go, more neoliberal status quo. And he wins. If I used to live in California, I'm soon to be moving back. Yeah, exactly, low-key, it was obviously. But no, so I'm moving back to California. You know, one thing, you know, I lived in San Francisco, literally lived in the Castro. You would think like super ultra mega liberal, super ultra mega neoliberal. Cali's beautiful. It's a beautiful state. But, you know, this idea that everyone that you meet there is just a mega super duper progressive, it's just not true. It's interesting because it's actually very similar to what you see in the deep red South. You know, in these deep red areas, you know, if they got an R next to their name, vote for them. Very similar behavior in some of these so-called liberal areas. Oh no, they're definitely liberal, but so-called progressive areas in California, where it's like, and this is how like characters like Dianne Feinstein and Nancy Pelosi get to keep their careers, you know, for decades and decades and decades. They don't look into the policies. They don't look into the scandals. They don't look into the corruption. They don't look into the actions. Just, nope, that's, you know, oh, I like that. I've been voting for that person my whole life. Remember running into a person who had a Dianne Feinstein picture in their office. Right? I've been voting for Dianne Feinstein my whole life. You know, I didn't say this because I wanted to keep my job, but I was like, oh yeah, that's the woman that voted to spy on all Americans. And then she got mad when she realized they could spy on her too. Right? That was the Dianne Feinstein who voted for the, you know, CIA spying bills. Right? Taking all kinds of money from AIPAC. So it's a very similar kind of thing happening in these liberal areas. And it's not just California, but you know, vote the Hillary type voters, right? The vote blue no matter who's, the people looking down on everyone else, the people saying that you're a Republican if you don't vote for the corporate neoliberal. No, convergence error. I think that's a little too simplistic. It's a little too simplistic. I'm not going to say these liberals are in a cult. Right, I've never seen a liberal walking around with a Bill Clinton hat, Nancy Pelosi T-shirt, big old mural of Nancy Pelosi on their Prius. Never seen that. Right, if it was stone cold true that Nancy Pelosi fucked some kids, I don't see even the staunchest of MSNBC wine mom voting for Nancy Pelosi. This is, you know, these are the same people that there's no love for Bill Clinton. You know, this whole idea that, oh, well, what about Bill Clinton? He's in the files. You lefties, you defend Bill Clinton. No, we don't. Yeah, I disagree, convergence error. I disagree. We're not going to both sides MAGA behavior with, you know, with liberals who vote for corporate neoliberals every fucking time. There is a difference there. Now, I'll give you some similarities. But like I said, these, the behaviors is nowhere close. Donald Trump is a sexual assaulting pedophile who every single day spits in the face of American tradition, the American Constitution, the American rule of law, and tens of millions would die for this man. I saw a video of two women at some Trump rally, I think at the farm rally I'm going to show you clips from right now. They're like, we just wanted to breathe the same air as Donald Trump. Oh, it's so exciting. We get just to be in the same room and breathe the same air as Donald Trump. I've never heard a single neoliberal Nancy Pelosi, I'm with her, Kamala Harris style liberal say anything even remotely close to that. So no, we're not going to both sides this behavior. There is a difference. With that said, there is a troubling pattern of partisanship. I'll say that. But if you're trying to say both sides are cultish, there's really no comparison. I will definitely say both sides are partisan. Talking about people who support corporate neoliberals and the people who support Republicans no matter what. There's absolutely partisanship. But the MAGA crowd, that 30% of the voting population, they take it to the next level. That is a cult. Like I said, I've never seen the Nancy Pelosi. You're gonna equivocate. We're gonna have to agree to disagree here. Because I honestly feel like the people that are both sidesing it are 99% most of the time Republicans who want to normalize the cultish behavior by both sidesing it. So no, there's no comparison. But obviously I'm not going to convince you. Are you a Republican, Mr. Convergence Error? Because it's like 99% of the people that are both sidesing the MAGA cultish behavior are Republicans who desperately want this to be normalized. Oh, it's not so bad. You guys do it too. Right. Thank you, Quantum Traveler. Let's get back to the subject here. So, of course, the elections are going on. Neoliberal won. Instead of the billionaire, it's not like... Okay, Convergence. All right, so you're just wrong. That's fine. It sounds like really what we're doing is arguing semantics about what we define as cultish behavior. Like I said, I lived there for over 10 years in San Francisco. Never once saw like a Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, literally, that's what because you're literally, it's definitions. Yeah, no, we're literally having an argument over what we consider the definition of cult. So it is a semantic argument. Anyway, of course, right on cue, Donald Trump. It's fake, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake. I'm investigating, right? And this is, of course, to, these investigations that go nowhere. It's to provide legitimacy to the claim that there is, something going on. I need to point out that, almost every time that there is actual voter fraud, it's from a Republican. It's from a fucking Republican. It's so true. Right? Anytime there's like somebody trying to, double vote for a pet, vote for a dead family member, it's almost always a Republican. I also need to point out that our election system is one of the most fraud-free election systems in the world. The error rate is unbelievably low. The error rate in our electoral system is unbelievably low. To actually get away with voter fraud is incredibly difficult in the American electoral system. It is incredibly difficult. But of course, rampant fraud, and of course he wants to make vote by mail illegal. No matter how suicidal that is. Only until COVID, did liberals start voting for mail more than Republicans. So there's millions and millions of Republicans. Right. But there's millions and millions of Republicans that vote by mail, that will be disenfranchised if Donald Trump gets his way with this claim that vote by mail is voter fraud. But anyway, so what we're seeing in California is, of course, the votes are still being counted. The reason why it takes so long is that they verify the signatures to prevent fraud. Happens every election cycle. This is literally happens every single time. There's nothing abnormal whatsoever about, getting a good chunk of results in and then having to wait like a week or so for the rest of the votes to be processed. Bog standard stuff for California elections. But we're supposed to believe, right? We're supposed to believe, oh, it's proof. He's investigating it. Big Dog's investigating it. Right. And of course, this is all to set up the argument that there's massive fraud. And then, of course, there's no fraud when Republicans win, mind you. Oh, wow. Best election ever. My number's so huge. My number's so great. In that electoral system that's so corrupt, I claim. But anytime there's, so what is this? This is a window into our future. This is what the midterms are going to look like. This is what the presidential election is going to look like. Fraud, 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 fraud everywhere. I just can't believe that people didn't like Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt, best guy ever. He's amazing. We used to share the same time slot on our reality TV shows. Back to back, me and Spencer Pratt, it was the winners. We were the winners on primetime. Right. So we're going to watch a little bit of a couple of these videos here.
I also signed something that you may or may not like. I don't know. It sounded good to me. It didn't sound very bad to me, but people love it. I also signed the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. You know what that means? Right?
These fucking farmers, man. I mean, Donald Trump has completely, objectively decimated the farming sector. Decimated. We're talking about a potential famine in the United States. The shortages are going to be epic. It's amazing, folks. You're going to starve. You're going to love it. You're going to lose so much weight because of me. You won't have to use the fake pill. You won't have to cheat with Ozempic or whatever they're calling it. You won't have to cheat because you won't be able to get food. You'll be so hungry, but you'll look great. You'll look great. You'll look right out of Central Casting for Great Expectations. Right out of Central Casting. Skin and bones. That's what they'll call you. But no, we're literally talking about famine level shortages. Farmers can't get fertilizer. Starve me, daddy. Farmers can't get fertilizer. Family farms are collapsing. J.D. Vance literally owns a company that's buying up small farms and selling them to corporate farms, and that's who we're seeing here. These so good. We're talking about billionaires. These are like literally billionaire corporate farmers. They like to pretend like they're salt of the earth. Meanwhile, they're literally salting the earth. So it's just, the lies are unbelievable coming from this guy. I'm helping you out so much.
That was another one. I had a big signing at the White House. We had some people that have been fighting for that for years. I called Ron. I said, Ron, what's to fight for? I mean, it just sounds good. And it's just better. It's healthy. And I like it. I drank it. I don't know. It gets harder to get it. Now we have it so that, it's total.
It's literally, this is there's literally no issue in getting whole milk in stores. I mean, what the hell is he even talking about? I've made it legal for you to buy and drink whole milk. More whole milk. It was such a hard time to get it in these things called grocery stores. You've never heard it before. It's an amazing word, grocery. Only heard it recently. It's amazing. It's like old-timey word. You can never get any of the whole milk from the store. That's what my maid says. I drink whole milk. I've literally never once in my life had any problem whatsoever getting whole milk. Ever. Oh, by the way, speaking of milk, in one state in the United States, I think Utah, like 60 people have been poisoned from drinking unpasteurized milk, raw milk, as they call it. Something that, RFK, of course, is a big proponent of. Made it, loosen the regulations on raw milk. Folks, if you could see what milk looks like coming out of the teat, you wouldn't want to drink pasteurized milk. It comes out pink. There's little bugs in it. Okay? It's pink from the fucking pus and blood. Okay? Not always, but sometimes. It's totally normal stuff, right? There's a whole process of filtering. I think they do like a basic filter for the raw milk to get the bug carcasses, right? Because cows are eating grass, right? They eat a lot of bugs, right? So I think they do like a basic filter to get the big chunks. Men's the national school raised in the United States guidelines permitting schools participating in the national. So this is like nothing. This is nothing. I'm a hero. More whole milk. Meanwhile, his health secretary over here letting people drink raw milk, as a cow can confirm, lots of grubs. It's all totally normal. Used to work on a dairy farm. I used to literally put the fucking suckers on the teats. Force feed the calves. Got to put the calf in a headlock. Force them to drink the milk. Right? It's a brutal industry, dairy industry.
Opened up now for the kids, and it's great for anybody. And now we're working with Congress to quickly pass the new farm bill. We're very well into it. We got some great approval.
So the farm bill is a fucking handout to farmers who are losing their fucking ass over Donald Trump's he was a commie, over Donald Trump's tariff policies. Literally, they're losing their ass. They need a fucking bailout. Big Daddy government needs to come in here with our taxpayer dollars, give them a fucking bailout. Yeah, and of course there's probably special laws to prevent black farmers. For some reason, black farmers always get fucked over more than the white farmers do. Some kind of rule. Welcome back, Simply Steve. But these goddamn farmers, up by your bootstraps, farmers. No, this goddamn welfare, end the welfare. No more immigrants that I work to the death on my farm. None of that. Get them out of here. Oh, please, can I have a handout? Please, can I have some taxpayer money? I'm going to lose my ass. I don't have enough money for seeds. I don't have enough money to pay John Deere Corporation so I could have the permission to fix my tractor. Got the John Deere right behind him. Talk to a farmer about what they think about the John Deere Corporation. Fucking DRM on a tractor. You gotta pay them to get permission to fix your fucking tractor. You'll buy a new part to replace something that broke in your tractor. Then you gotta call up John Deere to come out to your farm. You got to pay him to do this. Thousands of bucks. Pay him to do this. Come out to their farm. Bleep, 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 bleep with their little computer so that your truck accepts the new part. They've engineered their tractors to work like that. Talk to your average farmer about what they think about John Deere. But anyway.
Approvals, the hardest approvals, and I think we're very well on our way to getting the farm bill finished and approved. And just to finish up, with the help of the farmers like those here, today we're also helping bring down grocery prices for hardworking Americans, and they're coming down very rapidly. Remember,
Oh, please! And here he is blaming Joe Biden for his fucking tariff policies. I inherited a big crisis. Actually, no, inflation was on its way down. It's literally a crisis of his engineering. He literally created this entire, the shortage, the price rises. Okay, you know, of course, doing nothing about the grocery store cartels that are ripping people off on top of the economic factors that are raising the prices on food. Remember, folks, it's Joe Biden's fault. Has nothing to do with my absolutely atrocious economic policies and my war in Iran. Those things are great. The war is actually over. That's why the Strait of Hormuz is wide open and everything's flowing like something that flows. I was going to get gross, but I'll spare you.
Inherited these prices.
Lie.
I didn't start. My prices were great.
Lie.
They rigged the election. When I turned, the election was totally rigged.
These guys, these fucking guys, they got to sit here and just lap it up. Lap it up. They know. These fucking guys actually understand. They see the numbers. They know what things were like when Joe Biden was in charge. They know what things were like when after Trump implemented tariffs, after Trump started the war in Iran. They know all these things. Lying to themselves, lying to you. And then there's also a capitalist mindset where it's like, well, I can scoop these farms up. You know, less competition. I don't care that it might bring us to the brink of fucking famine. Right? I might be the only farm making soybeans left. Oh, money, 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 money.
It was a rigged election, just like they're rigging the election right now, it looks like in California. Can you imagine? It's 4 days, and they still aren't even close to telling you who won. You know why?
Normal. And you know why? Because I fucked a 13-year-old. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Freudian slip.
Why? Because they're rigging the election. That's why.
Lie.
4 days.
It didn't get a big round of applause on that one.
You know, in Spain, they had it like, I'm not a big fan of Spain, to be honest with you. It's gone very far left. But they had an election. All the votes were in, similar size to the state of California, a little larger, actually. And every vote was in by 10 o'clock in the evening and counted.
Right.
You're going to be waiting weeks.
It's normal stuff. And it's ironic because the reason why it's taking so long is that it's being verified and checked for fraud. And of course, he wants to create a system that's easily frauded, that's easily corrupted. He wants to make the system less secure, more easy to steal. Of course he does.
To get these votes, it's corrupt. Somebody said it's incompetent. I said, no, just the opposite. It's unbelievably competent if you happen to be.
Yes, Trump just recently, I think it was the special election or something. Yeah, he literally did. And what was his excuse? I'm the president. No, he literally did mail-in voting when he voted for in his, because Mar-a-Lago is his official residence.
A Democrat politician, because with their policies, the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And when you look at an election, not even relatively a big election, for one state, for one city, for Los Angeles, they're nowhere close to counting the votes. But you look at what's happening, it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And the people that were supposed to win, bad things are happening. It's a crooked state. We have crooked third world.
Right. The people that are supposed to win, of course, are the Republicans. And he's talking about Spencer Pratt. I just don't understand why people, how Spencer Pratt can lose. He's such a likable guy.
Elections in a lot of our states, and we should pass our Save America Act.
God, they're so pathetic. They're just pathetic. Of course, the Save America Act would doom America, like every other Orwellian bill that this guy's put out. It would make it easier to corrupt our system. I'm not sure if the act would make voting federalized, but that's ultimately the goal, is where the federal government has full control over the electoral system, so that he can totally manipulate it. That's the goal, right? So the right people win. It's blatant. It's obvious. And honestly, it's shocking to me that we're not, in the streets already. But if the American population doesn't get in the streets after he's succeeded in this, and he will succeed in this, He will. It's one of his main priorities. He will, outside of the fucking renovations, he will succeed by hook or by crook in, setting up a system that allows him to steal elections. If we don't get in the streets after that, then we don't care about this country, right? And we truly deserve this type of incompetent fascism running our lives. If we don't hit the brakes on the economy, if we don't hit the brakes on everything and get in the fucking streets and force some kind of accountability on these folks, so we just basically deserve it at that point. Yeah, a woman raises her fist. Yeah, disenfranchise me. Woo! Yeah, I don't want to vote. Take my vote away.
And that'll really stop it too. That'll stop it. That's where you have vote.
It will bring about a level of fraud we have never seen in American elections since like the early 1900s, probably.
Voter ID. It's where you have birth of your citizenship. You have to prove your citizenship.
That literally is already in place. Literally, there's to register to vote, you have to prove your citizenship. What the voter ID. Because like on paper it sounds good. Well, what's wrong with voter ID? Is that a lot of Americans, and if you're a rural American, you might not know this because you have to drive everywhere. So it's like, of course I have an ID, of course I have a driver's license. What's the big deal? In urban areas, a lot of people don't have their driver's license, right? They have other forms of ID. They got their passport usually. They got Social Security. They got a bunch of other ways to identify themselves. But they don't have a driver's license because they don't need one. So what does the voter ID requirement do? It requires millions of people to go to the DMV, wait in line, pay money, get your ID, and then you got this little piece of plastic. And I need to remind you, to register to vote, you already have to prove your citizenship. There's other ways to check that outside of a driver's license. So these things actually already exist. Adding this extra layer disenfranchises millions, and the idea is that, of course, it would mainly disenfranchise Democrats.
I think that sounds good. And also, I added a couple in there. Also, the ballots, the voting, the mail-in ballots, so crooked. They send millions of ballots out all over the place. If you're a Democrat, sometimes you get 6 or 7.
If you were to fill out, so say you do get, because that does happen, not 6 or 7, but say you get an extra one in the mail, right? You got two locations, 2 addresses. Sometimes they send out more than one. If you fill out 2, you're fucking super de-duper busted. You're investigated. You're arrested. You're fucking, welcome back, Chem Goblin. Good to see you. You're hit hard. And you know how I know that? Because every year there's like a dozen Republicans who try it. Not Democrats. Almost never a left-winger. So if you do fill it out twice or 3 times, they want you to assume they think you're an idiot, because they're talking to their audience. But I hear far too many lefties going along with the fiction that this is some kind of easily fraudulent system that's easily frauded, right? It's a lie. It's a fucking lie. If you do get multiple ballots and you fill them both out and submit them and pretending like you're going to get 2 votes, your vote is nullified, and your ass is super de duper in trouble, arrested, fined. Knocking on your door, dude. Not even like a, show up to court. Like motherfucking cops show up to your door. You're in big ass trouble. You fill out 2 of them. And he, of course, thinks that we're fucking idiots. Tens of millions of us are. But we have to stand firm on this. Because they're pushing this idea really, really hard. That the system is easily corrupted, that the system is, you can easily commit fraud. It's just as easy as filling out a couple ballots and putting them in, like we're a third world country, right? That has like Post-it notes as, we can stuff the ballot box. There's like 3 or 4 or even 5, something like that, verification checks on your vote. And what's crazy to me, though, is that if he gets what he wants and he removes mail-in ballots, tens of millions of hardcore MAGA Republicans get fucked. It could literally, if he gets what he wants, it could literally just, kind of, make it kind of even, right? It would be like an even amount of Democrats and Republicans who get totally screwed. Ironically, the people that would be screwed the most are these old Republicans, these 70, 80-year-olds who, don't have the ability to stand in line or wait around, sometimes in the scorching hot sun, standing in a line for hours and hours to pull the lever. They're going to be fucked the most. Some of his most loyal supporters fuck the most. Yeah. I mean, not for me though, right? You're going to make an exception for me. Everybody else, including Blackie, all the black people, yeah. That's what they always think. And then they're like, oh, what do you mean I can't vote for mail? And I'm American. I've been doing this my whole life. What do you mean I can't do it? Oh, what do you mean? Every time.
You're a Republican, you have to call up, where are my ballots? It's such a crooked deal. We're third world country. But I added 2 things. No men playing in women's sports.
The 3 or 4 cases of trans people in women's sports, like literally less than, what is it, less than 10? I mean, woo! Destroy the country because of a couple people in like not even professional sports, like high school level, college level. Oh, I care so much about college level sports. Woo!
And
yeah, of course, women in men's sports allowed. Trans people in men's sports, they love to see that.
this is like best of. No transgender mutilization surgery
Doesn't happen.
on your child, on your children.
It doesn't happen. Literally doesn't happen. Literally doesn't happen. There's all kinds of rules, all kinds of tests that you have to take when you reach a certain age. Okay? All kinds of tests. You got to prove you have gender dysmorphia, right? You got to check, all kinds of tests and checks. After you've reached a certain age, they want us to believe some purple-haired, teacher convincing your little Billy that he's a girl and then, sneaking him away to a sexual reassignment surgery, coming home, Mommy, I cut my dick off. It's literally never happens. Literally. I don't think there's a single case of that. It's total fiction. Woo, 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 yeah, woo, yeah. My son isn't gay. Oh, God, please, no, my son isn't gay. No way, oh. I'm sorry. Your son is in the Castro getting fucking double teamed, and he loves it. No, God, no. Oh, I hate trans porn. That's why I look at it all day. Oh, I hate trannies. Oh, no, I hate trans porn. Oh, this is so hot. Oh, God, this is so hot. I hate it. Oh, my son isn't gay. Neither am I. No, go.
So we added them.
Yeah, German cow. They don't
So
care
we
about
inherited very high costs, and we're getting them down. They're coming down very rapidly, and when fuel comes down, they're really going to come down.
Yeah,
and I just want to say it's an
2 weeks.
honor to be here.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, pedophile. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Give it 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks. I'll have it all figured out. 2 weeks, baby. Give me 2 weeks. Little Billy's not gay. Welcome back, Smash. Good to see you. So here's just an example of how dishonest this is. And, one thing I pointed out in the Discord is that the ones that are taking the most from Israel, the loudest Israel cheerleaders are the ones that are talking about fraud the loudest. So Randy Fine here, I mean, central casting, corrupt politician. Let's check that web history. Randy Fine literally dehumanizes Palestinians. Cheers on their death. Cheers on the death of children in Palestine. Literally, one of the most disgusting human beings in government, in the U.S. government right now. And Smash, family's doing all right, best we can with the situation. Little guy's actually a little sick. Got himself a little flu. But anyway, I just noticed this, that, some of the loudest cheerleaders for Israel are also totally down for this electoral fraud thing. The Israeli government would love, I mean, we're already seeing this massive effort to literally combine the U.S. military and the Israeli military, literally to fuse them, I think was the term. Of course, with the goal being that the Israeli government could direct the U.S. government to fight its wars for them. And they're pretty desperate to do this because the IDF is having a rough time fighting a war on 7 fronts, I believe was the stat that I heard. 7 different fronts. Israel, the country of Israel, is fighting on most immoral army in the world. Everyone's Trump now. But anyway, here's Randy Fine here, spreading lies. Yesterday, I received my official mail-in ballot from Washington apartment, a woman at my Washington apartment for a woman I've never heard of. I've rented this place since I got elected over a year ago. A whole year. Whoa. All anyone would need to do is fill it out, sign it, and send it back. Total lie. Total lie. If Randy Fine were to do this, right, if you're, some purple-haired liberal and you fill it out, right, you pretend you're the person in the ballot, and then you send it in, right, you try to, because you got a signature. One of the things that's slowing down the verification in California is they check the signatures, right? Democrats are stealing elections every day, pass the Save America Act. The total lie. If you were Randy Fine, if anyone were to do this, they flag it, they kill the vote, and then they investigate. Okay, where'd this ballot come from? Who filled it out? Sorry to inform you, woman, who had a ballot sent one place and then a ballot sent the other. Or in this case, maybe she moved and she didn't update her address. Or sometimes you'll move, update your address, and then they still send it to the wrong address anyway. Anybody who's moved can tell you that happens all the time, right? Sometimes it takes a little time for the systems to catch up. You'll update your address, and a year later, it's still sending to the wrong place. I'm still getting shit sent to my old address in San Francisco, even though I updated things years later. So that the fraud would be checked, the signature would be checked. Oh, this is it, and it would be invalidated. And what does Randy Fine and Donald Trump want to do? They want to make it easier to do this, but of course for them. I know I sound like a broken record here, and I'm sorry, but I just need to stress that our system is actually really, really good. Our electoral system. The Electoral College obviously needs to be destroyed. One person, one vote, right? We need to, have tiered voting. I always forget the name of that when I'm on stream. I bring it up all the time outside of stream. But first past the post needs to be eliminated, right? We have to do tiered voting. But in terms of fraud, in terms of, ballot stuffing, people pretending to be something that they're not, voting twice, practically, virtually non-existent, lower than the margin of error. The last 20 years, I think there was 100 or 200 cases out of hundreds of millions of votes. Hundreds of millions of votes. I just need to stress this because they're going to push this. They're, you know, and then you're going to eventually hear neoliberals. Oh, maybe there is some fraud. Oh, you know, I'd like to get some more votes. And, oh, but there's a bunch of my constituency that have been convinced through propaganda that they're not going to defend the system. They're going to go along with the lie. Oh, maybe because you'll hear it. There's a lot of neoliberals now talking about voter ID because their ignorant constituency heard something on Facebook. They're not defending the system. They're not pushing back against the lies. Oh, I want the votes. I want the votes. It's not a real problem. It will become one, though. They want a system that's easily defrauded. It just sickens me, this kind of stuff. Weird to hear such strong use in us and them. What are you talking about? It's just disgusting. So I'm going to show you this video here. I'm just going to show you this video, and then I'll comment on it instead of interrupting it constantly.
And finally, two-time gold medal winner in speed skating in this year's Winter Olympics, Jordan Stolz. Where the hell is he? Whoa. Oh. That's pretty good. Whoa. Stand up. Stand up.
He's such a closeted homosexual. He's such a closet. Wow, you're a big, strong lad. Oh, I'd hate to see you all oiled up in my beach, in my pool. I'd hate to see that. What do you look like shirtless? Oh, don't tell me. Both sides. Can you just leave, please? Another right-winger who wants to normalize MAGA fascism by both sidesing. Just go. Just leave. I don't have time for your ignorance.
Yeah.
I hate Democrats. I love progressives. I'm sitting here criticizing neoliberal Democrats. I fucking hate them. I'll vote for them if I have to. Stop the both sides madness. There's nothing both sides about any of this. I mean, there is though, right? Both sides are participating in corruption. But when it comes to literally the subject that I was talking about, voter fraud, there's no both sides on that. Well, I guess I was just explaining how we're seeing neoliberal Democrats go along with the lies. Okay, so I guess I'll allow it. I just hate the lazy, both sides are corrupt, hand wave away, pithy argument. No, it's fine, because I was literally talking about how we are seeing neoliberals go along with some of these lies about voter fraud. I guess I'll allow it. I'm just so sick of the both sides bullshit. So this fucking idiot wins a gold medal in some fucking bullshit speed skating. Some rich boy whose parents, had the money for him to spend, his young adult life in a fucking ice rink, right? It's winter sports is very, very elitist, right? It's you don't too often see poor folks. There's some of them, but very often it's rich fucks from rich families who have the money. Oh, you don't need to, don't need to work. You don't need to do anything. Train all day. We'll pay for it. Get you all the equipment. Get you all the, take you to practice every single time. This fucking moron hands him a gold medal. Donald Trump happily accepts it. Like this fat fuck wouldn't fucking... I'm going to get in trouble if I continue.
I'm keeping it.
I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. The fact that, he's done this before with the FIFA prize, right? Oh, gold bauble, shiny, put it on my neck. Oh, can I keep the soccer trophy? Can I keep the soccer trophy too? Bound, I said some. I said a majority, but there are some exceptions. Are you a multimillionaire? Listen to what I say carefully before you get offended. Because I said, yeah, there are some, examples. Poor folks sacrificing everything, right, to get their kid in mid seven figure. So you're almost a millionaire. What, on paper? You're earning that a year, not just assets? Because technically, I'm a millionaire in assets if you want to consider my house that I have a massive fucking mortgage on. But I did say specifically, there are some folks. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's firmly middle class, $700K. But I did say, I would say, I don't have the numbers in front of me. But winter sports is for the rich. And there are some exceptions. There are some poor people who sacrifice, right? Their kids got some talent.
I'm keeping it, Jordan. I'm not giving it back. I'm a very good guy for keeping gold. I like gold. I'm never giving this back. Congratulations. I forgot to touch his leg. I didn't want to do that. But I can tell you one thing. His leg is like a rock. That's fair. 2 gold medals. Wow.
He's such a queen. He's such a queen. He fawns, absolutely fawns over big muscular men. I wanted to touch your leg. Just give me a good feel of those muscles, baby. Let me tell you about the colors I picked for the curtains in the ballroom. Let me play you some Ava Marie. Whatever the name of that song is. Let me play you some YMCA while I jerk off you and your friend. He's such a closeted gay man. He really truly is. Which there's nothing wrong with being gay. There's a big problem with being a closeted gay man who destroys gay rights. Right? Big problem with that. I'm not gay. I only love oiled up, muscly men. Right. What was that picture that he just released? Did someone put it in? I think I put it in the meme section. Did I put that there? Yeah, look at this shit. He posted this. Wow, look at me. Big, strong, muscly man surrounded by hot Wait a minute. Big, bulging, muscly men cheerleaders. Wait a minute. And he's holding a basketball? He's playing football, but he's got basketball, soccer ball. I didn't notice that before. Right out of Central Casting. Oh, just let me feel those muscles. Oh. I'll play some YMCA and tell you about my ballroom. He posted this. He's such a closeted gay man. Wanted to feel your leg.
That's big stuff. Thank you. It's an honor.
I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep your award that you earned. God. And of course, this just pathetic example right here. Right now, near the end of the story, right? Oh, I'm so loyal. Oh, love me, daddy, love me. I guarantee you, if you were to have a political discussion with him, he'd pull out the I'm not political very, very quickly. He'd do the Dana White thing. Oh, I'm not even Republican. Most people consider me to be a centrist Democrat. I'm not very political, bro. I'm not very political. No, and I'm happy for your success, Bound. I am. But I will stick by my ass poll assumption that winter sports is for the rich. I'm eager to be proven wrong if there's some kind of stats you could pull that says, oh no, look, a majority are actually poor people, just working hard, right? Talented poor people who make the sacrifices, right, to show up to ice rinks and whatnot. I don't know. I just see these little, usually white, Aryan-looking motherfuckers, polo, speed skating. It's definitely my own opinion, though. Lots of people of color doing those things as well. Yeah, Nova Ghost, and now the war in Iran. Now the war in Iran. Now he wants to send your kids to the same Middle Eastern quagmire that George Bush and Barack Obama and fucking, quite frankly, Joe Biden as well. Well, he got out of Afghanistan, but not Iraq? Is there a snowball fight competition? Speaking of the ballroom here, Mike Levin, I don't know who this is, but he gives money to Elon Musk. This is so insanely corrupt, I can't believe it. So we're talking about the ballroom now. More than half of the donors of Trump's $400 million White House ballroom just won over $50 billion in new federal contracts in 6 months. $50 billion. Okay. It's you know, these numbers are thrown around so often. It's like, whatever, billion this, million that, billion this. You got to understand, like, a billion is that a 1,000 million? Hold on. I got to show this. Billion compared to million. The difference between a million and a billion is 999, as a billion is 1,000 times larger than a million. Let me just show you what this looks like. 1 billion versus 1 million. Because these numbers are thrown around so often. Okay, yeah, make it dark. Perfect. Awesome. 3 more zeros. It's even hard for even me to comprehend. So here we go. Here's a picture. Okay. Just show me the picture, goddammit. So we got 10,000. Let me make this bigger here. We got 10,000 in 100 bills. Yeah, 1 million in 100 bills right here. 100 million in 100 bills. 1 billion in 100 bills. So this is what 1 million looks like right here in 100 bills versus 1 billion. Pallets. This isn't really the best visualization either. And of course, Elon Musk is soon to be the first modern trillionaire right here. Here we go. 30,000, 280,000. So bound TRS is about right here. 750,000. So this is bound right here. And then this is 1 million. 1 billion. They're doing a disservice here. It's fine. There's so many visuals. I'm not finding the right ones. But they're like way, way up, way, way up. What $1 trillion looks like. How come I always find these really great visual representations and then I never have them ready? It's a lot of dough. Yeah, trillion, it's like it's hard to even comprehend. This isn't quite accurate right here. This one isn't quite accurate. Oy vey. It's a lot. It's a lot. So the ballroom went from 400 million to 50 billion. And here's the part that should make your blood boil. 16 of those 27 donors were facing federal enforcement actions. So 16 of the 27 voters or donors were in hot water for corruption, antitrust reviews, labor cases, security charges. Many of those cases have been quietly dropped or scaled back since Trump took office. You write a check, your legal problems disappear. That's not a coincidence. It really isn't. And then what do you hear from Republicans? But Hunter Biden. But Hunter Biden's paintings. Should he have done it? No, of course not. Is there any even remote comparison to be made between the son of a president making what, $100,000? I'm not excusing it. Versus millions and billions. There's no comparison there. Oh, well, what they both sides, they both do it. Now, if it was up to me, the entire Biden family would be investigated. You've heard my opinions on Joe Biden and his presidential library. I think it should be a fucking room in the Trump library because he's such a side fucking story. There's some accomplishments there. But the guy is such a fucking embarrassment. Of course, Hunter Biden should go to jail. Of course, Clintons should go to jail. Of course they should. But these Republicans, I mean, there's just no comparison. The Clinton Foundation, wildly corrupt. Compared to the Trump Foundation, the Clinton Foundation is the fucking squeaky clean, I'm trying to think of a squeaky clean organization. I guess one doesn't exist. Fucking the Miss Rachel Foundation. Okay? Compared to what the Trump and the MAGAs are up to, the corruption, versus what the Clintons are up to. I agree, Tisriel. I totally agree. And of course, we see corporate neoliberals defend or not really talk, not really prosecute, because they themselves, right, the Nancy Pelosi's, they're dipping their toes in. They're getting a little bit. They're getting a little chunk. For us, it's a lot, but, comparatively. So they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to do anything about it. They don't want to go after the job creators when they get into office. Vote blue no matter who. Oh, well, are you going to do something about any of this? No. Because them and their buddies, Gavin Newsom and their buddies, right, they make a little bit on the side. Little bit compared to Donald Trump just going insane. There's no president in U.S. history that has stolen more, that has done more active corruption than Donald Trump. There's not even, the chart would be like, woo, to compare it. It is unbelievable, the amount of corruption. And what makes, and the thing that, I love the sound effect, the thing that makes it most disgusting is that this entire neoliberal Democrat Party that's supposed to be fighting against this, silent. Practically silent. Little blips here and there. Sometimes they'll call it out, but are they like, and that's why I support this legislation that's going to do something about it. Now, once in a while, we do see legislation, and that's why both sides, it's not accurate to say both sides, because, you do see the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, Elizabeth Warren. You do see an attempt that they knew wasn't going to go through. But at least they pretend to give a shit about insider trading. Right? There was that insider trading bill, I think it was introduced by a Democrat, shot down by Republicans. The White House won't even release the full donor list. They're hiding it on purpose because daylight is the one thing to pay to play can't survive. A federal judge already ruled ballroom construction has to stop until Congress authorizes it. This commentary from Mike Levin here. He says, government is supposed to serve the people, not auction itself off to the highest bidder. When access goes to whoever pays the most, working families always end up paying the price. We either end the corruption or the corruption will end us. And it's true. if there's one thing that kills empires, it's corruption. No matter if it's right wing, left wing, centrist, whatever it is. You know, communist, capitalist, whatever it is. Corruption is the cancer of government. And there's so many examples. You know, so many examples of ancient history, modern history. So many examples of governments folding, whole cultures and societies collapsing, right? Because they just had to. They never stop. If you let them steal, they'll take as much as they can until they can't take no more, and then the person right behind them starts taking. Checks and balances, transparency, real democratic ability for people to change the laws, right? Eliminating first past the post, eliminating the electoral college. Tiered voting. What is the fucking word? God, someone help me with this. Multi-tiered voting. It's not the right term. Someone help me. God, I'm suffering here. But there are solutions to corruption, right? We can't depend on getting a bunch of Zoran Mamdanis in there and then hoping for the best. We have to proportional. No, it's not proportional representation. It's like it's a type of voting where, you know, you vote for one candidate, and if that candidate doesn't win, then the second choice is chosen, and if that second choice doesn't win, then it's the third choice. Oh, it's right on the tip of my goddamn tongue. But it's the alternative to first past the post style voting. Ranked choice. Thank you, God. Thank you, German cow. Ranked choice. Ranked choice. Extra special props to German cow. Everyone in the chat for saving my ass. So unfortunately, I'm going to show you a little bit of MS Now. I know. Boo away. Ari Melber here, standing in for Jen Psaki, professional liar for the Joe Biden administration, then hired by MS Now, because she was such a fresh face. Jen Psaki, ooh, watch out, she'll burn you. Every single fucking day for 4 fucking years. Lied to the American public about any number of things. Now she gets in front of us and pretends like she's a journalist. Hilarious. But anyway, they're covering this because, of course, right, it's a partisan thing. So they're covering it. This has some more details about this. Was 400 million supposed to be, and I love how Ari here doesn't call them bribes, calls them gifts. No, it's a bribe. It's a fucking bribe. When a moneyed individual donates something to the president, it's a bribe. It's not a gift. But they use this type of language to, so that they can protect their side, the corporate neoliberals. You'll have to give me more context there, Nova Ghost. I don't know every single court case. I'm not a lawyer. Thank you for sticking around, by the way. I know I'm very abrasive. But anyway, they are gratuities. Oh, is that what they are? Right, gratuities. They should make a flat salary. I truly believe that, and Warren Buffett has talked about this as well. One of the few things I agree with Warren Buffett on. But he's like, make their wages, the lowest wage, available to your average American, right? What's like 30 or 40,000 a year, maybe even lower. Make that the cap for politicians. No stock trading. Incredible scrutiny on their personal finances, right? All these rules to be a politician. Oh, no, not me. No. You. All of them. And watch these problems melt away. Watch these fucking problems melt away. If you were to hold the politicians to that standard. Oh, well, immediately, if that were to go into effect, immediately they would start talking about raising the minimum wage. Immediately. What do you mean I'm only going to earn $27,000 a year? Whoa, what are you talking about? That's it? That's all I get? Yeah, and it's illegal for you to, make money in other ways. What? I quit. It would be mass resignations, and then the people that replace them would immediately start working on raising the minimum wage. I'm a Marine that fought in Iraq. Rock 154 IQ. Okay. Top of the spectrum autism. I know all about abrasiveness. Taking shits is my love language. Okay. All right. All right. I'm not saying, my kid's probably autistic. So, but I will say that there does appear to be a lot of autistic people who like my shit. I don't know what's going on with that. Much love to the autistic community. But I have noticed that a lot of autistic people seem to watch my channel. I don't know what the deal is. Apparently autistic people are honest folks, most of them. Because you're honest and to the point. Yeah, I'm to the point. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. But no, thank you, Kim. And much love to the autism community. All right, so let's watch a little bit, get a couple details here from corporate media about this. It's supposed to be $400 million. Now it's $50 billion. Well, mostly.
Donald Trump demolished the historic East Wing of the White House to build his gaudy new ballroom. He made the American people a promise. He said the whole project would not cost the American taxpayer a dime. Now, sure, like any construction project, it was going to cost money, and building Trump's ballroom was going to cost a lot of money, a whopping $400 million. But it was all going to be paid for by wealthy people and big businesses. Basically, a generous gift out of the
Gift? These motherfuckers still can't say the word lie half the time. They've only just started to dip their toe into saying the president lies about things. And they and it's like, you're separated, man. You just had this whole rebrand, separated from NBC. And you just, they defend Israel still, right? They still use the friendly language when it comes to Israel. They don't want to call it a genocide. They don't want to call it what it is. They ignore stories about the West Bank. Thank you, Kim. Right? They ignore the expansion of the West Bank. They ignore Lebanon. They go along with the fiction that if you criticize Israel, you're an anti-Semite. So I don't know. I don't even get what they're serving anymore. They could have buku views if they decided to actually be progressive and call the shit out. And I'm not talking be like partisan, but just like literally use accurate language. But no, they continue with this fiction. This idea that, we're, because like a lot of these people that work at MS Now, they're still nostalgic for Rush Limbaugh style Republicans, right? Oh, we're going to get the sensible ones back, and it'll be just like it used to be, still nostalgic over the 1990s political era. And when Donald Trump gets his corrupt FCC to remove their broadcasting license and destroy this network, they will really only have themselves to blame. When do we stop giving the benefit of the doubt to the fascists? Right? When do we stop, extending our hand of friendship to the fascists? You even got TYT doing it now. TYT, supposed to be home of the progressives. Supposed to be the alternative media. Oh, Tucker Carlson's not so bad. Literally white supremacist, great replacement theory Tucker Carlson, because he's right about Palestine. Forget everything else. Anna Kasparian going on Candace Owens fucking show. Oh, she's not so bad. We are gonna be stuffed into vans on our way to the liberal concentration camp. And there's gonna be some fucking liberal in there trying to argue the definition of fascism. You know what I mean? Oh, well, come on, it's not really fascist. I mean, technically it's not fascist. Technically no one was wearing a swastika when they kidnapped me in the middle of the night and crammed me in a van on our way to the concentration camp. Technically we're not. Technically this, technically that. Gift? When a billionaire gives Donald Trump money to build his gaudy gold boondoggle that he calls a ballroom, sounding more like a fucking fortress, it's a gift. You know, Nova, that's the thing, is that a lot of these people, they don't, you know, a lot of these people are millionaires. Like Bound. No, just kidding. But no, a lot of them are totally, they're still in a bubble, right? Things have gotten more expensive, but that's a problem for their accountant. It's not like a real problem they have to deal with. Their quality of life hasn't really changed too much. Well, Bound, I think taxes on people like you should be lowered, or at the very least unchanged, where taxes on the mega rich should go up. Right? What we see is when they are raising taxes, they actually target people like you, Bound. $700K, couple million a year. Right? Upper middle class, upper middle class. Those taxes go way up. Jeff Bezos' taxes go way down. You know, and in a way that gets people like Bound who's smart enough to know better, but that will get people like Bound to vote for Republicans. Oh, I'm gonna lower your taxes. I'm gonna lower your taxes. Someone's got to pay for it. Okay? And it comes out of the pocket of the middle class. Almost always. Mega rich get protected. Back to the video. Yeah, Bound. I mean, like, yeah, taxes on folks like you should be lowered. Right? I want a strong, prosperous middle class, and I want a heavily taxed oligarchy class. And, you know, the irony is that we can raise their taxes to incredibly high levels, and they still get to live like kings. Yeah, Nova Ghost and the tax dodging, that shit would be heavily fined. Heavily fined. You don't get to take advantage of American consumers and then move your wealth out of our country to dodge our taxes, right? And then Forbes magazine calls you a financial genius. No. So there are laws, there are regulations, there are actions that government can take to prevent these things from happening, right? FDR showed us. We just need to make them happen, right? We got more Zohar Mamdanis, more Graham Plattners, more AOCs, maybe. We'll see. She pulls her head out of the fucking neoliberal centrist asshole she seems to want to stick herself in, right? More Bernie Sanders, right? But better. There's ways to stop this. It's, you know, because the way that it's delivered to us is that it's an inevitability, that there's nothing we can do about it. Total lie.
Paid for by wealthy people and big businesses. Basically a generous gift out of the kindness of their own hearts.
Shut up.
Trump repeated that line over and
lie.
over, so much so that when his allies eventually proposed spending an additional $1 billion of taxpayer money with a significant...
I don't know about more Hassan Pikers. I don't know about... You know, it's like... Yeah, I mean... I like Hassan. I do. But I can't sit here and deny that Hassan hasn't been a mixed bag. We'll say that. Okay? At the very least, that motherfucker gets in the streets. Okay? I don't see Destiny getting in the streets. I don't see Vosh getting in the streets. If that motherfucker would just take his tongue out of Xi Jinping's asshole, I would be singing his praises. But that motherfucker has to praise China and also do apologencia for Russia, ignore Ukraine. Oh, he's just so close. Status quo. Now, Jordan Sheridan, yeah, let's get a couple million more Jordan Sheridans. Exactly.
Chunk of the ballroom security, for a significant chunk of the ballroom security, people freaked out. Even many Republicans couldn't stomach spending $1 billion of taxpayer money on things like a ballroom. And this week, they stripped that $1 billion from their big spending bill. But what if I told you this? The Trump administration had already spent 50 times that much in taxpayer money to build his ballroom. What if I told you Trump had already taken $50 billion out of the U.S. Treasury and spent it?
I agree.
All as part of what looks...
Because he takes heat. Destiny sends his little fucking minions. Asmund Gold sends his little fucking minions to go talk shit to Hassan. And he's got nowhere to run. Takes a little bit of cojones to get out there and do it. Nova Ghost. He literally... You know, I'm not expecting you to be like a Hassan freak and watching him, but take my word on this. He literally, just a couple months ago, took a trip to China, praising China the whole time, while China was like on his ass, censoring his stream. And, you know, I always bring this up, and it's just disgusting to me. A fan of his handed him a antique copy of Mao's Little Red Book, and he went total soy face over Mao's Little Red Book. 5-year plan. Okay, I'm not talking about like a book from Trotsky or even the fucking Communist Manifesto. Okay, something from Marx, something from Mao. One of the world's butchers, one of the fucking world's butchers, starved tens of millions of his own citizens through his own policies and failures. Oh, is this a first edition Little Red Book? Wow, from Mao Zedong? Wow. While he's doing a fucking tongue bath for Xi Jinping in China. It's disgusting. The only place that book should have gone is right in the fucking trash. And he treasured it. He treasured it. 5-year plan. He starved millions.
Very much like a pay-to-play scheme to finance his vanity project. And I'm not making this up. A brand new report from the government watchdog group Public Citizen looked into the private donors who are supposedly funding the Trump ballroom as a gift. Guess what their investigation found? Quote, more than half of the publicly identified donors to President Donald Trump's White House ballroom project have won new or expanded federal contracts worth more than $50 billion.
Right, so are you going to call it a bribe? You call it a gift. How about you call it a fucking bribe, Mr. Clean with the fucking thick brim glasses? Call it a fucking bribe then. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to offend anybody. Mr. Clean is filled with dirt and grime and grease in just a minute. Call it a fucking bribe. You fucking sparkly asshole.
During the past 6 months. The report also found that most of those same companies are also facing federal enforcement actions over alleged wrongdoing, and that some have had such actions suspended by the Trump administration since the start of Trump's second term. So just to put a fine point on this, these rich donors and corporations gave Trump $400 million to build his ballroom. And then, according to this report, the Trump administration gave those rich donors and corporations $50 billion in taxpayer money in new or expanded government.
Guarantee you those glasses, fucking couple grand. Guarantee you. They look expensive.
Contracts that they were not getting before. And to top it all off, the report says the Trump administration dropped enforcement actions against a few of the companies as well, as if they were paying into a state-sanctioned protection racket. Now, the White House denied a pay-to-play arrangement. But by every appearance, this certainly looks like a duck, and it walks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, too.
Wow, what kind of duck? Say the word bribe, you fucking coward. What kind of duck? What are you? They're like hinting at it, dancing around the term. What are you afraid of, man?
But that's how Trump sees the federal government. He thinks the federal property and taxpayer money are all his to play with.
I mean, you got people, watching this on their third screen on their cell phone while dealing with their kids and cooking fucking dinner, dude. Can you get to the fucking point? Dancing around this like you're a fucking ballerina. Call it a bribe.
Today, Trump administration...
Oh, that would be uncouth. Oh, that would be so uncouth. What would the multi-billion-dollar owners of my network say?
Officials were in court defending his big ballroom project. During that hearing, a federal judge asked one of the lawyers for the Trump administration this hypothetical about Trump's authority to unilaterally destroy government property. Says if the government decides very quickly to bulldoze the statue...
Seth Rogen has really pissed me off lately. I hate that I look like that motherfucker.
...of liberty, nothing can be done?
Yeah.
The Trump administration...
So this is what his DOJ is arguing in court. Right. He's just very I don't get political. I don't want to have kids and I'm super happy about it, which is fine, that's your fucking choice. Don't rub it in. Don't fucking rub it in. Right? He's just one of these completely out of touch, rich celebrities that thinks he's got it all figured out. But what he doesn't realize is that he's mega fucking rich. So yeah, you get to live a life of fucking luxury. You get to live a life of happiness and joy, hopping from one fun project to the next. Well, why don't you just do that like me? Why don't you just do that like me? Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to have some time to do something creative. I'm surviving, Seth. And it's I'm happy for his success. I am. But don't be telling motherfuckers what the answer is. Okay? You're extremely, extremely fucking lucky. You are not the, mainstream. You are an anomaly in a fucking ocean of suffering. You're an island of pleasure. Seth. But anyway, yeah, this is what the DOJ is arguing in court. That, if they did it quick enough, they could bulldoze the Statue of Liberty and there's just nothing you can do about it, right? Trying to defend the actions that Donald Trump did to the White House.
Lawyer report, quote, I think that's right, yes. Yes, the Trump administration argued today in court that Trump could bulldoze the Statue of Liberty and no law could stop him. It's an audacious claim until you remember that this is the same guy who once had his lawyers...
It's literally making the argument that, if you rob a bank and, spend the money before the cops catch you, then you're good to go, right? Well, it's gone. You rob a bank and have one great weekend, one Seth Rogen level weekend in Las Vegas. Well, it's all gone. What can you do? Ironically, this is how my video game collection was stolen. Someone stole my shit from a storage facility. They were able to pawn it all off. I got nothing. I got totally fucking screwed because he was able to get rid of the evidence fast enough. So I guess crime is legal in America now.
Argued before the Supreme Court that as president, Trump could assassinate his political rival and be immune from prosecution. And remember, Trump's hand-picked judges on the Supreme Court ultimately agreed with those arguments, enough to grant pretty broad presidential immunity. So it's no particular surprise that Trump acts like he's not bound by any rules. Take his latest construction project, the big triumphal arch that he wants to build right in front of Arlington National Cemetery, one that would cast a huge shadow over the graves of American service members.
Look at the size difference. He literally wants to build this fucking Nazi arch, twice the size of the fucking Washington Monument. Calls it the Triumphal Arch. Yeah, come on. We know what they want to name it. It's Triumphal Arch until it's the Trump Arch. We've decided to change the name. Would you believe it? I had nothing to do with this decision. They wanted to name it the Trump Arch. I just had to say yes. I had no choice. I wanted to call it the Epstein Arch, but they said that's not a good idea.
Trump's decision to increase the size of the arch has even alarmed
No, get this, Krail of Xanath. Get this. They didn't inform me. The storage company called Simply Storage or some shit like that. They didn't inform me until I went months later after the theft to go, put some stuff in there. And I told them, I could have checked pawn shops. That's how badly they fucked me over. Whoa, Nova Ghost. Whoa. Don't put that stuff on the internet, man. I gotta fucking look, Nova Ghost. I gotta punish you for that, man. I am sorry. 10 minutes. Do not talk about assassinating the president in my fucking chat. Okay? Whoa. Yeah, whoa. TOS, buddy. No. Okay? All right? Let the McDonald's do its work. No offense, Nova Ghost. But holy shit. What are you trying to get my ass banned? Holy shit.
architect who first proposed the idea, who told the New York Times that Trump's new scale is, quote, way too big for that site. Trump is demanding that his arch be 250 feet tall, despite...
Can we get it right here? Is a 10-minute timeout a ban? Excuse me. Big difference.
An existing law that would restrict its height to just 130 feet. But today, Trump's hand-picked federal planning commission decided that that law doesn't apply to Donald Trump's arch.
So what Mr. Clean here has been talking about, no, it isn't. It's a timeout. What Mr. Clean here is talking about, Trump wants to build this arch 250 fucking feet or something, which is like higher than the tallest building in D.C. And they're just like, yeah, fuck it. I mean, it might be against the law and it creates all kinds of complications. Fuck it. Oh, thank you, honey. Fuck it.
Arch. The chairman of that commission, who happens to be Donald Trump's staff secretary, says he's skeptical of the long-accepted legal arguments about the law's applicability to the arch. They're also ignoring concerns about air traffic. As New York Times reports, aviation experts are warning that the arch's height could actually cause problems for the already...
Guarantee you, if he were to actually go through with this, he would replace this statue of a fucking angel or whatever with Donald Trump and rename it the Trump Arch. Guarantee you that's what the fucking plan is.
Problem-plagued airspace over Washington, D.C.
Oh, it definitely does, Krail.
Remember that just 9 days into Trump's second administration, that very airspace was the site of the deadliest air collision over U.S. territory in decades. You would think Donald Trump would want to avoid any future problems in the airspace over the nation's capital. But Trump is willing to overlook all of those concerns to get his arch, which more than anything else feels like a monument to himself. He craves symbols of his own power, like he's an authoritarian leader in some tin-pot dictatorship. And he's never been shy about those aspirations. He openly joked about being a dictator on day one of his presidency.
Right. And you still can't call this action a bribe. He's so very clearly a fascistic dictator, and you still don't have the fucking balls to call balls and strikes. You're still cowering and praying to bipartisanship. Who's the fucking fool? The goddamn ravenous monster, right? The scorpion on our collective back, stinging us as we take it across the fucking river? Or you, the hapless frog? Oh, why are you stinging me, scorpion? Why? I thought we were friends. Mr. Clean over here. He's fucking scrubbed his fucking brain.
He's the same guy who once said his fake claims of election fraud warranted terminating the Constitution itself. And last year, Donald Trump basically declared himself above the law, saying he who serves his country does not violate any law.
Oh, I don't want to seem partisan calling an obvious bribe a bribe. I don't want to do that.
As if he is the sole arbiter of what is and is not legal. And Trump has surrounded himself with lackeys who are willing to support that expansive theory of power. Just this week, Trump told his aides to officially begin the process of appointing his former personal attorney, Todd Blanche, to permanently fill the role.
And he loves it, too. This Todd Blanche character, he loves it. Whatever you want, Trump Daddy, whatever you want, no matter how ridiculous it is, no matter how much it makes a mockery of our justice system, what's left of it. Whatever it takes, Daddy, whatever you want.
Of Attorney General. And just today, Blanche made it clear that he intends to use that office to shield Donald Trump from accountability for his actions, even after his term ends.
Right.
Well, do I believe it's a possibility that the Democrats will go after President Trump, his family, anybody that knows him, anybody that worked for him?
Yeah, criminals who have committed crimes, going after them. And the funny thing is, they say this shit, but they don't have to worry about shit. If Gavin Newsom wins, if fucking Cory Booker wins, if Pete Buttigieg wins, there's going to be no investigations. It's right back to the Obama shit. Looking forward, not backwards. Right back to the fucking Joe Biden putting Merrick Garland in charge of the investigation where he sits on his balls for fucking 6 months before he even thinks about doing anything. No, they're going to come after us. They're going to come after us. They're going to come after us. No, they're not. No, they're fucking not. Now, if we get a Graham Plattner in there, right, we get someone like Zohran Mamdani in there, maybe if we get an AOC in there, maybe with an AOC, will some of these criminals receive accountability. But if Gavin Newsom gets in there, scot-free. They're good to go. Crimes committed, money stolen, they get to keep it all. And you guarantee you, they'll be lining up to try it again. All the lessons learned. Right?
I think they've proven that to be true. And what can we do about it is we can just keep on exposing. When we learn about the weaponization that happened for many years, we can keep on exposing it and putting roadblocks in place so it never happens again.
Putting roadblocks in place. Not so that it can never happen again, so that Donald Trump cannot be held accountable for his actions. The irony here is that Trump and his administration are acting like Trump is invincible at a time when his popularity is at rock bottom. A new poll out this week finds that 61% of Americans now disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president. That's a record for Donald Trump in this particular poll.
Fake poll. I'll put a gun to their head and force them to think my way. They'll see. They're not even real people. They don't even count.
How does the country deal with a president who seems more and more emboldened to grab onto power as the American public continues to lose faith?
And you won't call him a fascist. You won't call him an authoritarian. You won't call him a tyrant. You won't call what obviously is happening bribes. You're still dancing, Ari. The respectability, dude, he's going to toss your ass in jail. He's going to fucking destroy your precious network and toss your ass in jail. And that's what your respectability is going to bring you. Because you know what? It's fucking Soma. It's placating. He should be riling people up, right? What do the right wingers do on their fucking networks? Riling people up. Calls to action. Get your ass out there. March in the streets. General strike. Oh, respectability. Oh, it's still the 1960s, and I'm Walter Cronkite. That's what I am. Respectability. The other side's making good points. It's just a debate. It's just a debate over ideas. Stop the fucking madness and take this shit seriously. You just spent 7 fucking minutes telling us how fucking dire things are. But it's like if you're an alien watching, you're like, it's just like, oh, okay, well, just, some, disagreements, some, corruption, both sides. Where's the call to action? How do we fix this? What do we do? And, you know, if he were to do a call to action, he'd say, vote for more Democrats. Get more Nancy Pelosi's in there.
In his ability to lead.
Yeah, wow. Pretty serious stuff, huh? Fucking MS Now, dude. When Donald Trump nukes this fucking network, I'm not going to shed a fucking tear. I'm not going to shed a fucking tear. Oh, respectability, respectability, as he's dragging your ass to jail over trumped up treason charges. You know, while Glenn Beck and Tucker Carlson and fucking Sean Hannity applaud and grin and smile, and all the fucking hacks that have been installed into CBS do the same. You know, they're talking about using Joe Rogan to host 60 Minutes. That's what they're talking about. Take this shit seriously. Your fucking demise is at hand, is right in front of you. They should be treating it like an existential crisis. And you're still flirting around with respectability, both sides, status quo politics. Jesus Christ. So Kyle over here, I had this tweet lined up, but, you know, we already heard it from Mr. Clean. DOJ over there saying, well, if they do it fast enough, they could demolish the Statue of Liberty. If they do it fast enough, then, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. One of the things I haven't covered yet is Republicans proudly kicking millions of Americans off health care benefits, food assistance benefits. And they brag about it. We've helped tens of millions of Americans off these programs. You know, they sell it to us like it's a benefit. Oh, they literally say it's like a bunch of Asmund Golds playing video games. Not mothers, not people in need, not old people, sick people, infirm people. But yeah, here's Middle-Aged Riot with his commentary. By the way, doesn't give Elon Musk money. Needs to be pointed out. Below, House Speaker Mike Johnson demonstrates the joyous exuberance that Republicans feel when taking food away from children while protecting a pedophile. I assume this is an image of Mike Johnson during the signing of the bill or something. Oh, yay, tens of millions more starving people. And you know what? They can continue to do it. Do those people get in the streets? No. They blame some brown guy wants to build a porch in Home Depot. Right? They blame some Asian old person walking down the sidewalk. They don't blame Jeff Bezos. They don't blame Elon Musk. They don't blame Donald Trump. They don't blame the government. They don't blame the people in power, the people running things. They look to their neighbor, or they look to people even below them, punching down, because that's easier. When will we learn? When will we learn? Yeah, Nova Ghost, it's a real issue. Global warming. And these motherfuckers, and speaking, perfect transition, by the way. Yeah, Blue Brother, I see that comment. It is kind of a way of gerrymandering, right? Because, yeah, poor people tend not to vote because they're too busy surviving. When will we fucking learn? It's actually much harder to vote if you don't have an address as well. A lot of people don't know that. But it's hard to register to vote when you don't have a fucking address. But speaking of global warming, here we have Donald Trump literally taking $200 million that the people's representatives approved for the Green New Deal, not the Green New Scan. Taking that money out of money that was appropriated to modernize our energy grid like our rival China is doing and give it to a fucking coal-fired power plant. Belching more clean coal. It's so clean. It's so fucking clean. No such thing. Doesn't exist. Not real. If you're playing SimCity, it's literally the worst kind of power plant you can build, and you want to build that bitch miles away from your town, or else you have to deal with constant pollution, people getting cancer, healthcare rates go up. That's in SimCity. But here's the fascist pedophile in chief over here. I've stolen 200 million that the people approved, the people's representatives approved. SimCity argument. I'll make them. I've stolen 200 million, given it to this god-awful, terrible, polluting industry that needs to be phased out completely. We're going to keep it alive, folks. Keep it alive. And of course, what are these coal companies? They're wildly corrupt. They don't give a shit about the health of their employees. Getting sick, getting all kinds of fucked up, lower the safety regulations so that, they don't have to provide safety gear. You don't have to wear it. So a bunch of tough Clint Eastwood motherfuckers get cancer, get black lung. They don't fucking care. Oh, you're no longer able to work? Too bad. No retirement. No coverage. Back to the gutter. Die quickly. That's what these coal owners believe in. Working you to your fucking spine. Working you right down to the marrow. And then dumping your corpse in the fucking ditch. That's who this motherfucker's helping out.
Starting this summer, the West Gateway project will break ground, and by summer 2028, over 12 million tons of clean, beautiful coal per year will be shipped to countries all around the world. And
haven't seen that one.
This project's been delayed over 10 years, and Biden ended it, and then Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama, another one. He's another beauty. But that delay is now over. And it's going to be very productive. It's going to fuel our electric plants in particular. It's going to be amazing. Finally, we're taking nearly $200 million in that to set aside for the Green New Scam. And it was set aside for the Green New Scam. But the Green New Scam is history. And
I love his piss tie, by the way. I think this is supposed to be gold. Looks like a tie literally formed from congealed piss.
Repurposing that money so that we...
Stolen. Repurposed. It's stolen. Stolen. Meanwhile, China laughing their ass off, right? They big innovators of green energy.
We start...
And by the way, what's incredibly important right now in this age of AI, right? What's just incredibly important right now? Fucking electricity. Making more of it, making it more efficiently. Renewables. This motherfucker driving us off a fucking cliff while fondling a fucking 13-year-old.
A coal plant in Maryland and help build 2 brand new coal plants in Alaska.
Which I believe coal plants do use a lot of water as well, right, in the process of extracting coal.
West Virginia. And these are all built with new technology. It's very clean.
Oh, very clean, very clean. Lie.
Amazing how that's come along.
He's lowering the regulations so that these coal plants don't have to use this new technology. So why would they use new fucking, fangled things that are even supposed to help a little bit? They don't have to.
It's all very clean. And the first new coal plants to open in our country since 2013. You couldn't open. You couldn't even think. They were only closing them.
Yeah.
They were closing them, and you had brownouts all over the place. But you don't have that anymore. Do you notice?
The brownouts, which I assume he's referencing in Texas, was because they completely privatized their electricity grid and started shutting down windmills and other renewables that were meant to help buttress. These motherfuckers lie. And we don't get in the fucking streets. That's the thing that drives me crazy. We got to shut this motherfucker down. We got to shame those motherfuckers in our life that are still, fucking living on another planet. I don't get political. Fuck you. Fuck you. Maybe there's a reason why I don't have too many friends. I don't want to talk about it. Fuck you. How about that? Our lives are being destroyed. We have no future. And you don't want to talk about it? Fuck you. Don't get political. Oh, don't get political. Why? Because you're an ignorant son of a bitch, doesn't even know what the fuck they're talking about? You want me to just roll right along with your fucking shitty opinions? Manufactured and installed by oligarchs? Fuck you. These fucking people are raping us. I don't want to talk about it. I don't have time to get in the streets. What's the point? Happy to give you their fucking opinions about why you should give up. They got a million fucking excuses about why we shouldn't act and why we can't act. Working overtime to come up with excuses as to why we can't do shit about it. One of the number one tools the oligarchy uses to spread their tyranny is apathy. Propaganda is a big part of it. But it's apathy. It's one of the reasons why I can't fucking stand the both sides argument, right? Because it's the fucking call of the apathetic. I give up. Both sides. We got to lead by your actions, though. All right? Because, yeah, I mean, shame people. Yeah, absolutely shame them. But I get it. It's not enough. You got to get out there and lead by example. A lot of people are followers. And they need something to get behind. You could be that person. Hey, come, I'm going to the protest. Come along with me. It's a lot of fun. I'm going to hand out water. Come along. Yeah, we're going to hand out some granola bars and, Oh, marching in the streets? Oh, that doesn't work. No, it's actually the only thing that's ever worked. You should reconsider it. They want to shame you for fighting back. Right? Oh, I don't know. Am I going to lose my job? Oh, I don't know. Cowards. And they should be meant to feel ashamed. They should be meant to feel like they are cowards for not getting out there. You got to bring people along. And if they don't want to come along, they should know they should be ashamed of themselves. And like I said before, if people aren't willing to get out there and fight, then we don't deserve this country. We don't deserve democracy. We deserve tyranny led by a pedophile. We deserve this if we're not willing to fight and die for it. Yeah, well, it's not enough, is it? We should have been General Strike year one. But, what's interesting, though, German cow, is that these oligarchs are sucking us dry, stealing from us so much. There's going to be so many unemployed people. It's like, well, I got nothing to do. Yeah, let's get in the streets. There's going to be a free lunch at the march. Someone, some grandma's making chili. Yeah, let's go. I'm hungry. Let's go. And that's where ICE comes in. That's where the Army comes in. And this is why, Pete Hegseth and Tom Hooman working on making being liberal illegal, NSPM 7. Because they know that they're going to be making a lot of desperate, hungry, jobless people who have nothing better to do than to get in the fucking streets. They have nothing to lose. So that's the next step. And you see this in China. You see this in Russia. Hardcore authoritarian fucking crackdown. Knocking on your door. Oh yeah, you said on Facebook you're going to go to the march, huh? What's your name? What's your kid's name? Where do you work? Oh, yeah, we're going to confiscate your car. We're going to confiscate your house. We're going to confiscate your bank account. That's what they do in fucking China. Take your fucking bank account. If you dare show any amount of dissent to the government. That's the next step. Oh, well, maybe I should have. Whoa. Yeah, Nova Ghost, we got to do it non-violently, buddy. Making a bunch of martyrs out of these pedophiles isn't going to fix the fucking problem. We need to throw them in jail, not into a fucking grave site. So get your head out of your ass with your fucking fantasies of revolution through violence. We have to do it non-violently. Only until they absolutely give us no fucking choice. 3-step program, just as German Cow said. 1, we inform ourselves. 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. Right here, mobilize.us. Take that energy and put it into one of these, someone who's organizing. Or organize yourself, the hidden 4th step. Because step 3, we got to put in the work. This is a fucking lifestyle. Stop being a tourist. Stop fantasizing about a bullet fixing your fucking problems. That's the solution. 3-step program, nonviolent, direct political action. Organizing, marching, donating. Leading by example. You're not going to be the one that fixes the fucking problem for everybody. But you could be a link in the chain that contributes. That's how you do it. Let's finish what this idiot has to say. Okay, good. He's done. Because they're lying to us, folks. And here's a great example right here. NYT, we were talking about them earlier. Compromised. What's my plan to inform? I'm doing it. I'm doing the best I can. Taking time out of my day when I should be taking care of my sick, blind, autistic kid to do a fucking stream where I earn $0 fucking dollars to spread the word of nonviolent direct political action. Motherfuckers who know me personally know that they don't want to talk to me about politics because I will tell them right to their face, you need to do more. They don't want to hear it. And I encourage everyone else to do the same. I do everything I can to inform people about how much danger they're in. And they give me weird looks like I'm a fucking alien. That's step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, sign up and show up. Plant a fucking tree. Sign up to a phone bank. Donate some fucking money. Look at this. You could plant a fucking tree. You could do this today. If you live in San Francisco, right? The cool thing about this website, mobilize.us, here's the link right here. Cool thing about this website is you can filter it by region. You know, where you're close. Anyway, back to the New York Times. Here, look, this is how they lie to us. Look at this. So this is how the New York Times covers job growth under Biden versus Trump. Yeah, thank you, Blue Brother. It's not enough. It's never enough. When I get back to the United States, I'm going to be marching a lot more. You're going to see me in the streets a whole lot more. Not a lot I can do over here in Canada, but I'm coming back for my fucking kid. Thought I escaped this fascism. Thought I escaped this fucking authoritarian nightmare. Somewhat. Not that you can escape it completely, but I thought maybe I could, fight it, but from a safe location. Nope. All right. Do you think that's enough, Nova Ghost? You're over here talking about political assassination. Clearly, you don't think that's enough. I encourage you to put that energy that you put into fantasizing about a bullet fixing the problem into phone banking, planting a tree. Anyway, this is how they lie to us. NYT headline when economy added 266,000 jobs under Biden versus NYT headline when BLS says the economy added 172 jobs under Trump. Job growth slowed. Oh no. Oh, job growth. It's only 266,000. Oh, Biden sucks. Biden sucks. Doesn't he suck? Versus Trump. 172,000 jobs added in May as U.S. labor market upswing continues. Upswing versus, middling expectations under Biden. This is how they lie to us. Majority of people don't read the article. They just read the headlines. You know? Majority of people read the headline, couple paragraphs, and then whatever. They don't even get to the end of it. Grand majority of people don't get to the end of the article. And where do they hide the real data? Of course, last couple paragraphs of the fucking article. Look it up. They do studies about how these fucking newspaper companies lie to us. Look it up. Misleading headline, bunch of bullshit, last 2 or 3 paragraphs, the actual facts of the matter. Sometimes the last 3 paragraphs will be contradictory to the tone of the headline. That's how bad it is. But this is just one example of how they lie to the normies. Right? This is why your, neoliberal friend or family member thinks it's like, well, it's bad, but it's not that bad. Oh, both sides. I mean, it's both sides, right? Both sides. That Biden. Oh, that Biden. Oh, he sucks. He sucks so much. Why does he suck? Well, no. No. True that, Tisriel. True that. But it's like the framing. What we're talking about right here is specifically how they frame things. You'll see this in Politico. You'll see this in AP. You'll see this in New York Times. These are supposed to be, right, sources of information. Clear bias. And AI now writes articles this way. Yeah, of course. Let's keep it moving. So we already talked about, Mr. Clean brought this up as well. Trump's Attorney General pick says they're working on roadblocks so Dems, can't go after Trump in 2029. A couple things here. One, this kind of indicates that maybe they're hedging their bets a little bit, where they're like, maybe we won't be able to steal the midterms and maybe we won't be able to steal the election, maybe, right? Which gives me a little hope that they're not 100% confident that they're going to be able to steal everything in time. So they're hedging their bets, putting roadblocks there. But once again, I need to point out, they got nothing to worry about, right? If the presidential primaries go in like the way of the California primaries just went, another neoliberal, handpicked by the establishment, fucking Gavin Newsom, fucking Cory Booker, steal the moon. I wish they'd fucking move to the moon. Right? But another establishment status quo neoliberal will be picked. And, of course they're going to win. They're not going to win because people are super excited, right? People would rather get a fucking colonoscopy than support your average neoliberal Democrat. Look up the numbers. Look up the numbers. They'd rather get a fucking root canal than support your average Democrat. But the Democrats are still going to win because Donald Trump is so obviously disgusting. A lot of Republicans are going to be sitting it out. They're not going to vote for a Democrat. Well, my daddy would be so ashamed. I'm just going to sit this one out. Both sides. Both sides. Both sides. I'm just going to sit this one out. A lot of Republicans are going to be sitting it out. So the corporate Democrat's going to win. And what is it going to be? Just like Obama, right? Looking ahead, not behind. Oh, we're doing bipartisanship. Let's get some Republicans in my cabinet. Let's nominate some Republicans to the Supreme Court. These fucking corporatists. So they got nothing to worry about in terms of convictions, in terms of like Democrats actually going after criminals. Corporate neoliberals have no intention whatsoever of doing that. And, you know, as some people have brought up, I saw in the comment section, Democrats could also reverse this if they wanted to, but they won't. They'll keep all those roadblocks in place. Fairness. Oh, fairness. Status quo fairness. It's the law. It's the law. Oh, I wanted to prosecute the fascist authoritarians who pissed all over the Constitution. Oh, but I can't. Oh. It's the law, guys. Vote blue no matter who. Here's a tax cut for Elon Musk. He needs it. Job growth. Yeah, God forbid. I tell you what, Nova Ghost, I wish my kid was... I wish I was dealing with my kid healthy, but going into the Marines. I wish, man. I might be changing diapers for the rest of my life. You ever changed a diaper on a teenager? That's what I'm looking at. You know, my kid has never said my name. Doesn't know what I look like. I wish, man. It's my problem. It's my deal. It's my thing I got to deal with. DOJ confronts in court papers the anti-weaponization fund isn't going forward. Asked judges to reject the lawsuit. Yeah, that's a good... Hey, Simply Steve, glass half full. I appreciate that. That is glass half full. I'd rather change my son's diaper than Trump's. True that. I'm going to read a little bit from this. It's not... You're fine. You're fine. I'm just giving you a little, you know... It's hard. It's hard for me to talk about this stuff. About my son. You know, you have all these plans when you have a kid, you know, about what you want to do, you know. And then something like this comes along and I can't even go to a toy store. It's just like, why my kid doesn't want to play with it. He doesn't want it. He doesn't care. Doesn't want a super soaker, doesn't want a bike, doesn't want to play video games with me. It's tough, man. It's tough. Back to the subject here. DOJ confirms in court papers the anti-weaponization fund isn't going forward. Asked judges to reject lawsuits. No, I'll add it to the list. Yeah, exactly, bound. Exactly. That's why. It's because I suck ass. So if you don't know what this is, you know, the anti-weaponization fund was literally a $1,776 taxpayer slush fund that Donald Trump was going to use to enrich himself and then also enrich the fascists that joined him on January 6th. As well as a bunch of rich people that had the audacity to commit crimes, and some of them, you know, receive mild legal scrutiny during the Biden administration. Oh, man, I'd give anything to play Fortnite with my son. So yeah, I'm sure you've heard of this. So what happened is that the political pushback was so bad, even Republicans were like, I can't defend this. Literally, I can't even to my corn pone, MAGA cultists. I can't defend this slush fund. So they're like, okay, we're not going to do it anymore. We give up. But the cat's out of the bag. They want to say, okay, we're not gonna do the funds. We're not going to do the money. But Donald Trump still gets tax exemption. Him and his family still get exempted from tax audits. Right. So that, you know, because they've already started this process, lawsuits have been started, and they want to say, well, we're not doing the money, so the lawsuit should be invalidated, and you should just, No harm, no foul. Okay, you got us. We're not going to steal the money. So there's no reason for you to sue us. So let me read a little bit of this from Washington, from CBS News, which is total garbage. But we'll ignore that. I'm sure this is probably just stolen from the AP or something. The Justice Department on Friday urged a pair of federal judges to reject efforts to block its $1.7 billion anti-weaponization fund, quote unquote, big quotes, arguing that the cases challenging the program are moot because of the acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's assertions that the fund is not going forward. The Justice Department's filings Friday appear to be the first time the Trump administration has indicated in writing that the anti-weaponization fund will not continue. They're going to try again. Okay, they're not giving up on the idea. It's a beautiful idea. That's what Trump said. It's a beautiful idea. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't even know what was going on. He's such a fucking liar. He especially had something to do with it when he says something like that. Same thing he said about Project 2025, right? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. I read it, but I've never heard of it. It's terrible. It's terrible ideas in there. Literally puts people, who built the fucking Project 2025 in charge of his budget. Never heard of it, though. Never heard of it. It's a total fucking liar. He says similar things about Jeffrey Epstein as well. In two filings with federal court in Alexandria, Virginia, and Washington, D.C., senior officials with the Justice Department wrote that two sets of plaintiffs challenging the fund do not have the legal right to sue, and said that there's no longer a live issue before the courts. So if you plan and execute if you plan and execute a crime, but then in the middle of the crime you go, oh no mas, I give up. Your GTA star level gets wiped out. Right, if you get your car into the garage, into the repaint garage, no good. Oh, he got us. Okay, no crime committed, guys. Right? No, what do you mean? I got my star level wiped. It's okay. You got the army, you got the tanks rolling up behind you. You pull into the fucking paint and spray. No, look, no more stars. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Quote, this dispute concerns an anti-weaponization fund that has not been set up and is now not going forward. As a result, plaintiffs' claims are not justifiable or justiciable. That's a lawyer word. Justiciable. The Justice Department wrote in both filings, which were signed by Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward and Andrew Block, people that should be investigated and arrested and called out by the Democratic Party who not a peep. Not a peep. Imagine, you get to try to destroy our government. You get to just try and destroy our Constitution. And if you don't succeed, nothing happens to you. So why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Right? If you try and fail, there's no problem. You're good to go. If you try and fail, no punishment. Right? But if you succeed, then you get a primo seat in the new fascist America. Right? If you succeed in your servants, serving Donald Trump, then you get the primo seat. You get the big bucks. You get to pretend like you're a big dog. Right? But if you fail, we try again later. Nothing happens to you. This is why the neoliberals it's one thing to be a fascist, Republican, right? Actively trying to destroy the country. But when you're not fighting against it and you're not holding any of those people accountable, I'm not saying you're just as bad, but I'm saying, you're an enabler, right? You're kind of enabling this corruption. Your name of the game, win an island in the Pacific. Exactly. Talking about the daughter there and Jared Kushner. They went on to argue that if the court were to accept the plaintiff's arguments, the court would effectively unwind a preferable political resolution. Oh, if we hold them accountable, that you won't get what you want. So just give up. The Washington, D.C. case was filed by a government watchdog group, Citizens of Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. The Virginia case was brought by several plaintiffs, including the former prosecutor who worked on cases stemming from January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. So trying to hold these criminals accountable. Not the Democratic Party, but a group of honest citizens. Man, this food looks so good. Stop showing it to me. Last week, in response to the Virginia lawsuit, U.S. District Judge Leon Brinkema temporarily blocked the Justice Department from moving forward with the fund, quote, to ensure that no funds are irreversibly dispersed. Right? So she tried to put a stop to it before the money was allocated and already sent out to a bunch of January 6 fascists. By the way, they already had forms. Enrico Tarrio was tweeting, oh, look, I just filled out my weaponization fund for money. Bunch of motherfuckers, January 6 motherfuckers, were tweeting social media showing pictures of them filling out the form that the government had already created for these fascists to get their money. That's how far along it was. Never heard of it. Don't even know what it is. From it, while she weighs whether the issue longer-term relief sought by the plaintiffs to issue longer-term relief. The Justice Department's Friday filings asked Brinkema to reject the plaintiff's request for a longer-term block on the anti-weaponization fund. They argued that the plaintiffs are asking the court, quote, to have the last word in a political debate. Quote, the equities of the public interest do not favor this court interjecting itself in a political process to shut down a fund that is already not going forward, said the Justice Department. Corrupt Justice Department working for Donald Trump. Lawyers wrote in both their filings, quote, the fund has been subject to vigorous public debate. That process may seem messy, but the push and pull of such debate is a feature of our constitutional republic. Yeah, okay. Sure. Push and pull. It's just a debate. We're just trying to steal almost $2 billion from the American people and hand it directly to violent fascists. It's just a debate. While the claims raised by each set of plaintiffs are different, the Justice Department argued that neither are likely to succeed on the merits of their arguments. Blanche told the House committee Tuesday that the Justice Department is, quote, not moving forward with the program, but at the time, Blanche refused to commit that promise to writing, raising skepticism from some lawmakers as to whether the anti-weaponization fund could be resurrected. So he wanted to just say, okay, we're not going to do it. And then, and then all the lawsuits were dropped, and then, maybe quietly, maybe after the midterms, maybe during Christmas or something, they fire it right back up under the auspices of that. Well, we never actually put in writing that we were going to kill it, and we've already passed the law or whatever, executive order or whatever it was. Still on the books, it's still okay. I didn't put it in writing that we were going to not do it, but he has since, basically been forced to put in writing that they're not going to go forward with it. Trump has also continued to defend the program, calling it a beautiful thing, like a 13-year-old girl on the Lolita Express. Beautiful, just beautiful. The program was rolled out as a part of a deal to settle Mr. Trump's civil lawsuit. He sued his own government, Donald Trump. This is the new grift. Yeah, Crail, I agree. But this is the new grift from Donald Trump. I mean, they're quite creative with their grifts in the Trump government, coming up with all kinds of creative ways to fuck us over. When they're not talking about the good times with Jeffrey Epstein or what color of shade of gold they're going to put in the ballroom, they're coming up with these really creative schemes to steal money from the American people. The program was rolled out as a part of a deal to settle Mr. Trump's civil lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service over the leak of his tax returns by a government contractor. That government contractor, by the way, has been arrested. He should be lionized. He should have been given a pardon by the Joe Biden administration for whistleblowing. But no, he rots in jail for doing the right thing and showing us what a crook Donald Trump was. I believe this leak led to the 36 indictments that Donald Trump was found guilty on. I think he was found 35 out of 36, something like that. Right? I believe it was this leak that led to those convictions. But no, he's got to rot in jail. Under the terms of the agreement, the fund would receive $1.7 billion, which would be used to provide awards for people who were victims of lawfare and weaponization, something that Donald Trump is proud of doing, brags about doing. But the potential for those involved in the January 6th assault, by the way, it's like 90, I think it was over 90 people who were pardoned by Donald Trump have been convicted of new crimes. And I think like half a dozen of them, child sex crimes. These January 6 people. And there was, I think Todd Blanche or one of them was asked, directly, like, do people who were convicted, January 6 people who were convicted of assaulting police, do they get money? No comment. Yeah, Tisreal. We're talking real scumbags. Go figure. People involved in the January 6th assault to receive payouts led to immense pushback against the fund from Republican and Democratic lawmakers. Quiet pushback from Republicans. And theatric pushback from Democrats. That opposition threatened to derail Republicans' $70 billion legislative package to fund certain immigration agencies. So they tried to hold other legislation hostage to do this. But the Senate approved the plan early Friday morning without imposing any guardrails on the fund. Blanche told lawmakers, so they basically went through with it anyway. $70 billion legislative, but the Senate approved the plan early Friday morning without imposing any guardrails on the fund. Yeah, so they passed the $70 billion for ICE. But they didn't say, okay, but no slush fund. They just let it alone. If you can get away with it, Trump, if you can get away with it, Todd, this is what the Republican government looks like. Blanche told lawmakers earlier this week that other parts of the Trump IRS settlement remain in place, including a provision that permanently bars the IRS from taking action against Mr. Trump or his company based on prior tax returns. So that's kind of a big part, right? Right at the end, one paragraph, right at the end of the CBS News. That's kind of a big part of the story, isn't it? Wait a minute, what was that? What? Oh, and by the way, Trump's been exempt from all, tax, from all tax audits. Him and his family businesses. Not just Trump, but Trump fucking family businesses. What? Wait a minute, what? Buried right at the bottom of this one. Now, of course, they have a link to what I assume is an article that covers more of that. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, exactly, Tisreal. ICE, by the way, who's trained by IDF members. Moving on. Here's a little something that'll get you fired up. Mark Wayne Mullen hearing plunges into chaos. Everybody calm down. Welcome back, Sabercat. Good to see you. Yeah, as usual. So these corrupt motherfuckers over here. DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen turned his first House budget hearing to a shouting match on Wednesday, repeatedly interrupting a Democratic congressman, grilling him over his use of what the lawmaker called an $80 million luxury jet. So these motherfuckers flying all over the place on our taxpayer dollar. Luxury jets, right? We're not, like Bernie flies, business class. He doesn't even fly first class. Right, so he gets a little extra leg room and a couple of extra packets of peanuts. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers flying around luxury jets. And where are you going, man? What's your job? House budget? What? Where are you going? Flying around everywhere, huh? We're not going to fix the two-party system unless we engage in nonviolent direct political action, because the two-party system is not going to eliminate the thing that gets in the way of a two-party system, and that's the Electoral College. The Democratic Party or the Republican Party are going to do nothing about the Electoral College. So our only way to destroy the Electoral College is to get progressives into office like Graham Plattner, like Zohran Mamdani. 3-step program. That's the solution. We have to assimilate the Democratic Party, replace these corporatists with progressives. Because only progressives are willing to even look at the Electoral College, which stands in the way of third parties. Neoliberal Democrats will do nothing about the Electoral College and will do everything possible to enforce the two-party duopoly. So once again, it goes back to the 3-step program, nonviolent direct political action. Endorsing what specifically? I'm sorry. We have to be strategic about voting. When we have an opportunity to primary a status quo neoliberal Democrat, we fight with all our might to get the Graham Plattners in there. You're going to have to be more specific. What I'm talking about specifically is strategic voting. During a primary, when we have an opportunity to get a progressive in as our choice, we should do everything we can to primary that status quo centrist neoliberal, get them out of office, get a real progressive in there. But once that primary process is over, like in the case of California, and we have the choice between Becerra or Spencer fucking Pratt, we have no choice but to eat shit and vote for Becerra. Strategic voting. We have no choice. Right? We fight like hell to get the Tom Steyer in there. And if that doesn't work out, then we have to fall back. We got no fucking choice. Because, you know, the other two options are refusing to participate in politics. That's not going to work. Or 2, vote fascist Republican. And cross our fingers that somehow they're going to, you know, the Overton window, the dial is going to go so, they're going to go so hard to the right that they end up on the left, which is insane. We have to be smart about it. Go hard in the primaries, try like hell to primary these corporate Democrats, right? Hold them their feet to the fire, try to encourage them to pass ranked choice voting. Hey, remembered, right? Because, you know, you can get a corporate neoliberal to support ranked choice voting. There is, you know, places in the United States that have ranked choice voting. And it's, you know, progressives do really well in those kind of electoral environments. But once the primary is over and your choice is between a corporate neoliberal and a fascist pedophile supporting authoritarian, you got to vote the corporate neoliberal. Especially if it's a swing state, especially if it's a contest, right? Now, if you're in a situation like California, and you know, Becerra is going to win over Spencer Pratt, very highly likely. If you know, yeah, sure, maybe play around with voting your conscience if you want, right? But this is the 3-step program. Step 1 is inform ourselves, and that includes how to strategically vote. You know, what to vote for, how to vote. Hassan Piker, Diddy Party Piker, I think is very close to being Me Too'd. I don't know about that, Sabercat. He seems to be in a pretty loving relationship with Valkyrie, whatever the fuck her name is. I see some attempts to smear him sexually. They don't seem to be going anywhere. We should be very, very careful. You know, look, you don't like Hassan Piker. I don't like Hassan Piker. But we should be very, very careful with going along with what is pretty clear to me so far is a pro-Israel Zionist-funded smear campaign. They're doing it to Graham Plattner. Of course, they're doing it to Hassan. Yeah, Crail. I mean, but we're not going to get ranked choice in the general unless we get enough progressive politicians to make it happen, right? Could always follow destiny? No, I'm good on that. Best analogy is the bucket of shit. Would you prefer putting your foot in a bucket of shit, DNC? Well, so, I mean, during the primaries, go crazy. Fly to fancy, right? You know, work hard trying to get that corporate neoliberal in there. And if you, split the vote, you're going to split the vote. I'm going to hold you accountable. Start telling me things I want to hear. Maybe I'll change my mind, right? That's where the fight is. But once that primary is over, yeah, then you got to pick between the douche and the turd sandwich, right? A lot of folks, a lot of lefties, they ignore the local politics. They ignore the primaries, and they only vote in the generals, right? A lot of folks, they only vote the federal election. They completely ignore local politics altogether. You know, I'm guilty of this just like anybody else. But it's not, you don't know who your local politician is. You don't know who your mayor is. You don't know who your fucking state rep is. You don't know where they're getting their money from. Look at the turnout. I mean, look at, some of these primary elections, the turnout, like 200,000, 150,000, 60,000 in some cases. 60,000 people out of millions. Nova Ghost. Just because it's difficult doesn't mean we don't try. Politics is not a zero-sum game, in a way, right? Like, we have to work towards these things, right? Sometimes we have to plant a tree that we know we'll never enjoy the shade of. Okay? There's, you have this fantasy, it seems, about an instant solution. That's not how politics works. At least democratic politics. Authoritarian, tyrannical, fascistic politics kind of works that way, right? Decisions can just be made, and then shit changes quite radically, usually for the negative. But in a democratic society, shit can happen slowly. Well, you're talking about third party. I just told you what the solution to making third parties viable in the United States. That's the destruction of the Electoral College. The destruction of the Electoral College can't happen until the corporate neoliberal Democratic Party has been assimilated by progressives. How do you assimilate the Democratic neoliberal party? You attack them in the primaries. Electorally. Careful with my words. Okay, but sometimes progressives lose those primaries. Sometimes, not all the time, but a good goddamn amount of time, right? Because we don't have the money, we don't have the support, we get fucking Graham Platnered. But we got to fight in those primaries, and sometimes we win them. A lot of the times we lose them, right? Kat Abu Ghazala, she was great, fought hard, raised a lot of money, made some great points, even got some attention on MS Now. Right, got some mainstream attention. She couldn't get across the finish line because the corporate neoliberals did everything they could. Right, the Israel AIPAC lobby did everything they could to destroy her. Does that mean we give up? No, we try again. Steve Bannon talks about this all the time with his fascists, to his fascist followers. Right, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but you keep fighting. Go, fight. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Never drop it. Oh, yeah, he had a sexual thing. Oh, who cares? Get him next time. We'll get him next time. Yeah, Sabercat, he says that. Corporate Pete Buttigieg is never going to actually assault and tackle the Electoral College. Never. He'll lie to progressives to try and make him look more sensible, to try and make him look more progressive. But he sits in that chair, he gets power, he's going full Obama. Oh, well, we thought about it, we looked at it, oh, it's just not viable. Oh, not this year, we can't do it now. Thanks for all your votes. Pete Buttigieg is a fucking corporate neoliberal. Like, out of a lab, out of a fucking beaker. That motherfucker was formed from corporate PAC money. Dundee man. Huh? I see that. Soda. Hold on. Let me play it here. I gotta play it now. Hold on. Where is it? What is it? Is it upkeep? Yeah, no, I got it right here. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Obama. Soda. Soda. Huh? Soda. Anyway, back to the article here. I think I've diatribed enough. Back to the article. By the way, welcome, Sivler Pills. Welcome. By the way, welcome all you lurkers. But here's a little bit of red meat. Here's Mark Wayne Mullen getting grilled and lying, screaming at people. He's as corrupt as it gets, this Mark Wayne Mullen character.
Thank you very much. And I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia,
7
Mr.
minutes
Walkinshaw.
is too fucking long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, do you recognize this?
Here we go. Okay. So the juicy stuff happens at 2:30. So just work with me for 2.5 minutes, okay? Yeah, no, I'm not trying to dance around. This is hard fucking work. Nova Ghost, thank you for the follow. By the way, if I miss your follow, thank you for the follows. This is hard fucking work. We have to accept that we're going to fight and die, and that, you know, we're not going to see that mountaintop. You know? The founding fathers, you know, they could never have imagined what this country was capable of. But they fought for it anyway. Fought to keep slavery, some of them. But you get what my point is. We have to plant seeds that we know we won't enjoy the shade of that tree later on in our lives. It doesn't mean, you know, just because we're not going to enjoy the shade of that tree, that doesn't mean it's worthless, it's pointless to plant those seeds. We have to accept that this is an experiment called democracy. It's imperfect. It's messy. It's very human. But we got to stand up. We got to fight. And in some cases, we got to die for this shit. That's the only way we win. Okay, banker. Good news. Good news. Anyway, let's watch 2.5 minutes of this, and then, you know, we'll just, you know, we'll hear what Mark Wayne Mullen has to say, and then we'll move on.
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Walkinshaw, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, do you recognize this?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay.
So he's looking at a picture of his luxury jet that he flies around in. And look at this shit. If it's too small, but, you know, the couches, fucking love seats and couches. This is the kind of shit that this motherfucker gets to fly around in. $70 million jet that probably costs, you know, tens of thousands of dollars just to get off the fucking runway, fuel up. This is our money. Dumped so that he can live in the lap of fucking luxury while the rest of us are crammed into sardine cans, overcharged, you know, half the time fucking falling out of the fucking sky, held together with this fucking duct tape-like material. This motherfucker gets to spend $70 million of our dollars to buy a goddamn Gulfstream G700. Oh, well, we bought it used. We bought it used from Jeff Bezos. We bought it used from Elon Musk. What do you mean? We're saving money. Queen size fucking bed. There he is right there. Queen size fucking bed. Lazy boy and couches. This is what our government officials think that they deserve.
You stated that you have a different management style than Secretary Noem. And when you started, there were reports saying that DHS staff hoped that you...
Department of Homeland Security. And this is what he thinks he should fly around in. Some government official should be trying to cut corners and pinch pennies. Motherfucker's getting in luxury motherfucking jet. And why is he flying around anywhere? Oh, well, I got to go home. Well, I got to go home every weekend. I get to go home. I get to go home every weekend. I get to work from home every weekend. Apparently, this motherfucker gets home, leaves on Thursday, doesn't come back till like Monday. And this is what he's spending our money on. And meanwhile, what is he doing at DHS? He's trying to make being liberal, being a leftist, illegal. He's giving money to a fascist police organization called ICE, knocking on people's doors and fucking destroying families, making America weaker. That's what they're doing with our money.
You could be the knight in shining armor to repair the agency's reputation, which was damaged by your predecessor. You mentioned earlier shutdowns and the impact that shutdowns have had on DHS. There's no question.
That's my representative.
That's true.
But this nerd.
One of the things that the 2025 shutdown did not impact or slow down at DHS was the purchase of luxury jets. Your predecessor purchased 2 Gulfstream G700s, and then later, I think, a Boeing 737 MAX that...
Yeah, Twitch. That's the exact problem that I'm talking about here. Because, yeah, he's doing a little performance here, wagging his finger, this is really bad. But would this motherfucker care if this was the Biden administration? Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. If this was Biden's DHS. If a real progressive was in there, they would be selling these jets and passing a rule that says, business class or below. That's the best you get. Well, Twitch, emails aren't enough, right? Welcome to the News Underground, where we believe in the 3-step program. Step 1, inform ourselves. Step 2, sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. And step 3, put in the fucking work and make this shit into a lifestyle. Nonviolent, direct political action, because emails aren't enough. Hell, voting isn't enough, but voting's essential. Emails aren't going to do it. They just fucking ignore them. Phone calls, they just fucking ignore them. Then they do their little performances here, pretending like they give a shit. This is the second performance I've shown you, just this stream. Voting is 100% absolutely essential. But it's not enough because we got it. It's that political leverage, that political crowbar. This motherfucker just expects people to show up and vote for him because he's got a D next to his name. Right? Where's the political impetus, right? It's like, well, if I don't deliver on progressive policies, I'm going to lose my job. That's what's missing.
They termed the big, beautiful airplane during the shutdown while DHS staff were not getting paid.
Yeah.
The Gulfstreams had special paint and cabin enhancements. The largest cabin of any Gulfstream. This is the top of the line Gulfstream.
DHS.
An expert on private planes in the industry, when asked about the purchase, said it was, quote, bizarre, and that, quote, these jets are normally associated with billionaires. You just said you can't afford to visit the Hamptons. Neither can I.
Okay, I can afford
Hold on, I haven't asked you a question. On April 17th, a spokesperson from your agency said, under new leadership, DHS is assessing all of our resources, including aircraft, to maximize efficiency, and that you, the secretary, are 100% focused on ensuring the needs of our department are met while being the best possible steward of taxpayer dollars. That's April. On May 27th, it was reported that flight logs show that you have used...
By the way, what's the right-wing fascist solution to this? Stop giving people access to this data. Right, stop giving the public access to flight logs and reports so that we have no idea how they're spending our money, no idea what they're doing with their time. That's the next step. Completely cutting the public off from any information about what these fucking corrupt bastards are up to.
Used one of the Gulfstreams to fly to Oklahoma, the $80 million Gulfstream. Have you used the Gulfstream jet to fly to Oklahoma, Mr. Secretary?
Sir, under statute, I'm required to provide...
You use the G700. Okay, thank you.
No, so, you asked me a question.
Right, so literally it's just yes or no. Did you use the G700 to fly there? Blah, 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 blah. I want to run down the clock, blah, 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 under this statute and under this and that. I've been trained. This is how I've been trained so that I can run down the clock and blah, 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 to steal your time. So that's why he's getting cut off there. It's a known strategy that these fucking bastards use to kill time, run down the clock.
Sir, can I answer the question?
You answered the question. You said
no, I
yes.
didn't. No, because
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
He's walking
reclaiming
over
my
an important fact.
Again, answered the question.
Again, we will remember, you get to ask questions, the witness gets to answer.
And of course, the Republicans who are running these hearings, they have the back of the liars. Well, you need to let him bloviate. You need to let him gish gallop a 6-minute answer to a yes or no question. You need to let him do that. Bang, 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 the gavel. Yup, you're out of time. But nothing we could do. Well, you very limited amount of time. Well, it looks like Mark Wayne Mullins fucked you over again.
Which
By
he did.
statute, I'm required.
I'm familiar
to
with the
provide-
statute.
Okay, then you know why I have to fly a government
So yes, so you flew it. That was the question. Moving on.
plane.
Yep.
And so my family is in Oklahoma, like you.
Claiming
go
my
home
time,
a
Mr.
lot.
Chairman.
Exactly.
I
Oh
also-
no, I'm going to tell you about my family, and that's why I had to do it. I got to fly in luxury back and forth on the government dime, and blah 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 blah. If you let him, he would talk for fucking 5, 6, 7 minutes about why it's so essential to go. Man, my family, they just love me hanging around, and I gotta be there. And he would go and go and go. 6 or 7 whole minutes. God, I hate that.
So like to go visit
Reclaiming my time. It appears to me that you assessed the aircraft, and your assessment is you really like flying on the Gulf Stream. As a senator,
Sir, you're making
reclaiming my
accusations.
time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions and answers.
I didn't ask a question.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's making the assumption
As senator,
He's literally just interjecting.
about something
Mr.
you're walking
Chairman, are you
into
gonna
that you're
control
not
the
familiar
witness?
with, or you're using.
Suspend the
his
clock,
Mr.
please.
Chairman.
Suspend the clock.
in the Senate,
Hold on, suspend the clock. Everything's suspended right now. Again,
Yeah, and give him back 10 fucking seconds.
you have a statement, questions. Mr. Secretary, you
And it's on him. Or no, okay, he's calling out the secretary now. Sorry.
can address the questions when there's a question. Members, as you know, we had some just read statements. If when you have the time to answer and you want to say that something was not truthful, you can answer the questions. But again, this is the member's time.
What a joke! This whole process is a fucking joke. These people, they're supposed to be some, they hold up their hand and claim like this is supposed to be under oath. There's no ramifications for lying. There's no ramifications for evading questions. Nothing. None of these people get arrested. Nobody does. Steve Bannon caught a little time, during the January 6 hearings. That was like the last time anybody, caught any heat. It's like, no, if you're a politician in a fucking suit, you're scot-free. You can lie and duck and dodge and interrupt. No consequences.
We will let them use it as long as they do it within the rules, as they see fit. When you are asked a question, you will be afforded the opportunity, and the members should afford the witness the opportunity to answer the question.
Thank you for your comment.
I do not want people. This is when people are talking over each other. We're not actually getting to what
Shut the fuck up, you bitch. Just fucking get to it.
we want to get to. So let's try not to do that. I appreciate it. We'll add 10 seconds back on because I did suspend and the clock kept running.
Respect my authority. Respect my authority, guys.
But again, please, Mr. Secretary, if something that is said is not truthful, you can address it, but just wait for the question to be asked. Wait for the question to be
Right,
asked,
Twitch?
and then you can address it.
Question asked, sir. He's
I-
making accusations just because he's trying to make a
Nothing I
Hold on,
said is
I'm still me.
Doesn't make it fact just because
Still
you think
me,
you wanna
everyone.
say something.
everything I've said is a fact.
That is not true.
It is.
It is not true.
Excuse me.
It is.
How do you
Excuse me.
think it's true?
Makes a mockery of the whole thing. Smashing gavels. Mark Wayne Mullen won't see he should go to fucking jail. Right? Should be fined or something. Gets to talk shit. Oh, you're lying. You're casting aspersions. No, the fuck he isn't. Everything he said is a stone cold fact.
Factual because it's your opinion isn't anything.
I don't want to be here all day, but I will adjourn this until everybody calms down.
Oh wow.
We will.
Meemu. How about you arrest somebody, huh? How about you hold somebody accountable? There's no fucking accountability for doing what Mark Wayne Mullen is doing. He can get away with it, no problem.
Again, if something that is said is not truthful in a statement, and the secretary wants to address it when he's asked a question, he can say something was not truthful.
Okay.
He can answer the question.
Yeah, we get it.
You can ask
We
it.
get it,
If you want to make your
Poindexter.
statement, you will make your statement. But we will not talk over each other. And Mr. Secretary, if
How about you hold people accountable? If you keep doing this, then I'm just going to adjourn the meeting, and then the liars win. How about you hold somebody accountable, bitch?
you're not asked a question here and you want to address it when somebody asks you a question later, I'm sure some of the colleagues,
shut
some of my
the
colleagues
fuck up.
might allow that.
This motherfucker's
But
still
again,
talking.
we're not going to be talking over each other. We have only a few
We
more
get it, bro. We
questioners to
get
go
it.
through. Let's finish
We
this.
get it.
Questions, answers, if it's
You got an APAC donor lunch to get to. We get it. Time is limited. Let's go, dude.
a statement, that's fine. But again, let's not talk over each other.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll share a fact. Mr. Secretary, when you were in the Senate, you voted for the so-called Big Beautiful Bill that blew up the deficit, trillions of dollars.
Fact. Trillions of extra amounts of dollars of debt.
Of deficit spending. And some of that was used to buy the Gulf Streams. You are deficit riding on a Gulfstream G700. So I want to give you the opportunity to answer a question. NBC News reported recently that the department was
I don't know if it was tens of trillions. Was it tens of trillions, or was it just, I think it was like 3 or 4 trillion, something like that? Whatever. You have to call me out on that one.
considering selling some of the luxury purchases that your predecessor made.
Christy Nome.
And as you well know, I think, or certainly your deputy knows, there are other jets that could meet the needs of the secretary.
Motherfucker should be flying commercial. What are we talking about here? There's no need to be, what are we talking about here? 11 trillion in his first term? Okay, specifically, the reference was to the Big Beautiful Bill. I'll take your word on that one. But specifically to the Big Beautiful Bill, I think it was an extra 3 or 4 trillion.
There's a Gulfstream G280. I don't know whether that would meet your standards. Only $25 million, not $80 million. You have aircraft in the Coast Guard fleet. Folks who work for you are flying. MH-65, a helicopter. They've been flying it since 1984.
Right. So people in his own department have to fly helicopters from the 80s while he gets top of the line, brand new luxury jet, yacht of the sky, basically.
But Secretary Noem, you need a brand new, shiny Gulfstream G700. So my question for you is, will you commit today to sell the Gulfstreams, sell the big, beautiful plane, the
737 is his answer.
737 MAX, and put that money maybe into helping Mr. Lolota's constituents who can barely get by on their housing allowance?
Actually, those planes are inside the Coast Guard, so they were actually purchased for the Coast Guard.
Will you sell the planes?
Why do I need to sell them, sir? We need assets inside the Coast Guard, just like the DOW.
So you want to keep the Gulfstream, you want to keep the 737 MAX. You got to have top of the line.
The 737 MAX is actually detailed to the executive branch,
Yeah.
and I've never seen it. Oh, actually, I've seen it. I drove by it. I've never.
Have you flown the Gulfstream to Oklahoma?
Of course, I have. I'm required to.
All right.
I'm required. I got no choice. My hands are tied. These fucking people. They'll look at you right in the face while you're like starving, and like Jimmy Swaggart, right? Some like Christian evangelical look at you right in the face as driving around in a fucking Bentley while you're starving, and tell you, well, I have no choice. This is just what I have to do. Got no choice.
Go back.
Well, actually, I don't fly it personally myself because I'm not a pilot.
That's who these people are. Actually, I don't even fly it myself. Yeah, we know, dude. Yeah, we know. I made a good point. +1 for me. Slam dunk.
Gentleman yields back.
There you go. That's what it looks like. That's what these fucking hearings are. No accountability. No one gets arrested. Motherfucker gets to fly around in an $80,000 fucking top of the line luxury yacht, queen size bed, while you cram into a fucking sardine can for like $5,000. Price skyrocketing. You should look at it from the guy further to the left of me doing an analysis of the current world through sci-fi lens, which is pretty cool style. All right, Sabercat, I'll add this to the Discord. We'll take a look at this.
Chess.
Who is this? Science fiction with Damian Walter. I've never heard of this. Okay, yeah, it looks pretty cool. We don't have time to get into it right now. But I will add this to... I'll take a look at this, and then we'll... Oh, was this... ContraPoints is in the thumbnail, huh? Oof, boy. Yeah, ContraPoints. Yikes. Why do leftists always lose? Right, is he making an argument supporting ContraPoints' corporate centrism? Her fucking I'm with her Hillary Clinton bullshit? Yeah, I might not enjoy this video. I got big problems with ContraPoints' arguments, especially around Israel. She's really hasn't impressed me lately with her pro Hillary Clinton bullshit. Had no shame. At least people like Orban did try to hide clear corruption and abuse of power. Yeah, they tried. This is from so yeah, Sabercat, let me know if this is a defense of ContraPoints' neoliberalism or if it's a criticism of it. I don't like Brianna Gray Joy either. Or Joy Gray. I'm not a big fan of her either.
George Santos lied to his.
No, it's more of an analysis of why right-wingers win on the big picture because of the fragmented effect of the internet. Sure, okay. I'll take a look. I mean, do leftists need to get along and quit the divide and conquer? Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Brianna Joy Gray is really disappointing. Let's just say that. We'll just say that, really disappointing. Do leftists need to get along on certain things? Yes, absolutely. But we also need to coalesce around certain things. And if you're a so-called leftist and you're not coalescing around certain things, that doesn't mean we have to agree with you either, right? And if you're trying to make pro-Hillary Clinton arguments, you're trying to make arguments about not taking the Epstein files seriously, about, not taking Israel's genocide in Gaza seriously, lines do have to be drawn. It is a fine line, though, right? When do you cancel somebody? Also did a Marxist analysis of Andor. Oh, okay, that Star Wars thing. I haven't seen that. I'm a Star Trek guy. It's tough. It's a fine line that we tread as leftists, right? When do we kick somebody out of the club? Because you got situations like TYT. These motherfuckers calling themselves progressive. TYT, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, saying that they're the voice of progressivism. That shit needs to be called out. But do we kick them out completely? I think we got to be careful about that kind of stuff. Right? If I'd say as long as you're willing to debate, right? Yep, Nova Ghost, you nailed me. I'm a Picard guy through and through, 100%. I say as long as you're willing to debate, right? And Cenk Uygur is still, once in a while debates, right? Gets in the weeds. Less so as of late. But as long as you're willing to have your views challenged publicly, in an open forum debate, you should still be in the club. But if you are refusing to speak to people to your left while claiming to be the voice of the left, that's when we should consider canceling. Because it's like, I'm not a fan of ContraPoints. But her debate with Joy Gray, you know, it's weird though, man, because she's like, I don't want to get political. Like, no, that shit's got to be called out. Very good video on his Star Trek communist. He's covered a lot of films, books, and TV. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Thank you. Yeah, Shatner. that first generation Trek, I don't know, man. That's some of that shit. It's like great ideas, but then executed like, you know, as corny as can be, right? Oh, look, Spock. Or no, was it? Yeah, it's Spock. Look, a handsome lady. Let's do some fisticuffs. Yeah, strategy. Right. It's like, I don't want to cancel ContraPoints. She actually did a lot for me in terms of understanding the difference between sex and gender, how transgenderism works, you know, like the concept of a female penis, okay, of a feminine penis, right? Janeway's great. She had to do what she had to do out there, Voyager. Love the guy from Deep Space Nine as well. What's his nuts? But no, I'm a Picard guy, 100%. I'd give my left nut to serve on the Enterprise under Picard, dude. All right, moving on. This is a fun one. So we're talking about corruption. George Santos was brought up in the chat. I saw that. This motherfucker, he's like legitimately, like, some politicians are greedy and craven, you know, like a Marco Rubio, but I don't think it'd be fair to say they're like mentally ill, right? Like they just want to steal and get money and get power, right? But they're not like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, you know? But then you got the John Fettermans. Then you got this guy here, George Santos. Yeah, Archer's really cool. I like Archer as well. I think if Archer had more time, if they hadn't shit-canned Enterprise, and we got to see more Archer making tough decisions, right? Yeah, I like Archer. I like it. They did it. They were so distracted though with the fucking Vulcan and the Trip, T'Pol and Trip, that love story. Like, it was hot, it's sexy, right? But that needs to be a B story. They tried to make that shit the fucking A story. It's like, no, come on, man. You say the D in Picard out loud, whack? Am I supposed to say Picard? I'm sorry, strategy, I'm sorry. People over here talking about Star Trek. Derail, queso. Where is it? Queso. I'm sorry, queso? I still don't know how I'm saying it wrong. I still don't know. And Picard would never require you to give your left nut, which just cements your argument for wanting to serve under him. True. He wouldn't be impressed with that either. He'd be like, that's dumb. Don't be doing that. I'm not going to say Picard. Y'all motherfuckers crazy. You think I'm going to say Picard. It's Picard. Okay, that's how Q pronounces it. And Q is smarter than anybody in the universe, so he knows what he's doing. Anyway, George Santos, he's mentally ill. I want the motherfucker to keep him away from power, keep him away from any, like, money. But I also want him, like, he needs to be ordered by a judge to go see a therapist. By the way, big props to strategy member who provided this clip. That's probably why he's like, can we show the clip, please? Can you shut the fuck up? Show the clip, maybe? So thank you, strategy member, for providing this clip. Let's watch. Like, I've been waiting all day for this clip. Shut the fuck up about Star Trek. All right, hold on. I'm trying to get the volume here. It's fucking up on me.
George
Sorry.
Santos lied to his followers on social media so he could gain a bunch of money. And Polymarket is ending his account because of this. You see what
I mean, you know things are bad when Polymarket is like, no, you're too corrupt. You're too shit for this. Even too shit for us even.
happened is he told his followers that he would be going to the State of the Union on social media.
True.
And this drove
Babylon
people on the
5,
internet
so
to
true.
make bets that he would go to the State of the Union, putting real money on the line. And then George Santos himself bet that he would not go to the State of the Union, and he did not go.
Legal. It's all legal. It's totally legal. Oh, and he's getting sued. Why? Why? Because he talked about it? That seems to be the difference. If you do something like this and then just keep it on the DL, right? Or maybe get your brother, right? Get your brother or friend to open up the account and be like, bro, I'm not going to go. Put motherfucking put $150,000 on that shit. I ain't going, dog. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. You only get scrutiny if you're blatant about it. But if you're just, like I said, get some friend, then you're good to go. It's totally legal. It's insider trading, completely fucking legal for shit like this. He didn't break a law.
The DOJ is said to be looking at this, so follow along if you want more updates to this investigation.
Right. Yeah. In 2 weeks. They're going to get to it in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Just wait 2 more weeks, guys. Not happening. It's totally legal. Totally legal. What are we talking about here? Completely legal. So if you didn't catch it, real quick, a synopsis is a bet went up, probably that he created, because I think users can create it, that he was going to show up to the State of the Union. And he made a public statement, I'm going to go to the State of the Union. Then he made a bet that he wasn't going to go to the State of the Union, and then he doesn't show up to the State of the Union. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. Now the DOJ is investigating this. Please. What, to give him a high five? Good job. That's some creative corruption. Strategy member. Can we get back to the subject, please? Bro, stop talking about Star Trek. I need to do a Star Trek only stream. Then I can talk about it for hours. Ethnoplanets and Dune is the least version I prefer. Harkonnens, they're all gingers assign a small gene pool. Yeah, the monoculture stuff is definitely you got to look out for in sci-fi. Star Trek, as it went on, started to lean away. Even in Next Generation, started to lean away from the monoculture stuff, right? Showing Klingon scientists, showing Ferengi scientists, stuff like that, right? So they were aware that it was a blind spot. So I just wanted to show this here. Motherfucker says he doesn't fall asleep. Look, he's wearing his little piss tie. I showed you clips from this meeting, right? He talks. He's awake somewhat. Then when other motherfuckers talk, he passes out. And doesn't even need to be said, right? Wild hypocrite, Sleepy Joe Biden, so sleepy. I'm not falling asleep. I'm not sleeping. I'm just resting my eyes. Right? The health problems. Here's a funny meme I found. It's pretty good. Here's a funny meme. Provided without context. That's a pretty funny one, isn't it? No comment. No comment. TOS, no comment. Roblox. Right, but he doesn't sleep. It's one thing to lie that brazenly. It's another thing when mainstream media basically lets him get away with it. Yeah, you see a little pushback on MS Now. CBS, ABC, CNN, they just avoid it. They don't even talk about it. Mr. Wonderful gets up there, says some lies about it during a panel discussion, and it's just, whatever. Accept it. Oh, he's not sleeping. Lymph node cancer as the neck wounds. He has radiography burns. I know my granddad died of throat cancer. I mean, we'll know when he kicks the bucket. right? The exposés, Kyle Kulinski has talked about this, but like the exposés are going to be epic, right? The Marco Rubios and the rest of these fucking stupid bastards trying to sell books and also trying to distance themselves from this. Oh, I was loyal. I was a loyal lapdog, but I didn't really want to be. Buy my book. Feel sympathy for me. Feel sympathy. I was just following orders. Buy my book. MS Now will be happy to interview them. Another lie that we're seeing that we all know is a lie. Congressional Republicans don't want to talk about gas prices anymore. Fucking gas prices are bananas. It has everything to do with tariffs, has everything to do with the war in Iran. Oh, but Joe Biden. Oh, what about Joe Biden? Yeah, during COVID, an uncontrollable viral outbreak that he, you know, by the end of his 4 years, he was fixing. The trajectory was, you know, on the path of getting fixed. Inflation going down, gas prices going down. This, okay, do you eat food, Krail of Xanath? Do you eat food from a supermarket, or do you grow all your own food as well? Right? This completely self-own these gas prices. I'm not going to stress it. We're not going to spend 20 minutes on this. I know, Krail. I know. I'm just annoyed when people are like, "Oh, it doesn't affect me." I'm sorry. If you live in a modern society somewhere, okay. If you're like, I steal my internet from the 7-Eleven, but I live in a cave in the woods. I just run a big cable from the 7-Eleven to my cave. It's like, okay, cave dwellers, you can brag. Everybody else, I'm afraid we're going to have to deal with this. As he's on the way to 20% general support, the lowest since Andrew Jackson. He's still in like the high, you know, in some polls like the high 30s. Blows my fucking mind. Shows how corrupt these polls are, right? How they're asking questions. We saw that bullshit from CNN a couple months ago. Asking MAGA people how they feel about MAGA. 100%. 100%. Look at this number. 100%. Donald Trump immediately. CNN poll says 100% approval rating. Unbelievable, folks. Some bullshit. Some absolute bullshit. But yeah, they're lying to us. Of course it's the gas. Of course it's the war in Iran. Of course, right? But here's the thing that, you know, that we're not being warned about nearly enough. The supply shock. Reserves, I got a chart somewhere in Discord. You just take my word for it, though. Maybe let me see if the reserve question is even brought up in this article. No, fucking terrible. Great article. The reserves are running low. And right now, because of the shortage from Iran, we're dipping into our reserves. Everyone is. And we're about to run out of those reserves. That's when we're going to see the rationing. Right? What we're going to need to do, and of course Donald Trump would never do this because his buddies are, you know, oil oligarchs, but we need to nationalize oil. Oh no! Oh no! No! Don't do it! The oil executives, what will they do? But that's what we're truly going to need to do if we want to lower these prices. Because, you know, one of the biggest producers of oil now is the United States. But we're still tied to the global market. So we sell at this global price, even though we're making our own oil and our own gas. Right? Truly, what we need to do is nationalize the whole thing. Use our oil for Americans instead of exporting everything so that some oil executive can make billions. More money than they've ever made in history, by the way. Record profits. Right? Record profits for the oil companies. Even now. But he's not going to do that. So he's not going to nationalize oil. I'm not going to do any, you know, not even temporarily, right? Just during the supply shock. So what we're going to run into, and similar thing that we're going to run into with food, is rationing. 1970s style rationing. You know, and for those people who don't know, the rationing got so bad, you would drive to the gas station and they'd look at your driver's or your license plate, and they'd be like, if you have odd numbers on the end of your license plate, if the last number of your license plate is an odd number, you can get gas. Pay an incredible amount of, like, $8 a gallon, 1970s money for gas. But if you're an even number, you got to go. Even if you're empty, you're fucked. Pull over, see you tomorrow. That's what we're going to be seeing. They're going to be charging us market rate, global market rate, fucking ripping us off, record profits for the oil companies, and they're going to be implementing rationing. And the word socialize oil won't even be mentioned on so-called liberal mainstream media, right? Because half of them get advertiser money. Half of them are owned by fucking oil oligarchs. Right? There's a real solution. Fuck that shit, though. Yeah, that's communism, Sabercat. Fuck that shit. We should convert to, we did last stream, remember we were talking about convert our cars to wood-burning cars, like in North Korea. Coal burning. Clean coal for your cars. How about that, folks? I talked to my buddy Elon. We're gonna offer a kit, real cheap. We're gonna put a coal burner right on your car, belching out black smoke, beautiful black smoke, folks. Black as night, like my heart. Driving around on clean coal, baby. Clean coal. So I wanted to show you this video here. It's very telling. This is the future of activism. When I talk about the 3-step program, I don't guarantee that it's going to be easy. But, the people that are organizing these things, in social media, they put it on Facebook, they're sticking their neck out. The government's watching them. The government's adding them to a list. And this is what we're going to see. As the DHS and ICE and the rest of these Stasi-like police agencies grow in power, as they add more technology like Palantir and the rest of it to continue to monitor citizens, and as they strip us of our rights, especially leftists, with things like NSPM 7, this is what the future of leftist activism looks like. I remember this during Occupy Wall Street. I remember Barack Obama's security agents going to Occupy Wall Street's organizers, like at 4 a.m., before they leave for the day, and preemptively arresting them. So this was happening under Obama, but of course it's been mega supercharged under Trump. And this is what we're going to see. I mean, basically anybody that makes the future of leftist activism, and this is why it's probably going to have to be underground until we defeat fascism. But the future of activism is anybody that makes any kind of pro-dissent message on social media. Knock, 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 knock on the door. What's your name? Where do you work? Incredibly probing questions. Threatening. Basically threatening. This is what life is like in China. This is what life is like in Russia. Right? Third world, second world countries with authoritarian governments. This is what it's like. Lock that shit down. They go after the organizers, but they also go after the participants. You're a terrorist. You get fired from your job. Fees, fines. You lose your right to renew your license, or you get your license revoked. Cripple your life. Destroy your life. Yeah, I did see that, Sabercat. That was the guy that served like over 30 days in jail for a Facebook post. I think it was literally quoting Charlie Kirk. This is why we need to fight back now. Because if the fascists are growing in power, and they're it's all going to be legal, by the way. All going to be above board, totally legal. This is how fascists work. It's all going to be totally legal to do this. Destroy your life if you dare speak up against authority, right? If you dare dissent in any kind of way. This is what the future looks. This is why we need to start right now. Right fucking now. Every single day, this entity gets more and more powerful, gets more brazen, makes its actions more legal. So if we don't start now, it might be too late. Like, it's, how difficult is it for a pro-democracy movement in China? How difficult is it for an anti-Putin group in Russia to get off the ground? Nearly impossible. And that's intentional. Right? Those governments understand, hey, as long as we get enough bread and circus and we crack down on dissent as hard as we can continue being tyrants. We can continue to strip people of their rights, steal their money, do what we want, right? Reject freedom, reject democracy. And that's exactly what the Trump administration, the Republican Party as a whole, that's the level that they want to obtain. They're forgetting the bread and circus part. They're not very good authoritarians, but they'll make that up with state violence. Right? They think, okay, well, we'll figure that out. We'll get the right balance. Maybe we'll get Elon Musk to help. Right? We'll figure out the bread and circus part later, but we're going to get that authoritarian police state right now and destroy the concept of dissent. So this is going to become more and more common for leftist activists, just leftists in general, people who disagree, who want to dissent in general. You don't even need to be an organizer, just anybody who disagrees with the government.
Right here came by because I'm trying to organize a community protest against a representative who's trying to push in a data center owned by a out-of-state company.
Right. So in China, they'd call this guy a terrorist. He'd be pro-Western terrorist. In Russia, he'd be a pro-Western agitator. The cops would be able to sue this guy for violating their privacy rights. They'd be able to say that this guy was being aggressive. And they want to make all that happen here in the United States.
Trying to suck up all our energy. I made a post. I made an event on Facebook trying to organize the community to get together. And what's your badge number? Name and badge number?
I've detected that, Sin.
And name and badge number?
Sure. SHRP and it's 160.
Okay. Yeah. No, I have a First Amendment right to protest. And if I organize a protest on a public road, there's nothing wrong with that. I sent an email to that representative, and I can show you the.
Your Palantir flagged you as a potential terrorist that's gonna disrupt traffic. They love the disrupt traffic thing. You know why they go so hard against the disrupting traffic? Because it kind of works. The government, the state understands that protests only work if they're disruptive, and a great effective tactic is blocking traffic. Pisses off a lot of people, but the whole point is to be disruptive, so that to say, hey, we will stop this if the government acts, if the government decides to do something. That's why they claim it's safety. It's not. It has nothing to do with safety. It has to do with the fact that this style of protesting, shutting down the streets, works. That's why they're so hard on it, right? Because like showing up to a designated free speech zone for a couple hours, rah, 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 wave your flags, and everyone goes home. Nothing in the news, right? No politician is held accountable. Nothing is disrupted. People can just walk on by, completely ignore it. Those protests do nothing, right? They're complete waste of time, really. Masturbation at best, right? Maybe an opportunity to do some organizing, get to know your neighbor, get to know like-minded people. Like, there's some value to it. But in terms of actually creating political leverage that changes politicians' minds, not even close. Not even fucking close.
The email. I never made a threat. I told no, this is my house, and I'm going to talk. You guys are on my property trying to intimidate me because I'm organizing a protest against a data center. Then why are you here?
Well, that's if you let me. Okay, so first off, do you want to talk about this?
Talk about what? There's nothing to talk about. I'm organizing a protest, and I'm allowed to do that. It's a First Amendment protected activity.
110%.
Yeah.
The issue is some of the communication, the Facebook posts. I would disagree that there's.
I haven't made a single threat. Tell me what threat I made.
Okay. Well, you know what you posted.
No, give me a quote me. Quote a threat, because I didn't make one. I'm organizing a protest on a public street, demanding a representative.
What about the safety of his children?
Huh?
What about the safety of his children?
Someone else made a comment about the safety of his children.
Did you?
No.
You didn't?
No, what I said.
So guilt by association. We're seeing this in the UK as well, where they basically, if you organize a protest, and one agent provocateur or one crackpot shows up, then the organizer gets arrested. Right? So that's all it takes to destroy a protest movement now is one agent provocateur, one crackpot show up. Right, you'll have a protest against the genocide in Palestine. You get one pro-Hamas guy, and then the government gets to say this. It was a pro-Hamas march, right? Total guilt by association blanket, and yeah, and it's like you know, there's always going to be at least one crackpot. But if you're lucky enough to not have one crackpot, all you need is an undercover cop to wave a Hamas flag. And there you go. Whole thing's pro-Hamas. Got to go. Everyone's anti-Semitic. Got to go. Here in Germany, they love it when the people protest, as long as they get permission and are not disruptive. Exactly. Yeah. Those are the protests that don't work. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Blow off some steam, peasant. As long as you don't get in our way, we're going to continue to do what we want. And then watch out when the AfD takes over. Oh boy. Watch out. Anything even slightly progressive, things are going to start getting more violent.
If he valued his children's safety, he probably wouldn't be trying to ruin the world that they're being brought up on. And that isn't a threat. That's the fact that I'm watching this man ruin the world around here. And yes, I'm allowed to say that if someone cares about their...
So this anti-protest, anti-dissent, under the guise of protecting the kids. Oh, what about the kids? Oh, the kid. We totally believe in free speech, but what about the kiddies? Oh no. Oh no, that's obvious. We're gonna take some other person's comment out of context. Oh, you hate kids? You want to hurt kids? No, why would you say that? Oh my God. Of course, what they're gonna do is eventually anybody who's pro-trans, pro-gay. Oh, you want to mutilate children? Oh, you want to kidnap my little Billy and cut his pee-pee off? Oh, how dare you!
Kids, they shouldn't destroy the community that their kids are being raised in. That's not a threat.
The problem is you didn't say that in the post.
Yes, I did.
You did not.
Pull it up. Pull it up and read it.
Looked at it.
Pull it up and read it.
I've been dealing with this all afternoon.
Cool. Pull it up and read it.
Yeah, I've been monitoring your social media all afternoon because that's what the taxpayers pay me to do. Monitor social media. We're gonna have to take this shit underground. We can't. It's like millennials. They still have this nostalgia for the early days of social media, right? This, the democratizing, dream of the internet. But no, they got all Palantir. They got all these AI plugged into social media, and they're extremely quick to take things out of context to shut it all down. And, of course, mainstream media, corporate media, local corporate media, they go right along with these narratives as well. Dangerous organizer who threatens children, organizing a disruptive march, and explicitly said he wanted to block hospitals or block ambulances.
So that's the concerning part is obviously, yes, you have the right to make an event, you have the right to public protest, everything else, right? But
I never made a threat.
Okay. Well, we disagree, and our state's attorney disagrees. Okay, so you're going to be charged today for a couple of offenses.
So the preemptive charges, they get to take a comment, not even a comment he made. Some schmuck could easily be working for the cops. Some schmuck, some crackpot gets to make a comment on an event that you're organizing. The state gets to take it out of context, lie, and shut it down. This is the future of protesting. Maybe, Simply Steve. Maybe. And they don't really care if he wins or loses, because what they care about is shutting down the event and putting the fear in the hearts of other organizers, right? Because we're talking about working people, right? People that got to make a living. So just the threat of arrest, the fact that now this guy's going to get dragged into court, it's going to cost him money, cost him time. That's the main goal, is to scare people away from organizing altogether.
Seriously? I'm going to get charged for what?
For stalking and intimidation.
For stalking and intimidation, because someone else made a comment about, politicians care about who knows what it is. He didn't even make the comment. It's a police state. It's a fucking police state. And what does, Peter Thiel and all the rest of the tech oligarchs want? They want to install fucking chips. They want to go even beyond monitoring social media, right? They want to, any kind of thought of dissent, right? You're done. Where's my unhappy thought, take him in, arrest him for reconditioning. It's not sci-fi anymore. It's reality. And this is the beginning of it. This motherfucker, happy to do it too, by the way, knows goddamn well he's part of a fascist dictatorship, destroying people's rights, happy to do it, cash them checks. My AI computer says you bad. I'm going to arrest you for threatening us.
Stalking. When did I ever go to his house?
Stalking.
Explain that to you more. Okay, so you are going to be placed under arrest right now, okay? All right.
Okay,
so
let me
conclude your live stream.
Wow.
We need you to stay here with you.
And there it is. And like I said, if they get sued, whether they win or lose, they don't care. It's about intimidation. So this was in Dixon. Man's alleged threat to former state representative centered on data center development. And it wasn't his threat. Wasn't even his threat. Dixon man's been charged with 3 felonies in connection with social media posts and emails that authorities say directed threats towards Lee County economic development official. By the way, right-wingers, all day with the fash posting. All day with the overt, direct threat, call to action. Kill this person, kill that person. I'm glad this person's dead. This person should have their kids taken away. This person, right-wingers out there having a field day threatening people on the internet, right? Left-wingers, we got to tiptoe. We got to be real careful with our rhetoric. And even then, it's intentionally misconstrued, and they still tie us up in the courts. They know what they're doing. The state knows what they're doing. It's a total protection and defense of right-wing stochastic terrorism, while the left wing have to be really fucking careful, and even then we still get wrapped up. So this is Harley DeLander, 28, of Dixon, was charged with intimidation, physical harm, a class 3 felony, and 1 count each of stalking, causing fear for safety, and cyber stalking causing a person to fear. Both class 4 felonies, according to Lee County Online court documents. DeLander is accused of threatening Lee County Industrial Development Association Executive Director Tom Demmer. So it's, obviously the state backing up, protecting billionaires, taking people's social media comments out of context intentionally to protect millionaires and billionaires who want to destroy. They want to gobble up all the water, gobble up all the power, destroy our fucking lives, enslave us. A former Illinois state representative over DeLander's disdain for data centers, according to Dixon police. Blah, 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 blah. Through email, social media, regarding blah, 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 blah. Based on investigation, charges were approved. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. So DeLander had plans to protest the data center development, right? So you got to nip it in the bud early, right? So this could have turned into something much larger. He wasn't even given a chance to start. Very intentional. Blah, 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 blah. Right. And then, of course, comments from the people. This isn't about limiting anyone's right to speak. Blah, 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 blah. They're lying. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, the police department recognizes and respects the constitutional right of shut the fuck up. Right. The Dixon Police Department encourages residents to remain engaged in local issues in respectful, lawful, and peaceful manner. Respectful. And who gets to define what those terms mean? They do. Top comment here. These officers don't realize that they're also going to be suffering at the consequences of a data center in their town. At what point will they stop eating their own tails and to please the billionaires? They don't. They're on the payroll. Exactly. They don't care. They don't care. There are people in society, always. Every democratic society has these little bitches. Every democratic society has these bootlickers that, well, it's the law. It's the law. It's the law. Every fucking democratic society has them. It's up to free-thinking, freedom-loving people to strip these people of the ability to abuse their power. You do that with checks and balances. You do that with transparency. We've seen it far too often. Police departments just go crazy. They just do whatever the fuck they want. Right? And they, you know, it's all lawful. It's all lawful. Color of law. One more top comment here. I'm curious. So we're on track to becoming just as speech limited as the UK, but worse since our police are still armed. Great times ahead. Exactly. Second was made for the first. No comment. Moving on. Moving on. Second is made for the first, but moving on. Here's a picture of pussy bitch boy Pete Hegseth cosplaying as as an operator on a fucking helicopter, fully loaded machine gun, some sort, assault rifle. Hegseth is out playing dipshit second lieutenant for another photo shoot. I was asking myself, like, who is this for? This kind of bullshit. There's a lot of right-wingers that see this and they're, like, disgusted at some, second-rate, out of shape, let's be real. He's got a little pudge himself. I didn't hear that he shot himself in the foot. That'd be hilarious if he did. But, there's a lot of right-wingers. Well, it's even the fans, right? Because there's a lot of right-wingers that see this kind of shit. They hate it. They hate it when, rich guys, fancy boys do stolen valor. Yeah, exactly. Kivler, exactly. And I was thinking to myself, who is this for? Because obviously the left despises this. There's a lot of people on the right that think this is disgusting, right? It's dishonorable to the people that, have earned the right to sit on that helicopter, that do the work, that put their lives in danger. This motherfucker's never going to put his life in danger. Gets all kitted up, body armor, fully loaded rifle. You're not going to do shit. Not unless it's a fucking unarmed civilian that you want to unload on. You're not going to do shit about it. I was thinking to myself, who is this for? This LARP, who's it for? It's for him. He doesn't care if it's going to hurt his image with the right. Of course he doesn't care what the left thinks. It's for him. It's totally selfish. Department of War. Ew, I'm the head of the Department of War. I'm going to dress up like a soldier, Daddy. Move on out. Let's go. Let's get them. I've created an enemy, and now I'm going to annihilate them. I want to open up on a fishing boat. Boop, 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 boop. Take that, fishermen. I mean, drug dealers. Boop, 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 boop. It's for him. Stolen valor. The definition of stolen valor. I mean, it's one thing to order the murder of these fishing boat people, right? Because if you actually cared about if they were drug dealing or not, you'd arrest them. By the way, people who deal drugs, they don't, even if they were dealing drugs, a death sentence is not what they would normally be charged with. They're up to over 200 people dead. Trinidad and Tobago, a couple other places. Panama, I believe as well. Over 200 people. We have no idea how many of them are innocent of crimes. Probably a good chunk of them, totally innocent. Have they taken out a few people delivering drugs? Maybe. It shreds. It totally does. But here's the thing. Even if these people were delivering drugs, they would, I've heard some of the stats that some of these boats would have to refuel like a dozen times to get to America. So it's highly unlikely that they're even doing that. This motherfucker absolutely giddy to open up. There's a reason why they're killing them and not arresting them. Because if they were arresting them, they would have to, they couldn't hide how many people were stone cold innocent. Oh, another one without drugs. Oh, well, they dumped it. Wouldn't you know it? They just had a boat filled with fish. Faking it. They're faking it. They're pretending to fish. Well, they're actually fishing, but they got drugs in there somewhere. I mean, a couple beers. That's why they're killing them, right? And it's wild too because the whole thing is manufactured, right? It's literally this whole manufacture. They're murdering these people to manufacture this thing that we're doing something about drug dealers. Meanwhile, of course, the stats on cocaine haven't lowered. The amount of cocaine entering this country in the United States hasn't lowered. They have, even if every single one of those fishing boats did have cocaine in them, it's not working. The cocaine's getting in somewhere else. Even if they were totally accurate about their assertions that the assertions that these boats had drugs. So that's why they're killing them, so that they can avoid any kind of accountability, so that they can pretend that they're doing something effective, right? And think about all the resources, all the money spent on these theatrics. Nothing of substance actually getting done. People getting murdered. Millions of tax dollars spent. Also, this Pete Hegseth guy can pretend like he's an effective leader, and then he gets dressed up. God damn. But the thing that really gets me, though, is that will he see accountability? Likely no. Likely no. And that's the thing that really gets me, is that he gets to do this whole song and dance, get people fucking killed, make a complete joke of the U.S. military. He calls it the Department of War. He hasn't even officially changed the name. You need a congressional approval to do that, to change the name of the Department of Defense, which I agree is an Orwellian name. I actually agree that the Department of War is a more accurate description of what that institution is. But he hasn't actually changed the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War. He just calls it that and forces his subordinates to put the Department of War. Man, I'm the Department of War, Daddy. But that's the thing that really hurts me, is that this motherfucker is going to see no accountability for this, for embarrassing everybody, making a mockery of the U.S. military, like it had any trouble doing that in the past anyway. It's failures in Vietnam, failures in Cuba, failures in Iraq and Afghanistan, the fucking Gulf War slaughter, and now Iran, making absolute fucking fools of us all, spending trillions of our dollars to do jack fucking squat. And the cherry on top of the shit sundae, this pudgy piece of fucking trash, pretending like he's a soldier and getting people killed. Fishermen, poor fishermen with like 60 fucking, pesos in their fucking pocket. Murdering them, slaughtering them. Wildly against Geneva Conventions, by the way. If you fucking bomb a boat, you're supposed to fish them out of the water. They double tap, triple tap. Slaughtering drowning men that they just launched out of the fucking boat. It's like number one or something in like the operations manual for the Navy or something, that once you've disabled a boat, you're not allowed to shoot on the sailors that are still alive. But the thing that gets me the most, though, is the fact that a Gavin Newsom or a Pete Buttigieg or a Cory Booker, if they somehow magically get to sit in that seat again, which is pretty fucking unlikely, but if we magically get a Democratic president, this motherfucker gets to walk. He'll be right back on Fox News, pretending like he's a fucking war hero. He'll be right back on TV, embarrassing us. Oh, big time, big dude. I accomplished so much. These Democrats are weak. Warrior mentality. That's the thing that gets me the worst. No accountability. Yeah, maybe he'll be dragged into a couple congressional hearings where the fucking corporate neoliberals will wag their fucking fingers, make a big show of it. But that motherfucker will go right back to his mansion, go right back on TV to lie to people every single fucking day. Motherfucker should be behind bars. Yeah, and the national debt, of course. Yeah, we're actually paying more on the interest. We're paying more on the interest to our national debt than our entire GDP. That just happened recently, just a couple weeks ago. Imagine that. Not even a payment on the debt, payment on the interest of our debt is the entirety of our GDP. And these motherfucking clowns get to dress up like badasses and kill innocent people. But the thing that gets me the most is the lack of accountability. It's like you can do all that, but, every dog has its day, right? Oh, okay, well, you're not going to get away with it. No, this motherfucker's going to get away with it. That's the part that gets me, dude. That's the twist of the knife. Moving on. Grace Yarrow here pointing out screwworm, which is a disease that affects cows, or it's a parasite, that affects cows, has been detected in Texas, USDA confirmed, marking a serious threat to U.S. cattle and other animals. Maria here pointing out, never forget when Rand Paul sat on the Senate floor and railed against federal funding to study the screwworm's reproductive cycle as wasteful. This was just last year, I believe, Rand Paul doing this. I think it was during the Doge shit. He was using this, bandying this about, can you believe the federal government wastes our money studying worms? They're watching worms have sex? Oh, these liberals. Oh, wasting our money. Turns out that money was studying this parasite's reproductive cycle so that we could prevent a massive fucking parasitic outbreak that's going to affect beef prices, which are already skyrocketing. Well, Nova Ghost, you just missed me criticizing Pete Hegseth and the Stolen Valor. You missed a good part. Sorry you missed that. You probably would have enjoyed that being an ex-military guy. But no, moving on here. Rand Paul, and Rand Paul is one of the people that TYT and other so-called liberals, he's one of the good ones. Sometimes he votes in favor of us. He's one of the reasonable ones. So now on top of beef price is ridiculous already. Fucking ridiculous already. Anybody that's had to prepare for a barbecue can tell you that. $100 rack of ribs. Now we're going to see even worse if this outbreak continues to spread. And right now it's spreading. So if they can't contain this, and it'd be easier to contain if we understood how these fucking parasites transmit themselves through reproduction. Wasteful spending. Yeah, I don't think we need an answer on that one, Nova Ghost. But I hear you, man. Actually, the drinking of raw milk is bringing back tuberculosis, with 60 people recently hospitalized having TB reactions. I brought that up earlier in the stream, the raw milk issue. $60 motherfucking Darwin cases. I mean, what do you say to people? I was just talking about how, I used to work on a dairy farm, right? When you see the milk come out pink with little fucking bugs in it, you're like, yeah, pasteurize that shit. You know what? Let's do 2 pasteurizations. I'm not drinking that shit. You're right, because in the cartoons, right, you see like, milkmaids and stuff drinking milk right from the teat. No, the fuck they're not. No, the fuck they're not. Nova Ghost, you can be useful to me by following the 3-step program and joining a local activist group into fighting back against the oligarchy. You could be useful to me by participating in nonviolent direct political action. That's how you can be useful to me. But anyway, Rand Paul, one of the good ones, undermining our ability to prevent a parasitic outbreak that's going to affect beef prices that are already skyrocketing because of Donald Trump's war of choice. Ironically, something that Rand Paul disagrees with. Rand Paul give the corporations all the tax breaks that they want. Rand Paul, corporations can do no wrong, right? Oh, but don't spend our money in wars. I mean, he's right, but he's no fucking libertarian. He likes to pretend like he's a libertarian like his father. I disagree with a lot of Ron Paul's bullshit, but I will say one thing. He stuck by what he believed in. He never wavered. Rand Paul wavers and flips and flops. He likes to masquerade as an outsider in the Republican Party. Look at that motherfucker's voting record. Over 90% pro-Trump. I feel you, Nova Ghost. Be willing to bet that most dairy farmers do not drink raw milk because they know what's in it. Exactly, Krail. Exactly. They're probably looking at they're probably like, well, I'm going to save money because I no longer, I don't have to pasteurize my milk. Right? But it's like, I'm not drinking that shit. Hell no. Hell no. Fucking pink pus, blood, bug-infested milk. Hell no. Here's a funny one. I mean, I don't know about funny, but it's more entertaining than my screaming into the microphone. This guy's pretty good. If you haven't subscribed to him, I definitely recommend it. I'll try to get the name here. You've seen it before. Instagram account, Pearlmania 5000. That's a weird name. I don't know why he calls himself that, but whatever. You've seen him before. He's kind of cocky. Maybe he's not your style. This is only a minute long. But this is about corporate personhood gone completely out of control. Listen to this shit. This is real. This is happening now. Listen to this.
Oh, you thought you were going to be able to own a house? In Delaware, they just declared that if a corporation owns land, it can vote in local elections.
You heard that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, small little beach town just north of Ocean City, Maryland, right across the Delaware border there. They decided, they're like, hey, most people don't actually live here.
And if you don't know, Delaware is where corporations will HQ themselves because they get massive tax breaks. That, Delaware is well known for that. So they'll buy offices, because you got to have a physical office there to declare that it's an HQ, but no one will work there, literally. It's empty offices everywhere in this area. So that's what he's talking about. Fucking ghost town. Bought up by, but the everyone's paying their taxes, right? Whatever teeny little taxes that they have to pay, but no one's actually there. No one's actually working there, but they do it so that they can skip out on their taxes, right? We should make the whole process illegal. We should fucking nip it in the bud so that these corporations have to pay money. But no, they get to headquarter themselves in Delaware and save millions of dollars on tax obligations. So that's what he's talking about here.
And we got local elections. Why don't we let the landlords that don't live here vote through their corporations and LLCs?
So you hear that? Because no one's voting, because no one actually lives there. Let's let corporations vote instead.
And then I got stuck in court for years and years and years. And then a judge sat down one day, pulled out the Delaware state constitution, brushed it off, and then went, It doesn't say here that a dog can't play basketball. Yeah. Oh, sorry, read that wrong. Doesn't say here that a corporation can't vote.
Right. So there's no law in the books that says we can't do this incredibly corrupt, terrible, anti-democratic thing that will set a precedent that could literally ruin the fucking country even further.
And so now we are so close to a data center being built on Fenwick Island, Delaware, and then that data center declaring itself an entity, and then robots having more rights than immigrants and women.
That's right.
Like we are so close. We are this close.
Right. So they're over here giving rights to corporations to vote while stripping the rights of women and black people, people of color, stripping their rights to vote, right, with the destruction of the Voting Rights Act. So this is good. Here's some red meat. This will put a smile on your face. My boy, Kyle, what's his nuts? Kyle Clark. I've showcased him before. This is the guy that should be Wolf Blitzer. This is the guy that should be headlining CNN, MSNBC, right? This should be the prime time. This is the Walter Cronkite of our generation, and he's stuck, on some local news channel, right? He has a YouTube channel as well. I think the name of it is in here somewhere. No. He's got a name for his YouTube channel. If you type his name into YouTube, it'll come right up. Let me see here. I'll get it. But this is the Anderson Cooper. Yeah, Wolf Blitzer needs to fucking retire. But it's not like he would be replaced with anybody worth a damn. No, that's not him. Kyle Clark Music. That's right. Yeah, so he's next with Kyle Clark. That's the name of his channel. So check if you like this performance, and trust me, you will. If you're a freedom-loving American that loves journalism, a lot of motherfuckers named Kyle Clark, it seems. But look into him. Well worth it. Absolutely. Like I said, this should be the face of news in America. Not these corporate motherfuckers, not Jen Psaki, Ari Melber, Rachel Maddow. It should be Kyle Clark, and you'll see why.
You have claimed without offering evidence that there are 45,000 to 50,000 Tren de Aragua gang members in Colorado, mostly in rural areas, which is odd because that's 10 to 20 times the worldwide membership of the gang, according to the U.S. government. You also say...
So he literally claims that there's 45 or what was the number there? Hold on.
To 50,000.
45 to 50,000 members of Tren de Aragua in his district in Colorado or in his state. And there's not even that many members that exist in the entire gang.
1,000 Tren de Aragua gang members in Colorado, mostly in rural areas, which is odd because that's 10 to 20 times the worldwide membership of the gang, according to the U.S. government. You also say that sheriffs in Colorado are preparing to deputize people who have special forces experience to go and fight this foreign army. I reached out to every single sheriff in Colorado, not one said you're telling the truth. A couple of them laughed you right out of the room.
So he's just making shit up, fear mongering, right? Oh, the goddamn brown people, oh, the goddamn immigrants, goddamn Venezuelans are taking all your jobs, they're going to kill you, they're going to turn your kids trans. Lie, whatever it takes to get into that office, right? Well, Donald Trump did it. Eating the cats, eating the dogs, right? Oh,
they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Why can't I do it?
Do you stand by your claim, and will you finally present your evidence tonight?
They said I got that wrong. What they said was actually happening is 45,000 Venezuelans came directly to Denver and then applied for asylum, and they said there's probably 60 or 70,000 Venezuelans, not cartel, but just Venezuelans.
We emailed every single sheriff's office multiple times. We heard back from 40 of the more than 60 sheriffs, and the sheriffs that we heard.
Yeah, Bound, I did see. I saw that video. Pretty heartbreaking stuff. Bound is talking about this dude in China. His dog was like one of those social media dogs, right? Like 1.5 million followers. This dog is fucking kidnapped, sold to a meat market, chopped up, and sold for like $20. This dog that was worth like millions of dollars, right? It's everyone loves the social media, darling. Stolen from this dude, sold to a meat market for like, $20, $30. and then chopped up and sold. Fucking crazy, dude.
Back from did not support your claims. The one sheriff that you name-checked in your lengthy response to us, Teller County Sheriff Jason Meixel, who was a previous candidate for governor, said you're confused about things you see on the news, which I believe you just confirmed when you said you couldn't tell the difference between the 45,000 Venezuelans who came to Colorado and 45,000 Tren de Aragua.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're terrorists or not. They're from Venezuela. That's bad. Venezuela, bad. Brown people, bad. Well, who cares? Who cares if they're terrorists or not? Who cares if they're tax-paying American? Who cares if I don't care. They're brown and they're from a different country, and that means they're bad. That's really what we're getting at here, right? And really, you know, when the cameras are off, and it's just him and his Republican buddies, right? It's a bunch of elbow. You know, oh yeah, right. Well, we hate them anyway. It doesn't matter. It's okay. You could lie through your teeth about if they're dangerous or not. They make me feel something strange with their sexy brown skin. They gotta go. They gotta go.
Gang members, which do not exist in the whole wide world.
So I'm right about the fact that not all 65 told you that.
Absolutely. What I said was that
15 didn't.
What I said was that we couldn't find one who says you're telling the truth.
That's a funny way to spin that.
Would you like to name the ones who...
Right. Well, 15 didn't get back to you. So those 15 agree with me. Those 15 agree with me. Okay, you name names. Who? Oh, 15 of them.
Support your claim.
I don't have to now. You just did 15.
Yeah, see, 15 got them. Vote for me. Vote for me. I love Trump. Trump's so great. You know, it's okay. A little pedophilia. It ain't going to hurt nobody. Come on. We got to go after the brown people, though. Oh, my God. Coming from Venezuela. We got to invade them again. Let's invade them twice, 3 times, whatever it takes. Oh, God, please vote for me.
No, those are 15 that didn't respond, sir. That's not how math and logic work. Would you like to list the sheriffs who publicly will support your claim that they are overrun by TDA gang members and are preparing to deputize special forces?
So when you said that all 65 said that I was making that up and that you talked to all 65 and they all said...
No, good grief, sir. That's not what I said. Anybody watching at home could just roll back the tape. I'm not going to respond.
It is just what you said.
What I said was I reached out to every single sheriff.
Oh, this is the guy he's debating with? He's just as worse. He's just as bad. I've seen this guy in the news. I can't remember his name, but he's just as bad. Holy shit, the whole thing's a fucking mess.
In Colorado, not one said you're telling the truth. In fact, we heard from 40 who said that they had no evidence to support your claim. Tonight's your...
Victor Marks. This guy is just as bad. I think I might have a clip somewhere in my Discord about him.
Your chance, lay out your evidence.
And 2 weeks ago, when you said it on your TV show, you said the same thing. We have the recording. 65 said that
tonight's
all
the time to lay out your evidence. It feels like you think you've won a clever game here. This is your chance.
I know the clip. I'll show you the clip of this Victor Marks guy. I'll show you the clip. Hold on.
To present your evidence to Colorado that the rural counties are overrun with tens of thousands of TDA members, or to say, whoops, I can't tell the difference between Venezuelans and gang members.
Well, I already said that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Right. So the guy he's debating with. Let me show you this clip. Kyle Kalinske was covering this. Let me show you this clip, dude. This is unbelievable. It's just a fucking cavalcade of fucking scumbags and murderers. Like you got to watch this clip of this Victor Marks guy getting asked questions. It's unbelievable. It's like frightening stuff. See here. Man, Kyle out here. Yeah, here it is. Worst interview ever. MAGA candidates admit to murder in total train wreck interview. Watch this shit.
Many of y'all have seen this, but this did go a little viral, and this is some of the wildest shit I've ever seen in my life. So there's a guy running for governor in Colorado as a Republican, okay? His name is Victor Marks. I had never heard about this guy until this interview. He's being interviewed by this guy.
By the way, thank you to Simply Steve for calling out the name here. I appreciate that. You'll see why this is, like, unbelievable. And I think he's winning. He's beating the other liar.
Kyle Clark. Shout out to Kyle Clark. He is, he's a wonderful representation of all the Kyles out there. There's good Kyles and there's bad Kyles. He's one of the good Kyles, seemingly. Okay.
Killer Kenny Rogers. That's awesome.
This guy does an interview with him, and this is without a doubt one of the single most bizarre interviews I've ever seen in my life. This man openly admits to being a murderer while on the campaign trail, running for office, thinking that's going to help him or make him look good.
Amongst the Republican Party, hell yeah, it will.
I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. But let's go ahead and dive in. I got some clips for you. Here we go.
Your claim that your abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old, is that the only person you've ever killed?
Exactly, female eunuchs.
Bro.
So he was just asked one more time. So your dad made you kill a man at 7 years old. Have you killed anybody else? Well, that's a personal question.
Or forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old. Is that the only person you've ever killed?
And he's bragging about this shit. I guarantee you that's how he's framing it. As like, I'm a tough guy, I kill people. Better watch out.
Bro. Oh my word.
Well, I would say as a child, yes.
Oh no! So he said his stepdad made him kill somebody when he was 7 years old. First of all, what? Like what? I got so many questions. But then he's asked, is that the only person you've ever killed? And he's like, long, disturbing pause. As a child, yes. Can you go ahead and just wrap up the campaign?
I mean, the people in my basement are still alive. Does that count?
Dog, like let's call it a day on this bitch. Like, I don't know why we would continue after this. Who is this for? Yes, he's gonna win the serial killer.
We're gonna look at the numbers. We're gonna look at the numbers, how if he's winning or not, and see how bad the situation is.
Demographic. The secret serial killer demographic is all in for Victor Marks. Here we go.
I mean, without question. But I've been in other situations where, possibly people or persons died as a result of me defending myself in other countries.
Somebody go check this dude's basement ASAP. There is a solid 48% chance that he's got some toddlers tied up in that bitch. Let's get that search warrant. By the way, all you have to do to get that warrant is just show this clip to a judge. They will greenlight whatever the fuck you want to search.
No,
you could search his car.
No, they won't.
You could search his basement.
Not if they're MAGA appointed Republican judges. No, they won't. They'll carry water. Look, they're carrying water for pedophiles. They're carrying water for January 6ers who assaulted cops. You think an open and proud fucking murderer is gonna scratch their morality? Not even close.
You can search whatever the fuck you want. They will allow that once you hear this guy talk. Worst political candidate, maybe of all time?
No.
I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe,
not even close.
Perhaps.
Think that you've killed people as an adult?
Does it matter?
Right. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Oh no! Oh no! Bro, what are we talking about? Oh, this gets worse.
Say so.
Why?
Killing somebody's a pretty...
Why?
He said why? Why does it matter that if I murdered somebody, if I murdered more people?
We've all done it.
Excuse you?
weighty thing.
We've all done it.
If someone's trying to kill you or you're in combat?
It's still a weighty thing to take somebody else's life. I mean, it could be self-defense. It could be just...
This guy giving me the heebie-fucking-jeebies over here. Heebie-jeebies.
Justified, but it's still a weighty thing. So I'm just asking you, how many people have you killed?
Well, if I did, I wouldn't be telling a reporter sitting here in my training center.
How about voters? Would you tell voters?
There's no need. I don't think that's important. It's actually it's an odd question to me.
Well, he's got my vote. Who's watching this going, that's the one. Murderer who can't give a direct answer. Let's go with that.
You actually talk about the idea of killing people with some frequency.
So that's the thing, is that he doesn't want any scrutiny on it, but he wants to use it like a feather in his cap for the election. I'm a big tough guy. I kill people, like I'm willing to kill. I'm willing to do what it takes to make sure the trans Tifa doesn't get your kids and cut off little Billy's pee-pee. I'm not gonna do it, but I could. Please don't go into my basement.
and why it's a necessary thing to do, killing people.
I love how this guy's like, the interviewer's like, all right, let me try to act really normal while describing the most insane shit of all time. He's pulling it off really well. But man, this guy gives me the creeps, bro.
You said on NRA TV in 2017, now a lot of them just got to be killed. I've had them shoot at me and I had to shoot back. There's a time and place to eliminate.
Right, so that's what he's saying on the campaign trail. Kyle is quoting him now.
Now a lot of them just got to be killed. I've had them shoot at me and I had to shoot.
Which is what, you know, how many times have we heard right-wingers on social media, right? Usually not politicians. Right, but we hear the right-wingers themselves say that, you know, something's got to be done. You know, you'll never forget the guy who asked Charlie Kirk, you know, when do we get to use the guns? You keep talking about these demonic leftist elements that are ruining our lives. When do we get to use the guns? And there's like, he danced around it. You know, he danced around it. But, you know, there was that famous question to Charlie Kirk, you know, when do we get to use our guns? And we hear that constantly from right-wingers, you know, like we just take care of them. We just got to do it. We got to, you know, do what we got to do. Do what we got to do. Use our arsenal. That's why we got our arsenals, to take them out. Take them out. We got no choice. It's them or us. That's constantly the framing from the right wing.
Back. There's a time and place to eliminate the enemy, and you have to.
Right. Simply Steve. Exactly that kind of rhetoric right there. Right. Overt calls to action. Using violence against leftists, gay people, of course. And it doesn't stop there. You know, it's only a matter of time before the hood comes out and, you know, we start talking about brown people as well.
You said on Jeff Lerner's podcast in 2025, some people have to get killed. Some people.
2025, talking about how people have to get killed. Right. And you can't even, you know, I just showed you a post, right? You can't even be a leftist organizing a goddamn, you know, anti-data center march without the cops coming at you claiming that you're doing all kinds of stochastic terrorism. This guy running for office, making overt calls to violence. Totally normal. And like, have you heard this? Have you watched any mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC? You heard any of this? Relegated to social media and independent journalists. Like Kyle Kulinski here. Nobody talking about it. Wolf Blitzer doesn't have time. Anderson Cooper doesn't have time. Jen Psaki doesn't have time. Oh, we got to talk about Donald Trump for the 7 millionth time. He's dozing off. Yeah, what about the right winger in Colorado running on a campaign of overt violence against the left? I snooze.
Have to die. But it's an odd question to ask you how many people you've killed.
Yes.
You claim that you once called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. I didn't realize that civilians could essentially facilitate military airstrikes.
And the stolen valor.
You can see on this guy's face all the long track record of pathologically lying has just caught up with him and hit him on the head like a ton of bricks.
He's looking at this guy like he wants to kill him. The look, if you've seen this look on Republicans before, it's like right before they pull out their gun and shoot you down and do a family fucking elimination or whatever they call it. Right? That's the quiet look of that's the look of quiet rage before they go out to their truck and get their gun and then just, you know, annihilate everyone that's in the building.
Walk me through how that worked.
No.
Oh no, one more time. That's the best thing I've ever seen.
Some people have to die. But it's an odd question to ask you how many people you've killed.
43,000 kids?
Yes.
You claim that you once called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. I didn't realize that civilians could essentially facilitate military airstrikes. Could you walk me through how that worked?
No.
Imagine being invited on TV for an interview for your campaign, and you just instantly have to suck a bag of dicks.
Holy shit.
Here, sir, the giant bag of dick you ordered. Oh, thank you. I'll get right on that.
Wow.
Oh, no. All right. Still not done. Here we go. We got some more. Let's watch this one.
I want to talk about some of the specifics of what you will share about your rescues. You said that you've performed more than 130 missions to rescue women and children from terror and abuse. Your organization says that you've saved women and children from 30 nations.
By the way, let me just say, it's the people who say shit like this and brag about shit like this that usually are like involved in child sex trafficking.
So true. No, it's 100% true. It really is. Look, look, if we could bring up the data, right? If we could collate the data, there's a pattern. If you watch news as long as I have, as long as Kyle Kalinske has, you notice this pattern of these people, right? Donald Trump, right? Is a good example of like, oh, I'm not gay. I only post pictures of myself as a muscle man surrounded by muscle men cheerleaders, right? No, there's a pattern here. Colorado is now reliably blue state since all the growth. No Republican can win the governorship. The Republican Party is filled with weirdos. Marx is a pastor in a Christian right-dominated enclave in Colorado Springs. I want the numbers. If someone has time to please look up what his actual numbers are, what he's polling at, what it's looking at, I would be very grateful.
Start with the first.
Yes, sir.
What did I say?
You said that this in 2024. You said that you've performed more than 130, quote, missions to rescue women and children from terror and abuse. Is what you said factually true, that you have performed more than 130 missions to rescue women and children from terror
Where
and
do
abuse?
you cite that?
You said that.
Fake news. I didn't say that. I didn't say cue the video of him saying it.
On X on August 12th of 2024.
That's not something I believe I would ever say.
Your full quote was, I wrote this book, Dangerous Gentlemen.
He's literally reading off his tweet.
Yes.
After 130 plus missions to rescue women and children from terror and abuse. So that's not true, what you wrote.
That doesn't sound accurate, that I would specify how many missions.
Okay, I'm happy to provide you with a copy afterwards.
Thanks.
Yep. Your organization.
Thanks for a copy of my post on X that I'm going to immediately delete as soon as I get in front of a computer.
Claims that you've saved women and children in 30 nations. And I was wondering if you could list off a bunch of those countries.
Saved or helped?
Quote, saved women and children in 30 nations. That was from the Protecting Children's Innocence Task Force fact sheet.
Well, I would say...
Yeah, Clutch Cargo, that sounds about right.
Check with Buddy. Again, our commander. I don't hold on to stats.
I mean, you're the
throws someone else in his campaign under the bus. Oh, check with this other guy. I don't know. I can't be responsible for every ridiculous thing I say in social media. Come on now. Praise Jesus.
You're the CEO of the organization. If you really have saved women and children in 30 nations, you could name off a bunch, right?
It sounds like none of this is true. Like he can't even name one or two where it's like, oh yeah, here. Maybe I'm embellishing a bunch of other ones, but I definitely saved some women and children in these countries. He can't even name off one, dude. Bober.
I don't memorize every place that we've gone.
Okay.
That's why I got a passport.
Oh my word.
Oh, wow, dude. Holy fucking shit.
Oh no.
Oh, Lenny's over there in Milwaukee. Good to see you, Lenny. Folks, make sure you're hitting that follow on Accidents Waiting to Happen. Wonderful podcast. Thank you for coming in, Lenny.
Oh, all right. And then finally, you're not going to be surprised to learn that our boy here apparently also regularly does exorcisms.
You perform exorcisms, commanding demons to come out of people. Can you explain to me how that works?
I don't command the demons to come out of someone. I think of them as assignments or attachments to people. And we identify the demon. Like Jesus did.
Snake oil salesman, man. Dangerous cult shit. Dangerous cult shit. The fact that he's even, that there's even, how many thousands of people, tens of thousands of people. I mean, it really, it makes me wonder about what Vosh says about, we got to restrict voting somehow. Like, we got to cut off the voting. Or it's like, I don't agree with it, but it's like, this guy's making a strong case for it. I think they interviewed the demon. Yeah, Links, I think we found the fucking demon. It just gets fucking worse with this guy. It indeed does.
I don't think of them as demons. So what we do is we identify the demon.
Right. The Pazuzu, he's over there quoting movies that he's seen.
Oh, dude, what have you done? What have you gotten yourself into?
You perform exorcisms, commanding demons to come out of people. Can you explain to me how that works?
I don't command the demons to come out of someone. I think of them as assignments or attachments to people. And we identify the demon.
I wonder how he views gay people. Right? I wonder how he views leftists. They got a demon inside them that needs to be exorcised with my gun.
like Jesus did. We ask what their name is, and then we give them commands, and they very frequently and typically will answer.
Demon, can you hear me? What's your name? Okay, your name is Steve. Steve the demon, I command you, get out of this person.
Person's mind, they'll tell us what they hear, and then we destroy them, banish them to perfect judgment from Christ.
You also perform these exorcisms by...
Ooh, you can see it on his face. You can see it on his face. They buy this shit in his little church, right? They buy this shit in his little community, but he knows it. This is the face of a con man who knows damn well people aren't buying what he's selling. Look at the face when he makes this statement.
To perfect judgment from Christ.
You also perform these exorcisms by phone. Are those just as effective?
They are.
By phone. By phone. This guy is a snake oil salesman.
Where does the demon go?
Wow, dog.
Nah, son. Country, bro. What? But you know what? At the rate we're going, homie's gonna win by like 7 points. You just wait.
Go at the end of the exorcism.
We send them to the footstool of Jesus Christ, who we believe is sitting at the right hand of the Father, who then absolutely gives them perfect judgment of what happens.
You don't charge for the exorcisms, right?
No.
Okay. But they were part of the how-to guide that
He takes donations, though. He's happy to take your donations.
was available on your website for $99, the spiritual warfare.
Oh, damn, no, I don't take any money. Ignore the website that takes money.
But they were part of the how-to guide that was available on your website for $99, the spiritual warfare guide with battle tools and resources. It's no longer available on the site.
Well, I think that's a film, and it's always whatever we have posted.
Of course, he didn't write anything, of course. Now that there's AI, he can produce all kinds of material.
With that was you can pay $1.99, but we've never charged. I've never looked at a person and asked for remuneration for casting.
Oh, so funny. So funny. You're a millionaire, aren't you?
Demons to Christ or praying for someone.
Do you understand why so many of your critics think you're a con man?
No.
No, I don't. I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
The way it's supposed to work is that...
Dude, if this guy decides to take it to the next level, the first person he's targeting, the first fucking person he's targeting is Kyle Clark. Okay, so let's ask the robot here. Hold on. Is it Kyle Clark? Is it what's his name? Victor something? Victor, what's his nuts? Hold on. Victor Marks. Okay. Whoops. Marks. If you're asking about polling for Victor Marks in Colorado's 2026 governor's race, publicly available polling appears to be limited so far. The most widely cited poll was released on May 26th and showed Victor Marks leading the Republican primary field. Oh, holy shit, bro. This is the Republican Party. He's leading. According to Marx's campaign, the first public GOP primary poll had him ahead of rivals Kirkmeyer and Bottoms. Great name for a Republican, Bottoms. So this is this. Okay, well, okay. His website, this is the source for this stat, is his fucking website. But it's saying first public poll shows commanding lead for me. Yeah, that's his own campaign. Okay, let's go to the public poll that he's citing. Freedom, independent, Okay, so yeah, this is fucking... Anything calling itself freedom is a right-wing hack job, most likely. So this is the poll that he's citing. 59%, everyone else 15, 6, 19. Okay. Hold on. Other indicators suggest he has been competitive. On April 2026, Colorado Republican State Assembly Victor Marks received 59.5% of delegate support, while Bottoms received 45%. Both qualified for the primary. Recent reporting has described Marks as a front-runner in the GOP primary and noted that he has led Republican fundraising among GOP gubernatorial candidate. So that's the Daily Beast. Yeah, technically they're Marxists. So here's the Daily Beast describing him as a front runner. Apparently he's raising lots of money. Prediction markets are not polls, but as of early of June 2026, one market implied roughly 68% chance of Marx winning the Republican nomination. This is what we're up against, folks. It's either follow the 3-step program, inform ourselves, sign up and show up to groups, activist groups, and put in the fucking work, or live under their rule. They're not going to stop. They are not going to stop. They're going to go and as hard as they can until they get power. It's all about power. They'll lie, they'll cheat, they'll steal, whatever it takes for them to obtain the power that they need. And then once they get that power, they're sticking a gun in your face and telling you how to worship. They're telling you how to love. They're telling you how to think, how to be, how to live. These are dangerous, dangerous fascistic tyrants who want to install a Christian theocracy. They want to destroy the concept of leftism in this country. They want to commit violence against gay people and black people, and then they want to tell white people, you're not allowed to be leftist. You're a demon. You're a demon if you're a leftist. They want to round us up. Listen to right-wing social media. Listen to characters like Nick Fuentes, literally out and proud, saying, I want to round them up. I want to round them up. I think that's what I saw most recently from Nick Fuentes on Right Wing Watch. See if I can find it. If I can't find it right away, you just have to take my word for it. It was one of them. Yeah, okay. Can't find it. But they're constantly making calls. Right here. Here's Joe Webbin says the only hope for America is less freedom. These are the patriots. Less freedom. Not for them, not for white Christian guys, for us, for everybody else.
The old American ideals, it's, you know,
by old American ideals, he's talking about the Constitution. He's talking about, the American interpretation of free speech.
Like there was a time where I would have said I was a conservative. Then there was a time it's like I'm a traditionalist. I don't want to conserve the status quo. I want to get back to the roots. But then there's also something to be said for you have to move forward. The only way out is through. And whatever when we come out on the other side,
where are the people he's going to be cutting through?
Whatever that looks like, I can't pretend to be able to predict everything, but at the same time, I think there are some basic principles that are inevitable, and one of them is going to be less freedom. One thing that we did in the West is we exalted liberty above virtue.
So we got police actively, preemptively arresting leftists that are organizing to try and stop data centers. And then meanwhile on the right, out in the open, in front of everybody, winning political races, right? We got right-wingers like this.
And freedom just for the sake of freedom is not virtuous. It's not commendable.
Listen to that.
So like just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Freedom.
Like we have, so like even when I think of freedom of speech, like if a leftist is bringing me before a judge, I'm going to appeal to the First Amendment all day long in the Constitution. But that's because I know that what I'm saying is right, and I know that they're wicked. But in theory, that's what I'll do in practice. But in theory, I don't think you should be able to say whatever you want.
It's unbelievable. I'm happy to abuse the First Amendment in a court of law to excuse my stochastic terrorism. But the moment I get in power, the moment my party gets in power, I'm going to destroy the First Amendment. They're just out there saying this stuff. And I still have to have arguments with leftists about activism. I still have to have arguments with leftists about why we need to be strategic about what we're doing and, why we need to put effort into this. I still have to have debates with leftists who are constantly dividing and conquering our own side, having endless debates about the definition of fascism and authoritarianism, instead of just following the 3-step program. Inform yourself, sign up, show up, and put in the fucking work. Make this a lifestyle. Meanwhile, the right, totally unified around the concepts of authoritarian fascism. We got to destroy the left. We have to destroy free speech. We got to classify the things that we don't like as demonic. And we have to start actively stripping people of their rights. This guy isn't an anomaly. This is the mainstream vibe going through the Republican Party right now. We got to take away women's right to vote. We got to take away black people's right to vote. This is what is common sense according to your average Republican right now. They are a danger to our, not just our freedom, but to our very life. We got Peter Thiel, right-wing oligarch, who's leaving the country, by the way, talking about how we need to install chips into every citizen. Right-wingers get in charge, and who do they, they Tom Hooman and the rest of the crew. Talking about, we got to enforce the law. I mean, come on, man. What do I got to do, What do we got to do for people to take this shit seriously? Literally, we saw Bovino with ICE door to door. He got full control over ICE for a couple months. What did he say? He locked down whole blocks, door to door, knock, 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 knock. Of course, under the guise of anti-immigration, but it doesn't stop at immigration. The next thing is they're going to go door to door. Are you a leftist? Are you a Christian? It's not science fiction. They're literally telling us, yep, you put me in power. This is what I'm going to do. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Knock, knock. Are you a Christian? Are you a liberal? Are you a gay person? Oh, I can see your skin color. Arrested. And then, and this is a great segue, actually. It's not intentional, but this is a great segue because this is what we have to deal with the liberals, with the neoliberal centrists. This fucking woman, supposedly a Democrat, promises to put Republicans into her fucking administration. So this is a Substack title here, but actually we already have enough Republicans in state government. Dr. Amy Acton should scrap her promise to appoint Republicans to her cabinet. So she's running for office as a Democrat, promising her constituency that she's going to get Republican. This is where we're at. We got one side calling for our literal destruction, calling for thought crimes, and then the corporate neoliberals who continue to win in places like California, right? These fucking softies, these squishy fucking softies, making promises to their constituency that they're going to get these fascists, we're going to include them into our government so that they can slow us down. That's where we're at right now. We have to primary these people, these corporate neoliberals. We have to apply political consequences. If they're taking AIPAC money, if they're saying crazy shit like this, you got Spamberger over here pretending like she's a progressive while running, gets in there and starts illegalizing marijuana. Right? Holds a referendum for the gerrymandering, loses that fight, has another avenue to do something about it, right, with the Supreme Court by passing a law for term limits on the Supreme Court, which would have caused the Supreme Court she would have to re-elect the entire state Supreme Court. Spamberger, no, we're not going to do it. No. Good luck, better luck next time. Literally ran a referendum, got the people's approval, got a mandate from the people to do something about gerrymandering, Too bad. We tried. We tried once. We give up. We have other avenues. We have other tools. If a right-winger was sitting here, they would do it. I'm not going to, though. Above the fray, turn the other cheek to fascists who want to destroy us. And here's another example. Promising to put Republicans in her cabinet if she wins. Picture of her handshaking Kamala Harris, who famously decided to put Tim Walz in the fucking closet, who was, making light, comical statements about how weird Republicans are. Ooh, quiet that down. And instead decided to make Liz Cheney the face of her campaign. Tim Walz, who's actually an example of neoliberal weakness, allowing an illiterate, mentally ill, so-called journalist named Nick Shirley to destroy his political career with lies, doesn't stand up for himself or his party. Basically, instead of fighting, I give up. This is going to be hard. All the lies. And now it's just assumed common sense that there's Somali fraud now. When, of course, the reality is that a fucking white person was committing the most fraud when it came to daycare. Doesn't fucking matter. What's reality anymore? Okay? It's one thing to be a fascist calling for the death of all liberals, but it's another thing to be a so-called liberal and just letting it happen. You're supposed to, they lie to us. They lie to us. They take on the language of progressivism when they're running for office. They say, we have your back, we're going to defend you. We give them power, and then they tie both hands behind their back and say, there's nothing we can do. Who's worse? The Republicans that are saying, I'm going to fucking kill you, or the Democrats that say, I'm going to defend you, and then don't? Who's lying to us, actually? With big smiles on their face, the right wing is telling us, I'm going to destroy you. And then they're given power, and they immediately start enacting that policy agenda. Donald Trump has been slam dunking policy agendas ever since he started his second term, getting more done than Barack Obama and fucking Joe Biden combined. And then this is the party that's supposed to get us out of this. They can't even lie to us about accountability. They can't even lie to us that they're going to go after Trump. That they haven't even started lying to us about removing Trump's name off all these fucking buildings. Not one Democrat has got in front of the microphone and said, you put me in charge, and I will dedicate my entire existence to stripping Donald Trump from everything that I possibly can. They can't even lie to us about that. And the Republicans, on the other hand, are like, put me in power, I will institute a fascist dictatorship, and I will destroy homosexuality. I will destroy black and women's rights. And I'll get to it day one. Man. It's really serious. Okay? It's really fucking stone cold serious what's happening right in front of our eyes. It's not a maybe, it's not a when, it's a now. Right now. The guy that this Marx guy is winning. Now, does that, he's winning his primary against other Republican psychopaths. But here's the thing. They're destroying democracy. They're destroying our right. So states like Colorado, if they federalize voting, all of a sudden Republicans are going to start winning, even though everyone knows that, it used to be impossible, right? It used to be a fairy tale, right? Okay, yeah, Republicans, yeah, they got some psychopath winning their primary, but they're going to start rigging the vote on a level that we've never seen before. Donald Trump's going to save his own political ass, he's going to enable the rest of these psychopaths to win their own races. This is what we're up against, folks. Okay, now that we're done talking about that light subject, does anyone want to talk about Gaza? What? What? I just got a thing here about IDF shooting and killing a 7-month-old baby. What? What? Come on, I want to lighten things up. Come on, guys. Don't you want to come on. Let's just relax a little bit. Come on. Don't you want to talk about the IDF and the genocide? Well, unlike other commentators, I'm not going to run from this subject. I know. People are already clicking off. I'm sure that view count. Woo! I'm not going to run from genocide. People ask themselves, what would you have done during the Holocaust, right? What would you have done during the days of Nazi Germany? Oh, I would have done this. I would have done that. No one ever says, I would have ignored the news and not talked about it. And I'm not going to be that motherfucker. Ignoring what the fuck is happening in front of our face. And this shit is like 4K broadcast, live streamed. So I got a couple things here to show you. We'll try to get through them as quickly as I can. I do have some fun stuff on the other side of this if you stick around. Here's the first article I have. Israeli soldiers open fire on car in West Bank, not the Gaza Strip. Hamas nowhere to be seen. Killing 7-month-old baby. In a scene that's very recognizable to what we were doing in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is the exact same thing we were doing to those people there. You read the story here. I'll read a little bit of it. Israeli soldiers opened fire on a car in the occupied West Bank on Friday, killing a 7-month-old Palestinian boy. 7-month-old. Have you ever held a 7-month-old baby? How precious they are. If how you hold a 7-month-old baby and you feel you're like, I will do anything to protect this kid. This beautiful, innocent, perfect baby. You'll do anything, unless you're sick in the head, of course. But your average person, when they hold a 7-month-old baby, right? I'll do anything to protect this child, even if it's not your own. Dead. And wounding his parents, according to Palestinian Ministry of Health. Well, fake news then, right? Must be fake. Hamas. Well, it's Hamas reporting on it. This is the West Bank. So no, it's not Hamas. Well, the Palestinian Authority, just as bad. Lies. Hand wave it away. It's not real. You're an anti-Semite if you even listen to this. Reported on CNN. I'm sure they didn't want to report it. Look at this beautiful child. Dead. Gunshot wound. Exploded. You know what a rifle bullet does to the body? Now imagine if that body's this size. Exploded. Sam Fade Abu Haikil was in a car with his parents when an Israeli soldier opened fire at the vehicle near the city of Hebron. The ministry said the gunfire killed Haikil and injured both of his parents. The boy's grandmother, Faril Abu Haikil, told Reuters that the bullet struck their car, killing the baby. The incident is unbelievable and unacceptable, she told Reuters. We are being harmed just because we decided to stay at our homes, and that's a fact. They're not being harmed because they support terrorism. They're not being harmed because they shouted death to Israel. They're being harmed because they exist in a place that a colonial entity wants to move them out of. Here's the father, I assume, holding the corpse of the 7-month-old child. Here's the bullet. And it's, if you're a father, like this guy's always going to consider, like, he's always going to think, why didn't I put my kid over here? Why'd I have to put my kid behind me, behind the driver's seat? Why didn't I put my kid behind the passenger seat? Why'd I do that? sleepless nights for the rest of his life. And we wonder why. We wonder why they join these so-called terrorist groups. Hamas is definitely a terrorist group, but we wonder, what's the motivation? Why would they hate Jewish people? Why would they hate Israeli people so much? This father knows why. This is what the IDF had to say. The IDF said in a statement that soldiers perceived, quote unquote, a vehicle accelerating towards them. The soldier fired a single shot at the vehicle, the IDF said, acknowledging that those injured were uninvolved civilians. We did this countless times to people in Iraq and Afghanistan. And Donald Trump wants to put us right back in Iran, where we will do the same during our occupation. By the way, we're still in Iraq. We're just no longer, quote unquote, occupying it. We're just staying in our little bases. But when we were engaging in a full-blown occupation, this is what we were doing to civilians there. Confused people don't know what the hell's going on. Some of them can't speak English. Getting barked orders at by soldiers. Soldiers think it's a car bomb. In rare cases, it was. Unloading on civilians. There's movies and TV shows that go over this. Project Kill, I believe. I think that's the name of it. HBO, what is it called? No, it's not Project Kill. Oh, what is it? What is it called? What's it called? Generation Kill. Generation Kill. There's also a scene in Apocalypse Now depicting what happened in the Vietnam War. Civilians in a boat being inspected. The civilians get killed. Men, women, children murdered by our so-called heroes in Apocalypse Now. Only the puppy survives, if you remember that. Right? The child was reaching for something in a basket. The soldiers unload on the people in the boat. They open the basket to find out what the girl was reaching for, a puppy. The puppy then goes on an adventure with one soldier who is walking through a trench while on acid. Famous scene from that movie. But in Generation Kill, we see what it's like for these guys who were occupying Iraq and Afghanistan. Same shit. The IDF said the incident is under review. Laughable. I think I don't think there's a single example of an IDF member being actually punished, right? Slaps on the wrist if it's really heinous. But like losing their career, going to jail for murder, there's no examples of that. Or very few. I don't have the actual number in front of me, but laugh along with me. When they say the incident is under review, they scooch it under the rug for several years, 2-3 years in some cases, quietly put out a press release, found not guilty. That's what under review means for the IDF. Such incidents have occurred before. In March, 4 members of one Palestinian family, including 2 boys aged 5 and 6, who were out on a late-night drive after breaking the daily Ramadan fast. That's a killable offense right there. Were shot dead by Israeli soldiers in the West Bank. Once again, West Bank. Hamas is not there. Palestinian officials reported. Indeed, Twitch. Yeah, exactly, links. Israeli troops, on to the next story, if you can stomach it. Israeli troops raised flags on a 900-year-old historic Beaufort castle in Lebanon. They tell us that the reason why they're occupying Lebanese territory is for their own safety. And yet, their soldiers seem to have a different idea about why they're there, right? When you're temporarily occupying a place, do you raise your nation's flag in that location? No. You do that when you want to make it clear to the world that your intention is to take this area, is to take this land. This is, of course, related to the quote-unquote Greater Israel theory, something that is talked about, bragged about publicly by Israeli politicians, but denied by Israeli defenders in the West. Outright denied. They say it right to your face. Look at you right in the face. I've never even heard of that. It's a trope. You're making it up. Cut to Bibi Netanyahu speaking in Hebrew with a map of Israel covering the entire Middle East, bragging about the Greater Israel that they want to create. Come on over to the West. Never even heard. What's that? Never even heard of it. You must be anti-Semitic for even talking about that. Same thing with the Hannibal Directive. Look that up. Bragged about, talked about in Israel in Hebrew. Denied. Systemically, categorically denied in the West. And if you insist and corner them rhetorically, you're an anti-Semite. This is what's happened. This is Lebanon. It's going to be interesting when they make their move in Egypt, right? Because it's like, you know, a lot of Americans, they don't know what a Syria is, they don't know what a Lebanon is, they don't know what Jordan is, right? Whatever, Palestine, okay, they don't care, they don't know. But a lot of Americans actually do know Egypt. Yeah, exactly, just me. But they're fulfilling biblical prophecies. Their gods ordained them for this. You know what's interesting to me, Cliver, is that they claim the Palestinians kicked them out of their land, 3,000 years ago. It was the Romans. That's how long ago this was. It wasn't even the Palestinians who kicked them out of their land initially. It was the goddamn Roman Empire, fucking Caesar or something. And they talk about this prophecy that's in the Bible. Meanwhile, they're Jewish. And they worship the Torah. I hate to say it, but Tucker Carlson made some good points when he was talking to Miss Lindsey Graham. Really, Lindsey laid it all out there, didn't he? Well, they'll just take it all. They'll just take it all. What's the problem here? We'll just take it all. They got some good shit on Lindsey. I mean, they got him dressed in fetish gear, getting fucking triple teamed. They got Lindsey getting a fucking shower, if you know what I'm saying. They got the good shit on Lindsey. Now, here's a video that I can't show you, or else I'll be considered anti-Semitic and I will get my channel banned, but I will describe it to you. Let me apply a filter here to this browser. 1 second. I'm going to describe this video to you. Here is a link to the video if you want to watch it yourself. But TOS does not allow me to show you this video. Groups of Jewish settlers, accompanied by an Israeli soldier, beat 2 Palestinian youths in the town of Huwara, south of Nablus, in the occupied West Bank. See a pattern here? So we're going to hear the audio, but I can't show you the video. So it's 2 Palestinians being forced out of their vehicle by an IDF soldier who's clearly an IDF soldier, and 4 settlers. They're dressed in the usual settler garb, white t-shirt, jeans, yarmulke with the braids. The IDF soldier is dressed fully in army fatigues. 2 Palestinians being forced out of their vehicle. At least one of the settlers is carrying a large stick. I'm sorry, no. One of the settlers is actually carrying an assault rifle, and another settler is actually carrying a stick. 2 more settlers have appeared from, it looks like they were on the other side of the vehicle that the Palestinians were forced to leave. They're now being surrounded by the settlers. The IDF soldier has gotten behind one of the Palestinian people while they were being accosted by a settler and has put him in a headlock. Forced to the ground. The IDF soldier is doing this action. The IDF soldier is putting his body, looks like his knee, over the neck or head of the Palestinian. The IDF soldier is now in a motion similar to this. He's banging the Palestinian's head over and over and over. Over 10 times, I would say maybe 12 times. Other settlers, there's at least one other settler that's kicking the man right now. The settler that has a assault rifle is walking up to the IDF soldier to actually get him away from the Palestinian. I guess he's like, this is, they don't know they're on camera. Meanwhile, while that beating was happening, the other Palestinian has been forced to the ground by 2 settlers. He's the one you hear screaming. They are kicking and punching and kind of holding him down on the ground. The IDF soldier has now walked up to the man that he just beat and is looks like he's going through his pockets. The other man that was being held on the ground was let go by the settlers, and now a different settler with the stick is approaching the man who was being held down by the 2 settlers. While the IDF soldier is looking through the man that was beaten, looking through his pockets. And there's 3 settlers now accosting the other Palestinian who's back on his feet and, basically defending himself, but not with violence, but in a defensive way. He's holding up his hands, trying to de-escalate the situation. The settler has kicked him. Okay, the settler has dropped his stick and is now holding the Palestinian man's shirt while he kicks them. While he's standing. The Palestinian man has resisted lightly. I think there's 1 kick from the Palestinian man, basically just in an effort to try and escape the grip of the settler. I think right now the pain, the cries and wails that we're hearing are the man that was beaten. He's still on the ground after the IDF soldier is done rummaging through his pockets. Looks like the settler, I'm going to back it up a bit. The settler with the rifle is now approaching the Palestinian man who's defending himself with his gun and is now swinging his gun at the Palestinian man to try and, hit him with the butt of his gun. 1 swing. Okay, the settler, a different settler, while that was happening, has picked up the stick and has hit the Palestinian man in the head with a stick and immediately knocking him out. Yep, right in the back of the head, right there. The Palestinian man, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 on 1. So the Palestinian man is facing 3 settlers, and the 4th settler, who has picked up the stick, is approaching him from behind, swings, 1 hit, clunk. You can actually hear it if you listen carefully. Clunk, knocks him square out. The IDF soldier is literally walking towards the Palestinian man, observing all of this. Right there. That sound that you heard, that clunk that you heard, is wood hitting a human skull. The man's immediately knocked out. With the damage done, they are scattering now. The settlers are walking in various directions, and the IDF soldier is walking away. The Palestinian man who was hit with a stick is not moving, while the other man who was beat by the IDF soldier is writhing in pain. And they scatter. They separate and scatter. Now that the settlers and the IDF soldier is gone, there's one Palestinian man, I assume it's a man, carrying a bag of some sort. I can show you this. Approaches the man who was beat by the IDF soldier. The man in the street you see was the one that was just knocked out with a stick. This is in the West Bank. This is daily life for Palestinians in occupied territory. The IDF was not just complicit, but was participating in this settler violence. I put you the link in the chat if you want to watch the video yourself. Okay. So this is less gruesome, a little bit more fun because it's Mehdi Hassan body slamming ignorant right-wing propagandist PBD who thinks the entire world is a corporation and literally applies his MLM-style sales tactics to politics. And because he's made a lot of money suckering people out of their hard-earned dollar, he thinks that he's found the solution for everybody to follow. Everyone should be a lying, grifting salesman. Ignorant, too. I mean, totally ignorant to history, totally ignorant to so many things. And this is, he's, of course, a Zionist, PBD, Paul Bet Davidson. Paul Bet Davidson, if you watched RLM before, or I'm sorry, not RLM, but it'll come to me. Funny guy. Or is it RLM? God damn it. Okay, now I got to figure it out here. Hold on. No, that's Red Letter Media. I'm thinking of, what's his nuts here? Hold on, it'll come up. Paul Bet Davidson. You gotta put this guy in your algorithm. Where is he? Where is he? He does 3 shows a week. RM Brown. Thank you. German cow. RM Brown. Make sure you're checking out RM Brown. Indeed, Cliver, indeed. Make sure you're checking out RM Brown. He covers this. I think, yeah, no, I don't have the clip, but he covers this. But anyway, he talks about Paul Bet Davidson quite a bit, PBD, because he's such a fool. He generates so much content for RM Brown. But anyway, this is a great takedown once again by Mehdi Hassan from Zeteo Media. He's killing it. He's doing such a great job. And this just gives you a window into just how ignorant your average right-winger is. I mean, they really are. They're intentionally ignorant, right? Because if they truly took the time, took another scalp, exactly. Because if a right-winger truly took the time to understand history and had to present history the way it was, he wouldn't be a right-winger. So there's a kind of a synergy between anti-intellectualism and conservatism, right? Like you can't have conservative beliefs unless you are willing to engage in active anti-intellectualism. Weaponized incompetency, sure, yeah. These people are weapons because they're wrong. They don't want to know. They don't want to know what's right. And they weaponize themselves, and they try to make arguments. And you'll see some of these arguments that PBD makes. It's just pathetic. It's juvenile. He literally makes pro-imperialist arguments and compares a country stealing another country to Mehdi Hassan stealing views from other channels. He's like, well, if your YouTube channel is successful and you're getting views, aren't you taking those views from someone else? And literally using that as a comparison for the United States taking Cuba or the United States taking Greenland. Isn't that the same thing? This is the level of ignorance that we're dealing with here. And Mehdi Hassan calls it out as lunacy. Does a great job. Let's go ahead and watch. By the way, this channel is Media Mo. Never heard of this guy before, but it came up in my algorithm. Okay, looks like it's this guy with a beard. No hate. Media Mo. Let's take a look.
Swap out Netanyahu tomorrow with Naftali Bennett, who's an opposition leader, former prime minister. I interviewed him once. Naftali Bennett is also on the right, also likes war, has threatened Turkey, has threatened Lebanon.
We see this argument even from characters like Bernie Sanders, who's like, well, we just got to get rid of Bibi Netanyahu. It's not the government. It's not the people, right? It's just Bibi Netanyahu. And we get rid of him, and then we'll get a moderate in there, and things will start to get better. It's not true. The people that are most likely to replace Bibi Netanyahu are more extreme than Bibi Netanyahu. No interest whatsoever in slowing down. They really just want to take the crown from Bibi Netanyahu and continue with the empiric expansion.
You've got another opposition leader, Avigdor Lieberman, former defense minister. You know what he said this week? He said, flatten the suburbs of Beirut. We should be going in and don't listen to Trump.
Beirut.
So the opposition in Israel are equally hawkish, right-wing. So this idea that it's all about Netanyahu, it's a myth, I'm sorry to say.
Mehdi Hassan found himself in the same room as PBD, and surprisingly it was...
All right, so I don't want to waste time. I apologize to Media Mo here, but we're just going to watch the clip. Please check out Media Mo. I'll give you the link to his channel. I'll go ahead and give him the like as well. Small up-and-comer. If you think he's got, you know, what you want to see, we'll go ahead and do this. No disrespect to Media Mo, but we're going to jump ahead to the Mehdi Hassan clip. Sorry, Media Mo.
In front of our eyes. Netanyahu's doing the project that far-right Israelis have always wanted. He's taking Lebanon, southern Lebanon.
Saying Egypt,
he's taking
Turkey,
Gaza.
all this stuff.
Who knows what's coming next?
What you're thinking?
Well, if you embolden the guy, what is the lesson of the last 3 years? There's impunity. You can do whatever the F you want, and America will never stop you.
Okay, do me a favor. Differentiate between what Bibi's vision is and what Israel's vision is.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so for instance, you could have there's a difference between what America's vision is.
Yes.
Be the greatest country in the world versus what AOC's vision would be if she became president versus Trump, right? So what do you think is Bibi's vision versus Israel's vision?
Right, because AOC doesn't want America to succeed. AOC is not America first. Just racism.
That's a great question, and I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings. We do this thing in the U.S., especially on the liberal side, where we say, look, we're against the Netanyahu government. We're not against Israel or the Israeli people. The problem is the Israeli people have made it very clear over the last 3 years that they're totally behind all these wars.
The polls show it. Numerous polls throughout the various years shown that there is popularity for the Greater Israel Project. They want to take Palestine. They want to take Lebanon. They want to take Jordan. They want to take Egypt. These are the people in Israel. Is there a peace movement? Is there a pro-Palestinian movement? Yes, they are an incredibly small minority. If you are an Israeli politician, clutch cargo. But if you're an Israeli politician and you want to succeed in Israeli politics, you need to talk about conquering the Middle East. That's how you win in Israeli politics.
There's been no real anti-war movement. In Israel, there's no real...
There's a little bit. It's not a big number.
It's tiny. It's tiny. You look at the polling, 80% of Israelis support...
20% is what I was going to say.
Every military operation blindly. You look at the polling, some of it's horrific. Like 80% of Israelis support removing Palestinians from Israel. From Gaza, and another small majority support ethnically cleansing them from Israel itself, Palestinian citizens of Israel. Israeli society...
What percentage was this one?
So I think it's 80% say they're fine with getting them out of Gaza, like forcibly...
Right.
And there's another majority or big plurality of Israelis Israeli Jews who say even Palestinians in Israel should ultimately emigrate.
West Bank and some of that.
No, Israel proper, within the Green Line.
Got it. Okay.
1/5 of the population of Israel is Palestinian citizens of Israel. So the polling is horrific. There was a poll done last year by Penn State, I think it was, where almost half of Israelis said that when we capture a town in Gaza, we should treat it like the Bible and Jericho. We should kill all the inhabitants, all the men. Like this kind of crazy. So, okay, all these polls, you take them with a pinch of salt. I get it. But anyone you speak to in Israel who's a serious commentator on Israeli politics will tell you that over the last 5-10 years, Israeli society...
So one interesting thing about this interview, and you do have to give credit to PBD and his producer, is that Mehdi Hassan brings up a lot of these stats, and then the producer is willing to show them. This is something that most right-wing commentators don't do. Jillian Michaels doesn't do this. In fact, it's interesting how Jillian Michaels does her so-called debates She literally tries to undermine. She doesn't show she doesn't show what the stats and numbers that the person is talking. She tries to spin it, interjecting, editing falsehoods into, the cut to some right winger saying some lie, right, and presenting that as factual data instead of studies and polls and things like that, like what Mehdi is responding to, is bringing up. So small amount of credit to PBD and his producer there being willing to fact check him in real time, and then and not just fact check, but also show that Mehdi Hasan is accurate in the things that he's saying. It says polling conducted by Penn State University indicated that around 82% of Israeli Jews endorsed the forced expulsion of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip.
Society has moved to the right, to the far right, in a way that American society has not. Donald Trump is polling in the 30s right now. Even at his peak, he got 49.8% of the vote in the last election. He's never had a majority. In Israel, the right-wing parties, the far-right parties are dominant right now. Maybe in the 90s, early 90s, there was a peace camp. There was Oslo, all this stuff. That's gone now. You could argue about why it's gone.
How is that? How is that possible? How is it that in Israel...
Right-wingers like you, Paul Bet-Davidson, have taken over the narrative, have taken over the media, have taken over the government, and it's a spiral of degenerate, violence and racism. That's how, Paul. It's people like you who only know one solution to what they perceive to be a problem. It's people like you, Paul.
The guy is being that aggressive, and his support is getting higher.
I don't think his personal support is going. We'll see what happens in these elections. Because you just
said 80%. I mean,
the war, right? This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying don't focus on Netanyahu. It's a very good cop-out. Even Bernie Sanders, who I'm a big fan of, he often says Netanyahu, Netanyahu, Netanyahu. A lot of Palestinians say, Bernie, it's not Netanyahu, it's Israel. It's the Israeli political establishment. So if you swap out, I'll give you one example. Exactly, if you swap out Netanyahu tomorrow with Naftali Bennett, who's an opposition leader, former prime minister, I interviewed him once. Naftali Bennett is also on the right, also likes war, has threatened Turkey, has threatened Lebanon. You've got another opposition leader, Avigdor Lieberman, former defense minister. You know what he said this week? He said, flatten the suburbs of Beirut. We should be going in and don't listen to Trump. So the opposition in Israel are equally hawkish, right-wing. So this idea that it's all about Netanyahu, it's a myth, I'm sorry to say.
Mehdi is right in regards to polling the support for
Once again, I apologize to Media Mo here, but I'm running out of time, and I really want to show these two videos I have of Mehdi Hasan. Once again, I apologize to Media Mo here. Please, everyone, like and subscribe to Media Mo. I put him in my channel here. Seems like a straightforward dude.
Exactly the same.
Patrick, I said in 2023, that this whole plan, when people were like yourself and others were saying Israel has a right to self-defense, destroy Hamas, I said you can't. There is no military solution to your problem.
Yeah, so you know what it is for me. Don't talk to Mehdi because Mehdi's going to do this. No, I want to talk to Mehdi. No, I'm telling you, be careful. No, I want to talk to Mehdi. Oh, don't talk to Bibi because I want to talk to him. I wish you had an hour and a half to talk.
This is a constant comp-out that conservatives always have. Well, we're just having a conversation. Well, we're just talking. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. And then every opportunity they try to inject their right-wing, inaccurate, weaponized right-wing worldview in an effort to win the debate against the people they talk. There's no right-winger that wants to have a discussion, a debate about what's right and what's wrong. They want to dominate the conversation with falsehoods and then, walk away, cluck like a chicken and, walk away, strut like they're the winner. That's their version of talking to people. But Mehdi Hasan doesn't allow it to happen. Yeah, Simply Steve, I agree.
No, don't talk to Nick. No, don't talk to this guy. I want to talk to him. I don't sit there and...
Right, and we're supposed to give you credit, by the way. It's maybe a small, maybe 5% credit for allowing your falsehoods, allowing your ignorance to crash against the wall of reality, right? And talk to a leftist publicly, right? Yeah, sure, small amount of credit, but honestly, this, leftists, this is what leftists, this is what, every day when we're talking to other leftists, when we're talking to people, right? We are constantly, what's real, what isn't real, what's a falsehood, what's being misinterpreted, right? We are constantly trying to check ourselves, constantly trying to find where the actual reality is, where we actually stand on certain issues, right? In fact, it's one of the things that slows us down as a movement, whereas the right wing, reality, facts, context, anything, who cares about that? What about power, right? We want power. That's the only thing that we want to obtain. And the rest of that stuff is just, window dressing for us. If the facts, happen to support our argument, that's great. But if they don't, well, we can just make those up as we go along.
That, my God, everything, they're so powerful. They're going to control America. They do this, they do that. I mean, you kind of give
the Zionist Israeli government, without getting conspiratorial, there is a certain amount of control that they have over the Democratic and Republican parties. That's undeniable. There's nothing anti-Semitic about pointing out, like, over 90% of the Democratic Party takes money from AIPAC. I think almost 100% of the Republican Party takes money from AIPAC. The Israeli lobbies, not just AIPAC, but all of them, are incredibly influential in American politics. In fact, they just defeated somebody spending the most amount of money that's ever been spent in a political race. They destroyed Abu Ghazala. They're trying to destroy Graham Plattner. It's undeniable. There's nothing anti-Semitic. There's nothing conspiratorial to point out that the Israeli government, pro-Zionist interests, are doing everything they can to influence American government. We're even seeing an effort right now to, quote unquote, fuse the IDF with the American military, and that's quietly sailing right through the Republican Party. They're making it happen. There's no opposition whatsoever to the Republican Party to fusing the US military with the IDF, which I guess would imply that the IDF gets to send American troops to fight and die for their own wars. Not quite sure the details there, but when I hear fuse, I don't think checks and balances.
Giving them too much credit.
I mean, you're mixing different things together, though. One thing is, militarily, can they win on battlefields? No, not always. Hezbollah defeated them in 2000, famously. That was the first time they were defeated by an Arab force on a battlefield when they withdrew from southern Lebanon. They're back now. We were told Hezbollah was done. Do you remember a couple years ago? Oh, the pages and the assassination of Nasrallah. They're done. It was a paper tiger. They just killed 30 Israeli soldiers in the last few weeks, right? They've injured hundreds more. Who knows what the real numbers are? So clearly they're not done for. Hamas is still around. And the Iranians still have, 70% of their missile stock, according to U.S. intelligence. So the idea that these were all paper tigers was bullshit. That's a different argument. I'm not a military expert. I'm not going to sit here and adjudicate, who has the strength in the field. Politically, though, in this country, does Israel still have power? Sure. They still have politicians who support them. They still have lobby groups that advocate on their behalf.
So does Qatar.
No, not on the level of Israel. Come on.
Oh,
and listen to that dishonesty. To compare the lobbying from Qatar or China to the hundreds of millions of dollars spent buying and influencing U.S. politicians. Ali, not much more. We're gonna watch one more video, then I gotta go. Yeah, I'm no fan of Paul Bet Davidson.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you had $5 billion to win over influence in people in America politically and inject your way of thinking, would you put that money to buy over congressmen and senators, or would you put that money into winning over kids? Where would you put your money?
Let me take your example, take it a step further. Okay, let's say I put it all in students. I win over young people. That's already happened. Have you seen the polling? The young people hate Israel.
I know.
But does it translate into policy? No, because the Congress still controls the purse strings. So I'll give you one example. 8% of Democrats support Israel's war in Gaza. 8%, according to a poll last year. In Congress, it's the other way around. It's like 80% of Democrats support Israel, only 8 or 10% are voting against weapons or genocide. I'm ballpark figures here. So what's the disconnect? The disconnect is we have a Congress that doesn't represent the public on either side of the divide. I don't think the Republican Party fully represents its base, but more so, Democratic Party certainly doesn't represent its base on Israel, the leadership. You look at these primaries, we're sitting on a day where there's going to be a bunch of primaries. So my big point here is, yes, it's great that
Once again, Mehdi, he was just spitballing, right? He was 100% accurate. 8% Democrats in a Gallup poll regarding the Israeli military's actions in Gaza. 8%. But a grand majority of the Democratic Party sides with Israel. There's like literally a handful of Democratic politicians that disagree and push back. Grand majority of them 100% down. I mean 100%. And some of these people are cheap too. Some of these people have been bought off with like $10,000 from AIPAC. Some of the, some of them are taking like millions or hundreds of thousands. A lot of them are taking, like $20,000, $30,000. It's unbelievable how cheap some of these people are.
People have been won over. It's great that everyone under the age of 50 in the United States of America, whether Republican or Democrat, does not want more weapons going to Israel. That's the latest polling. Under the age of 50, everyone.
That makes sense to me.
Right? But Congress does. So the disconnect, this is why we have such a crisis of democracy. This is why Israel matters so much in our political system. It's not just a foreign policy issue. It's an issue of our democracy where we have members of Congress and a president who does not follow American will, does not follow the will of the voters. And so to answer your question, yeah, you do need to spend money lobbying Congress because ultimately they're the ones voting on weapons, they're the ones voting on aid, they're the ones voting to censor our speech, saying anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. All of that stuff is coming out of Congress, and people say, oh, Qatar and this. I just gave you an example. The Qataris gave him a $400 million plane. The Emiratis gave...
Paul Bet-Davidson, PBD here, doing the usual conservative shit when confronted with actual facts, confronted with someone that they know they can't defeat. Quite affable, right? Oh, well, he seems, as soon, like, I guarantee you, in the next fucking show that he does, rah, Israel, not a single bit of this goes along with it. Because at the end of the day, characters like Paul Bet-Davidson, they've weaponized themselves. They know what side they're defending. They don't care how, Mehdi Hassan has all these facts. He's right on all that. Doesn't matter. It's about that cheddar. It's about that money. It's a business decision for Paul Bet-Davidson to continue to support Israel. So he can. This is this is why he can be so two-faced. He doesn't. And this is why I talk about nihilism. Your average conservative, Tucker Carlson style, Sean Hannity style conservative commentator, Tim Pool, they don't believe in anything, and they can easily, because they don't believe in anything, they treat it like a superpower. But because they don't believe in anything, they can contradict themselves, and they don't see a problem with it, right? Because they're getting paid.
Give him $500 million for his crypto fund. The Saudis have sponsored multiple multi-million-dollar golf tournaments at his properties, hotels. Did it come in useful? When it came down to it, he picked Israel. He picked Miriam Adelson. He picked Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah. He picked AIPAC. He picked Marco Rubio.
I don't know about that.
He picked all these people. What do you mean? We've seen it with our eyes.
I don't know about that. Listen,
I can't back it up. But I disagree because that goes against my worldview. I can't back it up. I got nothing to bet. I got nothing to defend myself with here. But boy, that burns me pretty hard. That goes against my worldview. So I'm going to disagree with you without having any kind of ability to actually retort it. I'm just going to say I don't believe that to be true, regardless of what the facts are.
Ask you this: do you think? And by the way, you didn't answer my question. So I want to stay on the money part.
He did answer your question. He literally said, "And to answer your question, lobby the government with the money because there's a separation." Because he's like, how come you don't want to give that money to the kids? And if you had $5 billion, would you try to lobby the government, or would you quote unquote give that money to the kids? And Mehdi Hassan said, no, to answer your question, I would lobby the government. And he's explained very eloquently why he would do that, because there's a massive separation between what the government is doing versus what the people want. Only 8% of Democrats want more weapons in Gaza. He's not even listening. He's literally not even listening.
And then I'm going to go to the next
question. I did answer. I said, I could spend it all on the kids. It doesn't matter.
No, but
because ultimately Congress is still more important.
So you would put all the money in Congress and
No, both. I said split.
You would do 50-50.
50-50. Win over the people and then win over the people who represent the people.
Mehdi is right again. Houthis are still...
So big props to Media Mo here. Once again, I'm sorry to cut you off, man. You seem like a cool dude. I'm going to put your link in the chat here. Let's hook up Media Mo with at least a like. Hook him up with a view and a like. 18K subscribers. Let's help Media Mo out. Doing a good job. The last clip here I want to show you is not particularly Gaza related. It's tangentially related. It's just more Mehdi Hassan on PBD doing a great job. MEHDI. Mehdi Hassan, the GOAT, as I've said before. He is the fucking GOAT. And let's go ahead and watch a little bit of this. I don't know if I'll be able to show you the whole 20 minutes here of ebb and flow, but I wanted to show you a little bit of Mehdi Hassan making PBD making ridiculous arguments defending imperialism. Oh, and big props, by the way, to Ebb and Flow. Make sure we're supporting Ebb and Flow. You know, if you're, you know, I've definitely heard of Ebb and Flow. It does a great job. Put Ebb and Flow in your algorithm. Get to it.
Sit and support. You voted for him 3 times. Donald Trump would not have allowed little Patrick Bet-David into this country. How do you feel about that?
You're so funny.
You're so funny. You're so funny making a cogent point. So once again, just like with Media Mo, we're going to skip the commentary here from Ebb and Flow. I apologize to Ebb and Flow, but time is short for me, so I'm just going to show you the clip. Once again, thank you to Ebb and Flow. He makes great videos. His commentary is amazing. So it has nothing to do with the commentary here. It really is just I'm short on time.
And it always works. So here's that.
If they're expanding, I don't mind an expansion as president. I don't.
Literally talking about taking over Cuba. Literally talking about Greenland.
You like imperialism. So how are you different?
And he doesn't want to classify it as imperialism. Listen to the way he describes colonial imperialism. We're talking about death. We're talking about enslavement, right? We're talking about occupying tens of thousands of people who don't want to live our way of life, putting a gun in front of their face and saying, you're living our way, you know, you're going to accept our healthcare system. You're going to accept our taxation system. You're going to accept, like the Russians do to the Ukrainians, you're going to accept citizenship whether you want to or not. That's what he's casually talking about, right? And listen to how he frames it like it's some kind of corporate takeover. You know, like this is some fucking video game. Like he's such an unserious person. And unserious people like this, sitting in seats of power, get people fucking killed.
Different to the IRGC.
I don't mind an expansion.
How are you different to the IRGC? Everyone says.
Everyone says Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Everything is above what God tells them. What
he's literally the same thing. Mehdi's 100% correct. They're accused of wanting to expand into other regions, right? They're so bad, so scary. Nuclear weapons. Watch out, watch out. And he's like, you're comparing me to the IRGC, literally as he's making an argument that's the exact same shit that that they claim the IRGC is making, when there's actually no proof behind it. By the way, there's no proof whatsoever that anyone in Iran wants to expand beyond Iran's borders.
To do that on death upon America.
They're accused of being expansionist, of trying to take over the Middle East. That's the big allegation that the Gulf states make against Iran. And yet you're sitting here saying, but we should take over the Western Hemisphere.
By the way, do you know what I would actually say?
I'm not imperialist.
Let me ask you a question. You got how many?
Insane that we're having a conversation about imperialism.
Listen to how he justifies his imperialist ambitions. Listen to this child, this toddler amongst men. Amongst a real fucking man. And this, you know, this is, I used to have a friend that would argue like this, and it's just infuriating. I won't interrupt for a little bit here so you can get the full breadth of it here. But, you know, you get where they make a ridiculous argument, they think it's a slam dunk, and then they start yelling and talking over you. When you're like, when you're trying to rebut them, when you're trying to, you know, point out how ridiculous they are, they won't let you speak. And they just keep repeating their conclusion over and over again with a big grin on their face like they just gotcha. And you're like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and I have a rebuttal ready for you. They won't even let you speak, right? That's how ignorant people argue. Listen to this.
Subscribers do you have with your channel right now that are paying you?
On Substack?
On Substack.
I'm not going to say that number.
Let's say it's 100,000 people. Okay. There you go.
It's not, sadly.
Okay, but let's just say you have 50 to 100,000 people. You're doing well. You're making good money. Yeah. Okay. Have you taken any viewership from anybody else?
What do you mean?
Are people watching you that used to watch somebody else on YouTube? What an expansionist you are. What a shameful expansionist, capitalist.
I've been with you for 1 hour, 20 minutes.
This guy's expanding his YouTube channel, but God forbid anybody else does it.
I've waited.
We're talking about YouTube channels. And look at the look on his face. Look at the look on it, like he just like a kid just bought a candy bar. He's literally talking about imperialism. He's literally talking about taking another country by force. Comparing it to being a good content creator and getting more people to watch your content. Apples to apples. It's just the stupidity. And look at him. He thinks he fucking slammed it, dude. He thinks gotcha, bitch. this level of ignorance needs to be called out aggressively.
In an hour, 20 minutes for you to say the dumbest thing with respect, Patrick. That is not an analogy.
Every time
that
you
is
say the dumbest things is when you get cornered. What do you mean you're expanding?
That is cornered. He thinks he slammed it, dude. He thinks he dunked it. Cornered. Mehdi's cornered here?
The worst
you're
analogy.
Expanding.
Did I go into the New York Times? Hold on. Let's
you're
take your
expanding.
And listen, he knows. He just made a ridiculous argument. What they do next is that they talk over your response, try to pivot. Okay, let me give you my next question. Okay, I just slam dunked it. Gotcha. Okay. On to the next question. On to the next question. I don't want to. No. Let's not get bogged down in a debate about how stupid that response was. Let me just bask in my perceived victory and move on to the next question. Mehdi won't let him. Mehdi is the master of arguing. He understands these techniques, and he won't let him. Watch. Welcome back. Quick double tap.
Did I walk into the New York Times and abduct?
And he knows. You can see it on his face that he just made a fool of himself. Look at his face right here before the transition. Well, look at his face.
Expanding. Did I walk into the New York Times and abduct the editor-in-chief of the New York Times?
Yeah.
Put a bag over his head.
Do you have any
and
employees?
Take him out in order to undermine the New York
Times. Do you have any employees?
And he's going to double. He's got no choice but to double down. You have any employees? We're still going to compare countries expanding their territory by force with YouTube channels and business deals and employment.
Yes.
How many of them came volunteer? How many of them did you recruit and hire away from another company?
How many of them did I get with a gun and a special forces team? You're making a ridiculous analogy.
Oh my
you
goodness.
expand as a business. That's the same as illegally occupying other people's land.
What la-la land are you living in? Like, what do you think happened to this
world of law.
What do you think happened to this
world?
You
do realize the problem that the MAGA folks have when they say this is you lose any credibility to criticize anyone else. You can't
this is a great point right here.
Criticize Iran, then you can't.
Right, because they want to shit on, when it's convenient they shit on Russia. When it's convenient they shit on China. They want to claim Iran wants to expand its borders, right? We're supposed to get them over there before they get us over here with Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Boogeyman, be afraid. These people don't believe in borders, right? They say the same thing about Palestine. If we were to allow Palestine to have autonomy, right? Boogeyman, watch out. But there's no credibility when you're like literally nonchalant. Why don't we just take Greenland? We'll give everybody $10,000 and then destroy their quality of life and ruin their healthcare system. Why don't we just roll into Cuba, get a bunch of people killed, and just take it over? What's the problem here? But they don't care. It's about power. It's about power, right? If the facts and context and argument, happens to buttress what they're doing, that's great. If it doesn't, fudge it. We're still going to do what we want. That's the conservative mindset.
Criticize Hamas?
I don't.
You don't criticize Hamas?
No, I don't criticize. If you're able to expand.
So if Hamas goes into Israel, you're for that?
It's not about if I'm for that or not.
This guy, I don't criticize Hamas. This guy won't shut the fuck up about Hamas. He literally claims Ilham Omar and AOC are representatives of Hamas. I don't criticize Hamas. Oh, if might makes right, if they have the power to take over Israel, I'm going to let it. I'm cool with that. Whoever's stronger, whoever's more powerful. He's such a scumbag. I mean, pure fucking sleaze.
If you're able to successfully do it, that's your vision. I know I have to defend it.
That's your vision. And I have to defend it because you're a powerful, tough guy. And that's this guy. I wouldn't be surprised if there's clips of Paul Bet-Davidson talking about nuking Hamas.
If I'm for that or not, if you're able to successfully do it, that's your vision. I know I have to defend against it. What do you think companies do? How do you think companies work?
We're not talking about companies, this is just unbelievable. You know how many right-wingers listen to this fucking guy, buy his fucking, he sells $600 shoes. He sells self-help tapes and all kinds of shit about how to succeed in business. Listen to this fucking child make his arguments about geopolitics. People looked at him as an expert.
What do you think companies are supposed to do?
I think it's insane that you're
wait a minute,
comparing business expansion
What
to
do you,
us
why
going
do you
around the
think we have
world.
military?
And you see how he's talking over him. He knows goddamn well that if he gives Mehdi any kind of space, that he's going to get drilled to the floor.
Killing people.
Mehdi, why do you think we have military?
To
For what?
defend ourselves.
Against what?
Threats.
Against
But
another
you
one
wanna
trying to
be the
expand.
threat.
You understand you've taken market share.
We got a military. Why don't we use it? Classic colonial attitude. Classic. Fucking classic.
From other people.
Classic.
Your
Garbo,
viewers were
totally.
somebody else's viewers that came to you.
So you support,
Kudos to you.
So you want just to be clear, you want some kind of law of the jungle where might is right, power.
What do you think the law
you're
is?
You're fine. You're fine.
But what do you think
I
the
noticed
law?
he's already given up on international law. He's already given up on cooperation. It's already a might makes right world. And there's on a surface level, there's some truth to that. But the complexity of geopolitics and that might that you want to extend, there's limits to that. America needs allies, and he's coming from the perspective that America doesn't need anybody. We have the most powerful military, which is actually being proven false right now in Iran, proven false in the Middle East, Iraq, and Afghanistan. We lost those conflicts. We lost Vietnam. Okay? PBD is ignorant enough to believe that our U.S. military is strong enough to do whatever we want. It's the exact kind of thinking that's gotten Russia bogged down in a quagmire in Ukraine, thinking that they're superior while getting their ass kicked every single day.
You don't answer any question.
No,
it's a very simple question. Yes or no? Do you support a law of the jungle where might is right?
Do you believe in non-compete?
You can't answer a question with a question.
And he's not gonna answer it.
You have to answer the question. Do you support a might is right view where law of the jungle, whoever's powerful gets to do what they want?
And he's going to desperately squirm around it. He literally just made that. We have a military, why not use it? It's the fundamental belief of a might makes right person. And he doesn't even know what he's arguing here. He really doesn't.
I'm trying to find. I'll answer it for you. I'm trying to find out what other law of the land you think we live in.
So yes.
Help me understand.
So yes.
We have domestic law, we have international law, we have criminal law.
But the reality of it is, which is what?
A law of the jungle where the might is right. Do you support a world? Do you like living in a world?
Be
Are you pro? Are you pro?
And the reason why characters like PBD and characters like the oligarchs in Russia, the pro-Putin people, like they believe that they're superior. They believe that if they didn't believe that, they wouldn't believe in a might makes right world. They would believe in a world of more fairness. But because they perceive themselves to be ultimately powerful, that it's take it. We're going to take it. It's ours, right? They only until the Nazis thought this as well, right? The Japanese thought this as well. Only until reality hits them on the head, usually from a fucking 2,000-pound bomb, do they like, oh well, gee, maybe we should negotiate. Right? Only until their worldview crashes up against the rocks of reality do they actually admit quietly that they were wrong.
Support the idea of living in a world where powerful countries should be able to do what they want.
Can I ask you a question? What country?
You keep answering question with a question.
Why do you live in America? Why do you live in America? The most
Because I
powerful
like the
country in the
law.
world.
You know what I like about the US?
It's the most powerful.
No.
Go live in Iran.
No.
Go live in Iraq.
I don't live here because it's the most powerful country.
Why do you live here?
Because
disgusting imperial colonialism. And of course, like I said, he believes this because he thinks we literally got our ass kicked in Iraq and Afghanistan. We're getting major pushback and losing the conflict in Iran, and yet he still arrogantly thinks that we hold all the cards. He probably believes Trump's lies that the war is already over.
Many reasons. One is it's a country that's governed by laws, principles, free speech.
Yes.
I love the First Amendment, the Constitution.
Yeah.
I don't favor presidents and people who say we should just break the law because we
I didn't say break the law.
Yes, you did. You're literally saying the laws don't exist. What laws? I don't have to believe in anything. Yeah, exactly, Cliver. Yeah. And I've talked about that quite a bit, how like in the rubble of their homes there were still Germans that were Sieg Heiling and believing Hitler was right. And it's the same thing that we're going to get over here in the same thing like we saw with the Confederacy here in the United States, and same thing if we ever eventually beat MAGA. It'll be the same thing. These people, ride or die for life, even though every single belief, every single thing I thought brought me to ruin. Not my fault, not because of my beliefs, someone else's fault, etc.
Taking over Cuba is breaking the law. UN Charter.
What protects America the way it does?
I would argue our laws, constitution,
I agree.
principles, history.
I like Supreme.
And you're saying I want to throw it all out.
No, but
to have an imperialist nation.
If a leader comes in that is a visionary leader that wants to expand and grow, and he can do it within his terms, and Supreme Court and law allows it, I don't mind him doing
First
that.
of all, the Supreme Court law doesn't allow it. Venezuela was unconstitutional. Congress declares war in this country.
Yeah, then if that's...
So if my corrupt local, not international, but local state, or local governance says it's legal, then it's okay to conquer and take over other countries. The man's a child. Yeah, quick double tap. It's hard to, I'm generalizing here a little bit.
Not the president.
Well, we saw that with the 60-day rule with Iran.
He's violated that.
I understand that, and they're working around that right now in different ways.
American law.
They're dancing around it. It's legal. It's legal. Yeah, he's already broken the law. He's already gone past 60 days. Yeah, well, they're working on loopholes to get around those laws. But I believe in the rule of law in my own country to conquer other countries, and it's okay if my party is squirreling and dancing around the law and breaking the law and playing games with it. This guy's a fucking joke.
But international law, even if the American Congress votes to attack Cuba, that doesn't make it
So
legal
PBD is
in
the
international
perfect
law.
example here of the right-wing mindset, the conservative mindset, reactionary mindset. This is exactly what has led to Trump. And I don't think...
Yeah, I totally agree. Once again, make sure you check out Ebb and Flow. I'm very sorry to skip his commentary. It's really good. It's really intellectual. It's really actually quite... perceptive, Ebb and Flow. He does a really great job. I can't recommend his channel enough. One more time, I'm going to put the link in the chat so you can check it out. At least give him the view, give him a like. But unfortunately, I do have to skip his commentary because I just want to show the Medi stuff. But no disrespect to Ebb and Flow whatsoever. I really like his commentary. I'm strapped for time here.
Came in. George Bush Sr. was president.
Yes.
And he allowed in 122,000 refugees, of which 4% were from the Middle East. So you and your family, how many came from your family, if you don't mind me asking?
Me, my mom, my dad, my sister.
Motherfucker's an immigrant. Motherfucker's an immigrant from the Middle East, looks like. Burning that bridge with a big smile on his face.
So four of you, you come in 1999. So you're part of the lucky 5,000 people from the Middle East.
I feel like I'm the luckiest man alive living in America.
Okay, and that was George Bush Sr. I'm not a man I'm a fan of, but he did that.
Sure.
He understood the response, as did Reagan.
Yep.
You know, Donald Trump, since October, has allowed in 6,069 refugees only. Not 122,000, only 6,069. And do you know that 6,066, 99.9% of them, are from white South Africa? Only 3 are Afghan.
Dude.
That's...
And he loves him, and he loves Trump. I say this with total certainty. People like PBD are the reason why America is failing. People who listen to people like PBD, who repeat their lies, who have the mentality, the conservative mentality that PBD has, they are the reason why this country is going down the fucking tubes. It has nothing to do with well-meaning liberals who, are trying the best they can to create fair and equitable laws and failing in some cases, but succeeding in others. It's these fucking people. They're cancer. They are cancer to democracy.
The numbers.
Are you serious?
That's a fact.
Okay, you're serious.
Pull it up, Rob. 6,000 refugees, all of them are white South Africans fleeing from an imaginary genocide.
The previous guy brought more people than 4 presidents combined.
Hold on, he brought in 125,000
He's trying to say, guys, time out. Let's get back to our people.
No, we're talking about refugees.
And here he is making an argument against the system that brought him here to supposedly the greatest country in the world. He, wants to, close the door on those people. There's too many people here already. Sorry. And this is a mindset, unfortunately, that a lot of successful immigrants and refugees have. Burn the bridge behind them mentality. It's not just PBD, but it's almost always conservatives.
Refugees are different. It's not about jobs. Refugees, your international obligation.
Like you're talking H-1B, green card, which one are you talking? Okay,
refugees, vetted by, the vetted program.
Sure.
Where you're vetted abroad. You check you're not a terrorist, all of that stuff.
That's what
happened to you?
Yes.
Biden did it too. He allowed 125,000 people. He upped the cap.
Okay.
Trump dropped the cap with Stephen Miller to 7,500.
Okay.
And since October, he allowed in 6,069, according to the Washington Post.
I want to know where you're going with this.
He allowed in only 3 Afghans and 6,066 white people from South Africa.
Right. Who claim that there's a white genocide when there's no evidence of that whatsoever.
Two things I would say about that. Number one, that's racist. You let in 99.9% of your refugees are white people who are not refugees, and you don't allow people from Iran, Iraq, Syria. And the second point is, Donald Trump wouldn't have allowed you into this country, and yet you sit and support. You voted for him 3 times.
That's right.
Donald Trump would not have allowed little Patrick Bet-David into this country. How do you feel about that?
You're so
Oh, facts and data. Oh, context and oh, come on. What about racist jingoism and blind nationalism? Isn't that more fun, Mehdi? Come on. Let's cruise around Miami in my Lamborghini listening to my self-help tapes. Come on.
So funny.
A genuine question.
You are so funny.
It's a genuine question.
He wouldn't have let little Patrick Bennett.
No Iranians were allowed in this year. So how would you have gotten?
You know what would have happened?
Dude is Iranian. Dude is fucking Iranian.
We would have waited 1 more year, 2 more years
for a Democrat to come and let you in.
Bush Sr. let us.
Exactly. He would have had to wait for a fucking Democrat to come in and then fix the racist immigration reforms that Republicans put into place so that Patrick Bet-David could then come into this country and live his American dream. Exactly.
And he was a Republican. Don't act like
a better Republican.
No, but that's
not racist.
That's
Republican.
not the point. The part that
is the point. He did not allow in Iranians,
issues.
Iraqi.
Mehdi, is it fair to say issues are fluid? Things change. Meaning,
no refugees.
No, Mehdi. I mean, what are words? You know, I mean, do words really have definitions? I mean, what are facts and figures? I mean, really, ultimately, I've heard Republicans do this quite a bit. It's all just an opinion. It's just your opinion versus my opinion. Why can't we just agree to disagree and just get along? One side is basing their conclusions off of reality. The other side is making shit up to defend an authoritarian dictator. It's basically the same thing. It's just the same shit.
Our obligation that America is always stuck to until Donald Trump.
What is an issue in 2020 maybe different than what's a top 3 issue in 2016 than 2012
Many,
and 2000?
Plenty.
Yeah, right. Guess what? What did his base want?
Right. So we can agree to disagree about you being 100% correct about the racist president that I support that wouldn't have let me in this country. But there's some other things that we agree on, right? It's to say, we're fine, both sides. Come on.
Who cares what his base wants?
That's who we voted for. That's
a different argument. You're moving. Why are you talking about? Is he racist?
This is exactly shuffling, shuck and jive, shuffling on over, moving the goalposts. Right? He doesn't. Let's argue about something else when I'm clearly wrong.
I'm giving my evidence. He stopped all refugees from coming in from.
And this is why Mehdi Hasan is the master debater, and he truly is. His book is being displayed right there on the table. How to Win Debates. He understands how to win debates. He understands that these weak, simple techniques, he understands how to defeat them.
What do you call them? Shithole countries. Itself a racist phrase. And then he allowed in white people.
Would you disagree? Some of these places are shithole countries.
I don't think
is that what you're looking for?
I mean, come on. Yeah, we're all racist here, right? We all agree that these places are total shitholes, right? Our cultures are not compatible, even though literally sitting in this chair, Paul Bet-Davidson, an example of how cultures can assimilate. I mean, I'm one of the good ones, though. I'm one of the good ones. I mean, all these other ones, they can't assimilate. They just want a Sharia law. Not me, though. I'm one of the good ones.
If he says we're going to only have white people in and not shithole country people in, that's racist. Yes, I think that's racist. That's not racist. I don't know what is. 99.9% of refugees are white South Africans. Come on.
Do you want to? Okay, Rob, can you do me a favor?
He calls all Somalis low IQ and garbage.
Like just the stuff that you're saying right now.
It's all true.
Can you pull up Biden's administration? Who was the guy that was the transgender that we're supposed to leave?
That's what you're going
to? Right. Listen to this. It's just pathetic. Oh yeah, well I know I'm racist and ignorant, and I'm burning the bridge behind me, and I myself am an example against my own arguments against immigration. But there was a trans person in Biden's administration. Did you hear about that? Holy cow! They had blue hair and piercings. Oh my God!
When I quote the president making racist remarks, you got no comeback?
Wait a minute. What's the argument of DEI with you that massively failed? Are you supportive of DEI?
I don't know what's your definition.
Are you supportive of DEI?
I don't play. This is not right-wing bingo.
No.
Your words mean nothing to me. I'm from outside the right-wing media chamber. DEI is meaningless.
Guy, I talk to guys on.
It is because what is DEI to a right-winger? Anyone who's a person of color in a position of power above a white man. That's what DEI is. Right? It's not like a, some well-meaning liberal policy that, maybe got out of hand in some cases. There really isn't any examples of that, by the way. Right? Affirmative action, right? You could have some criticisms about affirmative action and things like that, quotas and whatnot, right? Trying to make the society more equal for people of color who've been disenfranchised. But they literally use it as a dog whistle for any person of color. Anybody, immigrant, migrant, person of citizen that's a person of color that has any kind of position of power over a white person. That's what DEI means to this fucking racist.
The left-wing side. Like, who do you think I talk? You think I just talk to right-wing people?
No, but when you say DEI and the transgender guy from Biden and Ilhan Omar, this is like right-wing bingo.
Is this a good pick?
Yeah, Rachel Levine, I interviewed her on my show.
Was he phenomenal at what he did?
I'm sure she was very good at her job.
So you think
what's that got to do with Trump being racist?
What does it have to do with anything? Right? What this person, they're transgender. That immediately means that they're not qualified for their job. No matter how many look at this person, fucking eminently qualified, way more qualified and educated than PBD, right? But they have. Oh man, could you imagine them having sex with their partner? No, I don't actually. I actually don't. PBD. I'm not obsessed with people's genitals like a racist, like a bigot.
Somalis.
You think,
Patrick, you need to read the book.
Wait a minute.
Because in the book, I deal with people like you.
This is what you do for a living. The difference with
you are
me is
deflecting.
This is not
Donald
deflecting.
Trump says all Somalis are garbage, low IQ people.
Right. So this is the debate tactic, right? He's trying to run away from the racist comments that the person that he supports makes by bringing up DEI, bringing up transgender. Mehdi brings him right back to it. You're not running away from this.
That a
allow this to come to you.
Rachel Levine.
Do you think? I'm
not answering your question.
Do you think this person was hired because they were the best person for a job or because he was playing politics?
Well, Rob,
that's a form of racism.
Rob, I'm going to read the second paragraph.
Go
Levine
ahead.
is a professor of pediatrics and psychiatry at Penn State College of Medicine.
Eminently qualified for the position. Well, but they're weird, transgender. Oh, scary. Oh, could you imagine? These people are fucking disgusting bigots.
He served as a Pennsylvania physician general. So I think Rachel Levine is more qualified to work in the health department than Robert fucking Kennedy Jr.
Got it. I didn't go to Oxford and do debate 24/7 to see this as my life.
I gave you hard evidence of Trump's racism, and you said, Rob, pull up the transgender woman. That's what happened.
That's exactly it. That is exactly it. Mehdi Hassan is fucking destroying this racist.
Did you do it? But I said Trump allowed in 99% white people.
The point is, the previous guy picked people because of color. If there is any party that...
We're talking about a transgender person, by the way. He doesn't even know how to make his own fucking disgusting, bigoted arguments.
Not even asking about that.
Was the previous guy, because they kept saying,
about that.
black this,
I'm not even
black
asking
that,
about that.
black this many...
That's your examples of DEI. Black this, black that. What are you talking about? Right? Charlie Kirk said we have to be afraid of pilots if they're African American, black. He didn't give an example of even a single black person that was, a pilot, that was sitting in that seat that was unqualified to be there, right? Ridiculous, totally ridiculous, right? Just pure racism. Same shit here. Black this, black that, vagaries, racist vagaries.
Not even Trump did the same.
The left is the party of the racists.
Yeah, so a number of things are being...
What a fool. What a fucking fool. And once again, I'm sorry to skip out on Ebb and Flow here. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks. Ebb and Flow does such a great job. Great content. Up and comer, I would definitely say. Big time comer. And we got to fix this number here. 18,000 subscribers. This person should be 500K and growing. Seriously, Ebb and Flow does such a great job. I can't stress that enough. Make sure you're checking out Ebb and Flow, folks. Sorry, I have to go, but I've already done 6.5 hours of this stream, and I do have to get back to my son here. Yeah, make sure you're checking out Status Quo as well. Status Quo doing great work on the protesting. Sorry, folks. If I didn't have responsibilities, I'd be here. I mean, I'd be Asmongold over here. Greasy motherfucker. You couldn't get me away from this fucking computer. I'd be transitioning to video games and doing all kinds of fun commentary about various things. But unfortunately, real life has me by the balls right now, and I have responsibilities bigger than a political stream. Want to give big props to German Cow, strategy member, very early here for the whole stream. Thank you, German Cow, for being here the whole stream. Big props to your boy, accidents waiting to happen. Lenny over there, where'd you say you're hanging out in right now? Minneapolis or something? Big props to Simply Steve. Thank you to everybody who's liked and followed the stream. I appreciate that. Sorry if your name didn't come up there. I got to fix that. I've been lazy the last year. I've had all year to fix it, still haven't. Big props to Krail of Xanath. Quick double tap. Kyler Pills, new viewer here, new commentator. Milwaukee, great. Hope you're doing well out there in Milwaukee. But thank you, Cliver Pills, I think from Germany. Excellent commentary, excellent comments. It's been an absolute pleasure to see you come in here. Thank you. Ollie Fearaher, didn't see too many comments, but I did like what I saw. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you. Ace Fram, OG Ace Fram, thank you for coming in. Big props, big props. Cliver Pills, thank you. Thank you for sticking around. I hope to see you again. I try to do at least one stream in the middle of the week. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, but I try to guarantee the Saturday streams as best as I can. So make sure you reserve that Saturday for me. There was no right-wing bigots this time. No, not even a pro-Zionist during the Israel section. Usually there's at least one Zionist when I bring up Palestinian statehood. I mean, they are animals. They are animals who don't deserve freedom. I mean, you agree with that, right? And there wasn't even one single person to make that argument. Shame. Big props to Clutch Cargo. Big props to all you lurkers, by the way. Thank you, lurkers. Yeah, no one to flush, unfortunately. Twitch Tash. Thank you, Twitch Tash, for coming in. Links. Thank you for coming back. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Female Eunuchs. Big props to Female Eunuchs. Stickers. Usually, it's interesting. Sometimes I miss your comment. Sometimes you only make one comment there, and then you pop in, make one comment, and leave. I get it. We all got lives. A few other folks here. They just stopped in for one comment. Proto, Man14. Once again, strategy member, number one in the chat, strategy member coming in. Thank you again to strategy member for all those submissions in the Discord. Unfortunately, I can't show all of them. I wish I could, but I simply don't have time anymore to show everything that's in the Discord. There's a lot of stuff that I put in the Discord that I don't have time to show. So trust me, you're not the only one who gets cut out of the mix there. Your Tubing, big props to Your Tubing. Once again, big props to all the lurkers. Thank you to those lurkers out there giving me that view. It's a very valuable thing. Bound TRS, Mr. Rich Boy, Bound TRS, 700K. Look at this big baller driving around in his conjoined Lamborghinis. He's got a Lamborghini sandwich over there. So big props to Bound TRS, the richest man in the chat. I'm just kidding, Bound. You're great. Nova Ghost, thank you for your contributions, Nova Ghost. That was, very interesting stream. And sorry I had to time you out, but we try to avoid advocating for political violence in this chat. The Thinking Saber Cat, thank you. Big props to the Thinking Saber Cat coming in. OG Thinking Saber Cat. Simply lovely to see all these folks coming back. I do appreciate it, and that's everyone in the chat. Oh, Chem Goblin's still here. Hey, thank you, Chem Goblin. I appreciate it. I do the best I can. I'm not perfect, but I do, human. We should be trying to improve, trying to be better, and that is what I strive to do. Folks, one last time before I leave, I want to remind you the whole point of the News Underground, that is nonviolent direct political action. We must inform ourselves, which is what we did today. We must sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us, and we got to put in the work like some guy I used to know named Charlie Kirk. Nonviolent direct political resistance is the only thing that's ever worked, as Quick Double Tap likes to remind us. And if we want to see the world become a better place, this is what we have to do. Apathy is no longer going to work, okay? Social media is not going to work. Just voting is no longer going to work. But, if you can't be asked to do anything else, please, at the very least, vote. You gave up the Taco Bell cup. I did. No more Taco Bell cup. It's all glass and wood now. But no, folks, that is the goal of the News Underground here. Nonviolent direct political action. Thank you so much for showing up and watching. My name is Abandoned Nihilism. This has been the News Underground. Peace in the motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. and free Palestine. We'll see you next time on Underground. Thank you so much, folks. Take care of yourself.